on one of her gate posts. How long before her suicide was that? Maybe Mr. Mercedes did it himself. And of course he could have gotten to know her better, lots better, if she took him up on his invitation to meet under the blue umbrella. And then there's me, he thinks, and looks at the way his own letter ends. I wouldn't want you to start thinking about your gun, followed by, but you are thinking of it, aren't you? Is Mr. Mercedes talking about his theoretical service weapon, or has he seen the .38 Hodges sometimes plays with? No way of telling. But I think he has. He knows where I live. You can look right into my living room from the street, and I think he's seen it. The idea that he's been watched fills Hodges with excitement rather than dread or embarrassment. If he could match some vehicle the vigilant people have noticed with a vehicle spending an inordinate amount of time on Harper Road, that's when the telephone rings. 16. Hi, Mr. H. Sup, Jerome? I'm under the umbrella. Hodges puts his legal pad aside. The first 4 pages are now full of disjointed notes, the next 3 with a close-written case summary, just like in the old days. He rocks back in his chair. It didn't eat your computer, I take it? Nope. No worms, no viruses, and I've already got 4 offers to talk with new friends. One's from Abilene, Texas. She says her name is Bernice, but I can call her Bernie, with an I. She sounds cute as hell, and I won't say I'm not tempted, but she's probably a cross-dressing shoe salesman from Boston who lives with his mother. The internet, dude. It's a wonder box. Hodges grins. First, the background, which I partly got from poking around that self-same internet and mostly from a couple of computer science geeks at the university. You ready? Hodges grabs his legal pad again and turns to a fresh page. Hit me, which is exactly what he used to say to Pete Huntley when Pete came in with fresh information on a case. Okay, but first, do you know what the most precious internet commodity is? Nope. And thinking of Janie Patterson. I'm old school. Jerome laughs. That you are, Mr. Hodges. It's part of your charm. Dryly. Thank you, Jerome. The most precious commodity is privacy, and that's what Debbie's Blue Umbrella and sites like it deliver. They make Facebook look like a party line back in the 1950s. Hundreds of privacy sites have sprung up since 9/11. That's when the various first-world governments really started to get snoopy. The powers that be fear the net, dude, and they're right to fear it. Anyway, most of these EP sites, stands for Extreme Privacy, operate out of Central Europe. They are to internet chat what Switzerland is to bank accounts. You with me? Yeah. The Blue Umbrella servers are in Olivo, a Bosnian ville that was mostly known for bullfights until 2005 or so. Encrypted servers. We're talking NASA quality, okay? Traceback's impossible. Unless NSA or the Kangshung, that's the Chinese version of the NSA, have got some super-secret software nobody knows about. And even if they do, Hodges thinks, they'd never put it to use in a case like the Mercedes killer. Here's another feature, especially handy in the age of sexting scandals. Mr. H, have you ever found something on the net, like a picture or an article in a newspaper, that you wanted to print and you couldn't? A few times, yeah. You hit print, and the print preview shows nothing but a blank page. It's annoying. Same thing on Debbie's Blue Umbrella. Jerome doesn't sound annoyed. He sounds admiring. I had a little back and forth with my new friend Bernie. You know, how's the weather there? What are your favorite groups? That kind of thing. And when I tried to print our conversation, I got a pair of lips with a finger across them and a message that says, shh, S-H-H-H. Jerome spells this out just to be sure Hodges gets it. You can make a record of the conversation. You bet, Hodges thinks, looking fondly down at the jotted notes on his legal pad. But you'd have to take screenshots or something, which is a pain in the ass. You see what I mean about the privacy, right? These guys are serious about it. Hodges does see. He flips back to the first page of his legal pad and circles one of his earliest notes. Computer savvy? Under 50? When you click in, you get the usual choice, enter username or register now. Since I didn't have a username, I clicked register now and got one. If you want to talk with me under the Blue Umbrella, I'm Tyrone 40. Next, there's a questionnaire you fill out. Age, sex, interests, things like that. and then you have to punch in your credit card number. It's $30 a month. I did it because I have faith in your powers of reimbursement. Your faith will be rewarded, my son. The computer thinks it over for 90 seconds or so. The blue umbrella spins, and the screen says, sorting. Then you get a list of people with interests similar to yours. You just bang on a few, and pretty soon you're chatting up a storm. Could people use this to exchange porn? I know the descriptor says you can't, but... You could use it to exchange fantasies, but no pics. Although I could see how weirdos, child abusers, crush freaks, that kind of thing, could use the blue umbrella to direct like-minded friends to sites where outlaw images are available. Hodges starts to ask what crush freaks are, then decides he doesn't want to know. Mostly just innocent chat, then. Well, what? I can see how crazies might use it to exchange badass info, like how to build bombs and stuff. Let's say I already have a username. What happens then? Do you? The excitement is back in Jerome's voice. Let's say I do. That would depend on whether you just made it up or if you got it from someone who wants to chat with you, like he gave it to you on the phone or in an email. Hodges grins. Jerome, a true child of his times, has never considered the possibility that information could be conveyed by such a 19th century vehicle as a letter. Say you got it from someone else, Jerome goes on. Like from the guy who stole that lady's car. Like maybe he wants to talk to you about what he did. He waits. Hodges says nothing, but he is all admiration. After a few seconds of silence, Jerome says, Can't blame a guy for trying. Anyway, you go on and enter the username. When do I pay my $30? You don't. Why not? Because someone's already paid it for you. Jerome sounds sober now, dead serious. Probably don't need to tell you to be careful, but I will anyway, because if you already have a username, this guy's waiting for you. 17. Brady stops on his way home to get them supper, subs from Little Chef tonight, but his mother is gorked out on the couch. The TV is showing another of those reality things, a program that pimps a bunch of good-looking young women to a hunky bachelor who looks like he might have the IQ of a floor lamp. Brady sees Ma has already eaten, sort of. On the coffee table is a half-empty bottle of Smirnoff's and 2 cans of Nutrislim. High tea in hell, he thinks, but at least she's dressed, jeans and a City College sweatshirt. On the off chance, he unwraps her sandwich and wafts it back and forth beneath her nose, but she only snorts and turns her head away. He decides to eat that one himself and put the other one in his private fridge. When he comes back from the garage, the hunky bachelor is asking one of his potential fuck toys, a blonde, of course, if she likes to cook breakfast. The blonde's simpering reply, Do you like something hot in the morning? Holding the plate with his sandwich on it, he regards his mother. He knows it's possible he'll come home some evening and find her dead. He could even help her along. Just pick up one of the throw pillows and settle it over her face. It wouldn't be the first time murder was committed in this house. If he did that, would his life be better or worse? His fear, unarticulated by his conscious mind but swimming around beneath, is that nothing would change. He goes downstairs, voice commanding the lights and computers. He sits in front of number 3 and goes on Debbie's blue umbrella, sure that by now the fat ex-cop will have taken the bait. There's nothing. He smacks his fist into his palm, feeling a dull throb at his temples that is the sure harbinger of a headache, a migraine that's apt to keep him awake half the night. Aspirin doesn't touch those headaches when they come. He calls them the little witches, only sometimes the little witches are big. He knows there are pills that are supposed to relieve headaches like that. He's researched them on the net, but you can't get them without a prescription, and Brady is terrified of doctors. What if one of them discovered he was suffering from a brain tumor? A glioblastoma, which Wikipedia says is the worst. What if that's why he killed the people at the job fair? Don't be stupid. A glio would have killed you months ago. Okay, but suppose the doctor said his migraines were a sign of mental illness. Paranoid schizophrenia, something like that. Brady accepts that he is mentally ill. Of course he is. Normal people don't drive into crowds of people or consider taking out the President of the United States in a suicide attack. Normal people don't kill their little brothers. Normal men don't pause outside their mother's doors, wondering if they're naked. But abnormal men don't like other people to know they're abnormal. He shuts off his computer and wanders aimlessly around his control room. He picks up Thing 2, then puts it down again. Even this isn't original, he's discovered. Car thieves have been using gadgets like this for years. He hasn't dared to use it since the last time he used it on Mrs. Trelawney's Mercedes, but maybe it's time to bring good old Thing 2 out of retirement. It's amazing what people leave in their cars. Using Thing 2 is a little dangerous, but not very. Not if he's careful. And Brady can be very careful. Fucking ex-cop. Why hasn't he taken the bait? Brady rubs his temples. 18. Hodges hasn't taken the bait because he understands the stakes. Pot limit. If he writes the wrong message, he'll never hear from Mr. Mercedes again. On the other hand, if he does what he's sure Mr. Mercedes expects, coy and clumsy efforts to discover who the guy is, the conniving son of a bitch will run rings around him. The question to be answered before he starts is simple. Who is going to be the fish in this relationship, and who is going to be the fisherman? He has to write something because the blue umbrella is all he has. He can call on none of his old police resources. The letters Mr. Mercedes wrote to Olivia Trelawney and Hodges himself are worthless without a suspect. Besides, a letter is just a letter, while computer chat is a dialogue, he says. Only he needs a lure. The tastiest lure imaginable. He can pretend he's suicidal. It wouldn't be hard because until very recently he has been. He's sure that meditations on the attractiveness of death would keep Mr. Mercedes talking for a while, but for how long before the guy realized he was being played? This is no hopped-up moke who believes the police really are going to give him $1 million and a 747 that will fly him to El Salvador. Mr. Mercedes is a very intelligent person who happens to be crazy. Hodges draws his legal pad onto his lap and turns to a fresh page. Halfway down, he writes half a dozen words in large capitals. I have to wind him up. He puts a box around this, places the legal pad in the case file he has started, and closes the thickening folder. He sits a moment longer, looking at the screensaver photo of his daughter, who is no longer 5 and no longer thinks he's God. Good night, Allie. He turns off his computer and goes to bed. He doesn't expect to sleep, but he does. 19. He wakes up at 2:19 a.m. by the bedside clock with the answer as bright in his mind as a neon bar sign. It's risky, but right. The kind of thing you do without hesitation or you don't do at all. He goes into his office, a large pale ghost in boxer shorts. He powers up his computer. He goes to Debbie's blue umbrella and clicks Get Started Now. A new image appears. This time, the young couple is on what looks like a magic carpet floating over an endless sea. The silver rain is falling, but they are safe and dry beneath the blue umbrella. There are 2 buttons below the carpet. Register Now on the left and Enter Password on the right. Hodges clicks Enter Password, and in the box that appears he types Kermit Frog 19. He hits return and a new screen appears. On it is this message. Merce Kill wants to chat with you. Do you want to chat with Merce Kill? Y. N. He puts the cursor on Y and clicks his mouse. A box for his message appears. Hodges types quickly without hesitation. 20. 3 miles away at 49 Elm Street in Northfield, Brady Hartsfield can't sleep. His head thumps. He thinks, Frankie. My brother, who should have died when he choked on that apple slice. Life would have been so much simpler if things had happened that way. He thinks of his mother, who sometimes forgets her nightgown and sleeps raw. Most of all, he thinks of the fat ex-cop. At last he gets up and leaves his bedroom, pausing for a moment outside his mother's door, listening to her snore. The most unerotic sound in the universe, he tells himself, but still he pauses. Then he goes downstairs, opens the basement door, and closes it behind him. He stands in the dark and says, "Control." But his voice is too hoarse, and the dark remains. He clears his throat and tries again. "Control." The lights come on. Chaos lights up his computers, and darkness stops the 7-screen countdown. He sits in front of his number 3. Among the litter of icons is a small blue umbrella. He clicks on it, unaware that he's been holding his breath, until he lets it out in a long, harsh gasp. Kermit Frog, 19, wants to chat with you. Do you want to chat with Kermit Frog, 19? Y. N. Brady hits Y and leans forward. His eager expression remains for a moment before puzzlement seeps in. Then as he reads the short message over and over, puzzlement becomes first anger and then naked fury. Seen a lot of false confessions in my time, but this one's a dilly. I'm retired, but not stupid. Withheld evidence proves you are not the Mercedes killer. Fuck off, asshole. Brady feels an almost insurmountable urge to slam his fist through the screen, but restrains it. He sits in his chair, trembling all over. His eyes are wide and unbelieving. A minute passes. 2, 3. Pretty soon I'll get up, he thinks. Get up and go back to bed. Only what good will that do? He won't be able to sleep. "You fat fuck," he whispers, unaware that hot tears have begun to spill from his eyes. "You fat, stupid, useless fuck. It was me. It was me. It was me." Withheld evidence proves. That is impossible. He seizes on the necessity of hurting the fat ex-cop, and with the idea the ability to think returns. How should he do that? He considers the question for nearly half an hour, trying on and rejecting several scenarios. The answer, when it comes, is elegantly simple. The fat ex-cop's friend, his only friend so far as Brady has been able to ascertain, is a nigger kid with a white name. And what does the nigger kid love? What does his whole family love? The Irish setter, of course. Odell. Brady recalls his earlier fantasy about poisoning a few gallons of Mr. Tasty's finest and starts laughing. He goes on the internet and begins doing research. My due diligence, he thinks, and smiles. At some point he realizes his headache is gone. Poison bait. 1. Brady Hartsfield doesn't need long to figure out how he's going to poison Jerome Robinson's canine pal, Odell. It helps that Brady is also Ralph Jones, a fictional fellow with just enough bona fides plus a low-limit Visa card to order things from places like Amazon and eBay. Most people don't realize how easy it is to wamp up an internet-friendly false identity. You just have to pay the bills. If you don't, things can come unraveled in a hurry. As Ralph Jones, he orders a 2-pound can of Gopher Go and gives Ralphie's mail drop address, the Speedy Postal not far from Discount Electronics. The active ingredient in Gopher Go is strychnine. Brady looks up the symptoms of strychnine poisoning on the net and is delighted to find that Odell will have a tough time of it. 20 minutes or so after ingestion, muscle spasms start in the neck and head. They quickly spread to the rest of the body. The mouth stretches in a grin, at least in humans. Brady doesn't know about dogs. There may be vomiting, but by then too much of the poison has been absorbed and it's too late. Convulsions set in and get worse until the backbone turns into a hard and constant arch. Sometimes the spine actually snaps. When death comes, as a relief, Brady is sure, it's as a result of asphyxiation. The neural pathways tasked with running air to the lungs from the outside world just give up. Brady can hardly wait. At least it won't be a long wait, he tells himself as he shuts off his 7 computers and climbs the stairs. The stuff should be waiting for him next week. The best way to get it into the dog, he thinks, would be in a ball of nice juicy hamburger. All dogs like hamburger, and Brady knows exactly how he's going to deliver Odell's treat. Barbara Robinson, Jerome's little sister, has a friend named Hilda. The 2 girls like to visit Zoni's Go-Mart, the convenience store a couple of blocks from the Robinson house. They say it's because they like the grape ices, but what they really like is hanging out with their other little friends. They sit on the low stone wall at the back of the store's 4-car parking lot, half a dozen chickadees gossiping and giggling and trading treats. Brady has seen them often when he's driving the Mr. Tasty truck. He waves to them, and they wave back. Everybody likes the ice cream man. Mrs. Robinson allows Barbara to make these trips once or twice a week. Zoni's isn't a drug hangout, a thing she has probably investigated for herself, but she has put conditions on her approval that Brady has had no trouble deducing. Barbara can never go alone. She always must be back in an hour. She and her friend must always take Odell. No dogs are allowed in the Go-Mart, so Barbara tethers him to the door handle of the outside restroom while she and Hilda go inside to get their grape-flavored ice. That's when Brady, driving his personal car, a nondescript Subaru, will toss Odell the lethal burger ball. The dog is big. He may last 24 hours. Brady hopes so. Grief has a transitive power which is nicely expressed by the axiom, shit rolls downhill. The more pain Odell feels, the more pain the nigger girl and her big brother will feel. Jerome will pass his grief on to the fat ex-cop, a.k.a. Kermit William Hodges, and the fat ex-cop will understand the dog's death is his fault. Payback for sending Brady that infuriating and disrespectful message. When Odell dies, the fat ex-cop will know. Halfway up to the 2nd floor, listening to his mother snoring, Brady stops, eyes wide with dawning realization. The fat ex-cop will know. And that's the trouble, isn't it? Because actions have consequences. It's the reason why Brady might daydream about poisoning a load of the ice cream he sells the kiddies, but wouldn't actually do such a thing. Not as long as he wants to keep flying under the radar, that is, and for now he does. So far, Hodges hasn't gone to his pals in the police department with the letter Brady sent. At first, Brady believed it was because Hodges wanted to keep it between the 2 of them. Maybe take a shot at tracking down the Mercedes killer himself and getting a little post-retirement glory. But now he knows better. Why would the fucking debt rat want to track him down when he thinks Brady's nothing but a crank? Brady can't understand how Hodges could come to that conclusion when he, Brady, knew about the bleach and the hairnet details never released to the press, but somehow he has. If Brady poisons Odell, Hodges will call in his police pals, starting with his old partner Huntley. Worse, it may give the man Brady hoped to goad into suicide a new reason to live, defeating the whole purpose of the artfully composed letter. That would be completely unfair. Pushing the Trelawney bitch over the edge had been the greatest thrill of his life, far greater, for reasons he doesn't understand or care to, than killing all those people with her car, and he wanted to do it again. To get the chief investigator in the case to kill himself. What a triumph that would be. And Brady is standing halfway up the stairs, thinking hard. The fat bastard still might do it, he tells himself. Killing the dog might be the final push he needs. Only he doesn't really buy this, and his head gives a warning throb. He feels a sudden urge to rush back down to the basement, go on the blue umbrella, and demand that the fat ex-cop tell him what bullshit withheld evidence he's talking about so he, Brady, can knock it down. But to do that would be a bad mistake. It would look needy, maybe even desperate. Withheld evidence. Fuck off, asshole. But I did it. I risked my freedom. I risked my life, and I did it. You can't take away the credit. It's not fair. His head throbs again. You stupid cocksucker, he thinks. One way or the other you're going to pay, but not until after the dog dies. Maybe your nigger friend will die too. Maybe that whole nigger family will die. And after them, maybe a whole lot of other people. Enough to make what happened at City Center look like a picnic. He goes up to his room and lies down on his bed in his underwear. His head is banging again. His arms are trembling. It's as if he has ingested strychnine. He'll lie here in agony until morning unless... He gets up and goes back down the hall. He stands outside his mother's open door for almost 4 minutes, then gives up and goes inside. He gets into bed with her, and his headache begins to recede almost at once. Maybe it's the warmth. Maybe it's the smell of her. Shampoo, body lotion, booze. Probably it's both. She turns over. Her eyes are wide in the dark. Oh, honey boy, are you having one of those nights? Yes. He feels the warmth of tears in his eyes. Little witch? Big witch this time. Want me to help you? She already knows the answer. It's throbbing against her stomach. You do so much for me, she says tenderly. Let me do this for you. He closes his eyes. The smell of the booze on her breath is very strong. He doesn't mind, although ordinarily he hates it. Okay. She takes care of him, swiftly and expertly. It doesn't take long. It never does. There, she says. Go to sleep now, honey boy. He does, almost at once. When he wakes in the early morning light, she's snoring again, a lock of hair spit-stuck to the corner of her mouth. He gets out of bed and goes back to his own room. His mind is clear. The strychnine-laced gopher poison is on its way. When it arrives, he'll poison the dog and damn the consequences. God damn the consequences. As for those suburban niggers with the white people names, they don't matter. The fat ex-cop goes next after he's had a chance to fully experience Jerome Robinson's pain and Barbara Robinson's sorrow, and who cares if it's suicide? The important thing is that he go. And after that, something big, he says as he pulls on a pair of jeans and a plain white tee. A blaze of glory. Just what the blaze will be he doesn't know yet, but that's okay. He has time, and he needs to do something first. He needs to demolish Hodges' so-called withheld evidence and convince him that he, Brady, is indeed the Mercedes killer, the monster Hodges failed to catch. He needs to rub it in until it hurts. He also needs it because if Hodges believes in this bogus withheld evidence, the other cops, the real cops, must believe it too. That is unacceptable. He needs... Credibility, Brady exclaims to the empty kitchen. I need credibility. He sets about making breakfast, bacon and eggs. The smell may waft upstairs to Ma and tempt her. If not, no big deal. He'll eat her share. He's pretty hungry. 2. This time it works, although when Deborah Ann appears, she's still belting her robe and barely awake. Her eyes are red-rimmed, her cheeks are pale, and her hair flies out every which way. She no longer suffers hangovers exactly. Her brain and body have gotten too used to the booze for that, but she spends her mornings in a state of soft focus, watching game shows and popping Tums. Around 2 in the afternoon, when the world starts to sharpen up for her, she pours the day's first drink. If she remembers what happened last night, she doesn't mention it. But then she never does. Neither of them do. We never talk about Frankie either, Brady thinks. And if we did, what would we say? Gosh, too bad about that fall he took. Smells good, she says. Some for me? All you want. Coffee? Please. Lots of sugar. She sits down at the table and stares at the television on the counter. It isn't on, but she stares at it anyway. For all Brady knows, maybe she thinks it is on. You're not wearing your uniform, she says, meaning the blue button-up shirt with discount electronics on the pocket. He has 3 hanging in his closet. He irons them himself. Like vacuuming the floors and washing their clothes, ironing isn't in Ma's repertoire. "Don't need to go in until 10, he says, and as if the words are a magic incantation, his phone wakes up and starts buzzing across the kitchen counter. He catches it just before it can fall off onto the floor. "Don't answer it, honey boy. Pretend we went out for breakfast." It's tempting, but Brady is as incapable of letting a phone ring as he is of giving up his muddled and ever-changing plans for some grand act of destruction. He looks at the caller ID and isn't surprised to see Tones in the window. Anthony Tones Frobisher, the Grand High Pangendrum of Discount Electronics, Birch Hill Mall Branch. He picks up the phone and says, "It's my late day, Tones." "I know, but I need you to make a service call. I really, really do." Tones can't make Brady take a call on his late day, hence the wheedling tone. "Plus, it's Mrs. Rollins, and you know she tips." Of course she does. She lives in Sugar Heights. The Cyber Patrol makes lots of service calls in Sugar Heights, and one of their customers, one of Brady's customers, was the late Olivia Trelawney. He was in her house twice on calls after he began conversing with her beneath Debbie's blue umbrella. And what a kick that was, seeing how much weight she'd lost, seeing how her hands had started to tremble. Also having access to her computer had opened all sorts of possibilities. "I don't know, Tones." But of course he'll go, and not only because Mrs. Rollins tips. It's fun to go rolling past 729 Lilac Drive thinking, I'm responsible for those closed gates. All I had to do to give her the final push was add one little program to her Mac. Computers are wonderful. "Listen, Brady, if you take this call, you don't have to work the store at all today. How's that? Just return the beetle and then hang out wherever until it's time to fire up your stupid ice cream wagon." "What about Freddie? Why don't you send her?" Flat out teasing now. If Tones could have sent Freddie, she'd already be on her way. "Called in sick. Says she's got her period and it's killing her. Of course it's fucking bullshit. I know it, she knows it, and she knows I know it, but she'll put in a sexual harassment claim if I call her on it. She knows I know that, too." Ma sees Brady smiling and smiles back. She raises a hand, closes it, and turns it back and forth. "Twist his balls, honey boy." Brady's smile widens into a grin. Ma may be a drunk. She may only cook once or twice a week. She can be as annoying as shit, but sometimes she can read him like a book. "All right," Brady says. "How about I take my own car?" "You know I can't give you a mileage allowance for your personal vehicle," Tone says. "Also, it's company policy," Brady says. "Right?" "Well, yeah." Shen Limited, DE's German parent company, believes the Cyber Patrol VWs are good advertising. Freddie Linklater says that anyone who wants a guy driving a snot-green Beetle to fix his computer is insane, and on this point Brady agrees with her. Still, there must be a lot of insane people out there because they never lack for service calls, although few tip as well as Paula Rollins. "Okay," Brady says, "but you owe me one." "Thanks, buddy." Brady kills the connection without bothering to say, "You're not my buddy, and we both know it." 3. Paula Rollins is a full-figured blonde who lives in a 16-room faux Tudor mansion 3 blocks from the late Mrs. T's pile. She has all those rooms to herself. Brady doesn't know exactly what her deal is, but guesses she's some rich guy's second or third ex-trophy wife and that she did very well for herself in the settlement. Maybe the guy was too entranced by her knockers to bother with the prenup. Brady doesn't care much. He only knows she has enough to tip well and she's never tried to slap the make on him. That's good. He has no interest in Mrs. Rollins' full figure. She does grab his hand and just about pull him through the door, though. "Oh, Brady, thank God!" She sounds like a woman being rescued from a desert island after 3 days without food or water, but he hears the little pause before she says his name and sees her eyes flick down to read it off his shirt, even though he's been here half a dozen times. So has Freddie, for that matter. Paula Rollins is a serial computer abuser. He doesn't mind that she doesn't remember him. Brady likes being forgettable. I don't know what's wrong." As if the dim-witted twat ever does. Last time he was here 6 weeks ago, it was a kernel panic, and she was convinced a computer virus had gobbled up all her files. Brady shooed her gently from the office and promised, not sounding too hopeful, to do what he could. Then he sat down, restarted the computer, and surfed for a while before calling her in and telling her he had been able to fix the problem just in time. Another half hour, he said, and her files really would have been gone. She had tipped him $80. He and Ma had gone out to dinner that night and split a not bad bottle of champagne. "Tell me what happened," Brady says, grave as a neurosurgeon. "I didn't do anything," she wails. She always wails. Many of his service call customers do. Not just the women, either. Nothing can unman a top-shelf executive more rapidly than the possibility that everything on his MacBook just went to data heaven. She pulls him through the parlor. It's as long as an Amtrak dining car, and into her office. "I cleaned up myself. I never let the housekeeper in here. Washed the windows, vacuumed the floor, and when I sat down to do my email, the damn computer wouldn't even turn on." Huh. Weird. Brady knows Mrs. Rollins has a spick maid to do the household chores, but apparently the maid isn't allowed in the office, which is a good thing for her, because Brady has already spotted the problem, and if the maid had been responsible for it, she probably would have been fired. "Can you fix it, Brady?" Thanks to the tears swimming in them, Mrs. Rollins' big blue eyes are bigger than ever. Brady suddenly flashes on Betty Boop and those old cartoons you can look at on YouTube, thinks poop poop pee doop, and has to restrain a laugh. "I'll sure try," he says gallantly. "I have to run across the street to Helen Wilcox's," she says, "but I'll only be a few minutes. There's fresh coffee in the kitchen if you want it." So saying, she leaves him alone in her big, expensive house with fuck knows how many valuable pieces of jewelry scattered around upstairs. She's safe, though. Brady would never steal from a service client. He might be caught in the act. Even if he weren't, who would be the logical suspect? Duh. He didn't get away with mowing down those job-seeking idiots at City Center only to be arrested for stealing a pair of diamond earrings he wouldn't have any idea how to get rid of. He waits until the back door shuts, then goes into the parlor to watch her accompany her world-class tits across the street. When she's out of sight, he goes back to the office, crawls under her desk, and plugs in her computer. She must have yanked the plug so she could vacuum, then forgot to jack it back in. Her password screen comes on. Idly, just killing time, he types Paula, and her desktop, loaded with all her files, appears. God, people are so dumb. He goes on Debbie's blue umbrella to see if the FedEx cop has posted anything new. He hasn't, but Brady decides on the spur of the moment to send the Detrette a message after all. Why not? He learned in high school that thinking too long about writing doesn't work for him. Too many other ideas get into his head and start sliding all over each other. It's better to just fire away. That was how he wrote to Olivia Trelawney, "White heat, baby." And it's also the way he wrote to Hodges, although he went over the message to the FedEx cop a couple of times to make sure he was keeping his style consistent. He writes in the same style now, only reminding himself to keep it short. "How did I know about the hairnet and bleach, Detective Hodges? That stuff was withheld evidence because it was never in the paper or on TV. You say you are not stupid, but it sure looks that way to me. I think all that TV you watch has rotted your brain. What withheld evidence? I dare you to answer this." Brady looks this over and makes one change, a hyphen in the middle of hairnet. He can't believe he'll ever become a person of interest, but he knows that if he ever does, they'll ask him to provide a writing sample. He almost wishes he could give them one. He wore a mask when he drove into the crowd, and he wears another when he writes as the Mercedes Killer. He hits send, then pulls down Mrs. Rollins' internet history. For a moment he stops, bemused, when he sees several entries for white tie and tails. He knows what that is from something Freddie Linklater told him. A male escort service. Paula Rollins has a secret life, it seems. But then, doesn't everybody? It's no business of his. He deletes his visit to Under Debbie's Blue Umbrella, then opens his boxy service crate and takes out a bunch of random crap. Utility disks, a modem, broken, but she won't know that, various thumb drives, and a voltage regulator that has nothing whatsoever to do with computer repair but looks technological. He also takes out a Lee Child paperback that he reads until he hears his client come in the back door 20 minutes later. When Mrs. Rollins pokes her head into the study, the paperback is out of sight, and Brady is packing up the random shit. She favors him with an anxious smile. "Any luck?" "At first it looked bad," Brady says, "but I tracked down your problem. The trimmer switch was bad, and that shut down your Dana circuit. In a case like that, the computer's programmed not to start up because if it did, you might lose all your data." He looks at her gravely. "The darn thing might even catch fire. It's been known to happen." "Oh, my dear Jesus," she says, packing each word with drama and placing one hand high on her chest. "Are you sure it's okay?" "Good as gold," he says. "Check it out." He starts the computer and looks politely away while she types in her numbfuck password. She opens a couple of files, then turns to him smiling. "Brady, you are a gift from God." My ma used to tell me the same thing until I got old enough to buy beer. She laughs as if this were the funniest thing she has heard in her whole life. Brady laughs with her because he has a sudden vision, kneeling on her shoulders and driving a butcher knife from her own kitchen deep into her screaming mouth. He can almost feel the gristle giving way. 4. Hodges has been checking the Blue Umbrella site frequently, and he's reading the Mercedes killer's follow-up message only minutes after Brady hits send. Hodges is grinning, a big one that smooths his skin and makes him almost handsome. Their relationship has been officially established. Hodges the fisherman, Mr. Mercedes the fish. But a wily fish, he reminds himself, one capable of making a sudden lunge and snapping the line. He will have to be played carefully, reeled toward the boat slowly. If Hodges is able to do that, if he's patient, sooner or later Mr. Mercedes will agree to a meeting. Hodges is sure of it. Because if he can't nudge me into offing myself, that leaves just one alternative, and that's murder. The smart thing for Mr. Mercedes to do would be to just walk away. If he does that, the road ends. But he won't. He's pissed. But that's only part of it, and a small part at that. Hodges wonders if Mr. Mercedes knows just how crazy he is. And if he knows there's one nugget of hard information here. "I think all that TV you watch has rotted your brain." Up to this morning, Hodges has only suspected that Mr. Mercedes has been watching his house. Now he knows. Motherfucker has been on the street, and more than once. He grabs his legal pad and starts jotting possible follow-up messages. It has to be good because his fish feels the hook. The pain of it makes him angry even though he doesn't yet know what it is. He needs to be a lot angrier before he figures it out, and that means taking a risk. Hodges must jerk the line to seat the hook deeper despite the risk the line may break. What? He remembers something Pete Huntley said at lunch, just a remark in passing, and the answer comes to him. Hodges writes on his pad, then rewrites, then polishes. He reads the finished message over and decides it will do. It's short and mean. "There's something you forgot, sucker. Something a false confessor couldn't know. Or a real confessor, for that matter, unless Mr. Mercedes checked out his rolling murder weapon from stem to stern before climbing in, and Hodges is betting the guy didn't. If he's wrong, the line snaps and the fish swims away. But there's an old saying, no risk, no reward. He wants to send the message right away, but knows it's a bad idea. Let the fish swim around in circles a little longer with that bad old hook in his mouth. The question is what to do in the meantime. TV never had less appeal for him. He gets an idea. They're coming in bunches this morning, and pulls out the bottom drawer of his desk. Here's a box filled with the small flip-up pads he used to carry with him when he and Pete were doing street interviews. He never expected to need one of these again, but he takes one now and stows it in the back pocket of his chinos. It fits just right. 5. Hodges walks halfway down Harper Road, then starts knocking on doors just like in the old days. Crossing and recrossing the street, missing no one, working his way back. It's a weekday, but a surprising number of people answer his knock or ring. Some are stay-at-home moms, but many are retirees like himself, fortunate enough to have paid for their homes before the bottom fell out of the economy, but in less than great shape otherwise. Not living day to day, or even week to week maybe, but having to balance out the cost of food against the cost of all those old folks' medicines as the end of the month nears. His story is simple, because simple is always best. He says there have been break-ins a few blocks over, kids probably, and he's checking to see if anyone in his own neighborhood has noticed any vehicles that seem out of place and have shown up more than once. They'd probably be cruising even slower than the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit, he says. He doesn't have to say any more. They all watch the cop shows and know what casing the joint means. He shows them his ID, which has "retired" stamped in red across the name and vitals below his photo. He's careful to say that no, he hasn't been asked by the police to do this canvassing. The last thing in the world he wants is one of his neighbors calling the Murrow building downtown to check up on him. It was his own idea. He lives in the neighborhood too, after all, and has a personal stake in its security. Mrs. Melbourne, the widow whose flowers so fascinated Odell, invites him in for coffee and cookies. Hodges takes her up on it because she seems lonely. It's his first real conversation with her, and he quickly realizes she's eccentric at best, downright bonkers at worst. Articulate, though. He has to give her that. She explains about the black SUVs she's observed, with tinted windows you can't see through, just like on 24, and tells him about their special antennas. Whippers, she calls them, waving her hand back and forth to demonstrate. Uh-huh, Hodges says. Let me make a note of that. He turns a page in his pad and jots, "I have to get out of here," on the new one. "That's a good idea," she says, bright-eyed. "I've just got to tell you how sorry I was when your wife left you, Detective Hodges. She did, didn't she?" "We agreed to disagree," Hodges says, with an amiability he doesn't feel. "It's so nice to meet you in person and know you're keeping an eye out. Have another cookie." Hodges glances at his watch, snaps his pad closed, and gets up. "I'd love to, but I'd better roll. Got a noon appointment." She scans his bulk and says, "Doctor?" "Chiropractor." She frowns, transforming her face into a walnut shell with eyes. "Think that over, Detective Hodges. Back crackers are dangerous. There are people who have lain down on those tables and never walked again." She sees him to the door. As he steps onto the porch, she says, "I'd check on that ice cream man, too. This spring, it seems like he's always around. Do you suppose Loeb's Ice Cream checks out the people they hire to drive those little trucks? I hope so, because that one looks suspicious. He might be a pita roast." "I'm sure their drivers have references, but I'll look into it." "Another good idea," she exclaims. Hodges wonders what he'd do if she produced a long hook like in the old-time vaudeville shows and tried to yank him back inside. A childhood memory comes to him, the witch in Hansel and Gretel. "Also, I just thought of this. I've seen several vans lately. They look like delivery vans. They have business names on them. But anyone can make up a business name, don't you think?" "It's always possible," Hodges says, descending the steps. "You should call in to number 17, too." She points down the hill. "It's almost all the way down to Hanover Street. They have people who come late and play loud music." She sways forward in the doorway, almost bowing. "It could be a dope den. One of those crack houses." Hodges thanks her for the tip and trudges across the street. Black SUVs and the Mr. Tasty guy, he thinks, plus the delivery vans filled with Al-Qaeda terrorists. Across the street he finds a stay-at-home dad, Alan Bowfinger by name. "Just don't confuse me with Goldfinger," he says, and invites Hodges to sit in one of the lawn chairs on the left side of his house where there's shade. Hodges is happy to take him up on this. Bowfinger tells him that he makes a living writing greeting cards. "I specialize in the slightly snarky ones, like on the outside it'll say, 'Happy birthday, who's the fairest of them all?' And when you open it up, there's a piece of shiny foil with a crack running down the middle of it." "Yeah? And what's the message?" Bowfinger holds up his hands as if framing it. "Not you, but we love you anyway." "Kinda mean," Hodges ventures. "True, but it ends with an expression of love. That's what sells the card. First the poke, then the hug. As to your purpose today, Mr. Hodges, or do I call you detective?" "Just Mister these days." "I haven't seen anything but the usual traffic. No slow cruisers except people looking for addresses and the ice cream truck after school lets out." Bowfinger rolls his eyes. "Did you get an earful from Mrs. Melbourne?" "Well, she's a member of NICAP," Bowfinger says. "That stands for National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena." "Weather stuff? Tornadoes and cloud formations?" "Flying saucers. Bowfinger raises his hands to the sky. She thinks they walk among us. Hodges says something that would never have passed his lips if he'd still been on active duty and conducting an official investigation. She thinks Mr. Tasty might be a pita roast. Bowfinger laughs until tears squirt out of his eyes. "Oh, God," he says. "That guy's been around for 5 or 6 years driving his little truck and jingling his little bells. How many pedes do you think he's roasted in all that time?" "Don't know," Hodges says, getting to his feet. "Dozens, probably." He holds out his hand and Bowfinger shakes it. Another thing Hodges is discovering about retirement, his neighbors have stories and personalities. Some of them are even interesting. As he's putting his notepad away, a look of alarm comes over Bowfinger's face. "What?" Hodges asks, at once on point. Bowfinger points across the street and says, "You didn't eat any of her cookies, did you?" "Yeah. Why?" "I'd stay close to the toilet for a few hours if I were you." 6. When he gets back to his house, his arches throbbing and his ankles singing high C, the light on his answering machine is blinking. It's Pete Huntley, and he sounds excited. "Call me," he says. "This is unbelievable, unfucking real." Hodges is suddenly irrationally sure that Pete and his pretty new partner Isabel have nailed Mr. Mercedes after all. He feels a deep stab of jealousy and, crazy but true, anger. He hits Pete on speed dial, his heart hammering, but his call goes right to voicemail. "Got your message," Hodges says. "Call back when you can." He kills the phone, then sits still, drumming his fingers on the edge of his desk. He tells himself it doesn't matter who catches the psycho son of a bitch, but it does. For one thing, it's certainly going to mean that his correspondence with the perk, funny how that word gets in your head, will come out, and that may put him in some fairly warm soup. But it's not the important thing. The important thing is that without Mr. Mercedes, things will go back to what they were. Afternoon TV and playing with his father's gun. He takes out his yellow legal pad and begins transcribing notes on his neighborhood walk-around. After a minute or two of this, he tosses the pad back into the case folder and slams it closed. If Pete and Izzy Janes have popped the guy, Mrs. Melbourne's vans and sinister black SUVs don't mean shit. He thinks about going on Debbie's blue umbrella and sending Merce Kill a message. "Did they catch you?" Ridiculous, but weirdly attractive. His phone rings and he snatches it up, but it's not Pete. It's Olivia Trelawney's sister. "Oh," he says. "Hi, Mrs. Patterson. How you doing?" "I'm fine," she says. "And it's Janie, remember? Me, Janie, you, Bill." "Janie, right." "You don't sound exactly thrilled to hear from me, Bill." Is she being the tiniest bit flirty? Wouldn't that be nice? No, I'm happy you called, but I don't have anything to report." "I didn't expect you would. I called about Mom. The nurse at Sunny Acres who's most familiar with her case works the day shift in the McDonald building where my mother has her little suite of rooms. I asked her to call if Mom brightened up. She still does that." "Yes, you told me." "Well, the nurse called just a few minutes ago to tell me Mom's back, at least for the time being. She might be clear for a day or two, then it's into the clouds again. Do you still want to go see her?" "I think so," Hodges says cautiously. "But it would have to be this afternoon. I'm waiting on a call." "Is it about the man who took her car?" Janie's excited. As I should be, Hodges tells himself. "That's what I need to find out. Can I call you back?" "Absolutely. You have my cell number?" Yeah, she says, gently mocking. It makes him smile in spite of his nerves. "Call me as soon as you can." "I will." He breaks the connection and the phone rings while it's still in his hand. This time it's Pete, and he's more excited than ever. "Billy! I gotta go back. We've got him in an interview room. IR4, as a matter of fact. Remember how you always used to say that was your lucky one? But I had to call you. We got him, partner. We fucking got him." "Got who?" Hodges asks, keeping his voice steady. His heartbeat is steady now, too, but the beats are hard enough to feel in his temples. Whomp, and whomp, and whomp. "Fucking Davis!" Pete shouts. "Who else?" "Davis. Not Mr. Mercedes, but Donnie Davis, the camera-friendly wife murderer." Bill Hodges closes his eyes in relief. It's the wrong emotion to feel, but he feels it nevertheless. He says, "So the body that game warden found near his cabin turned out to be Sheila Davis's? You sure?" Positive. Who did you blow to get the DNA results so fast? When Hodges was on the force, they were lucky to get DNA results within a calendar month of sample submission, and 6 weeks was the average. We don't need DNA. For the trial, sure, but what do you mean you don't? Shut up and listen, okay? He just walked in off the street and copped to it. No lawyer, no bullshit justifications. Listened to the Miranda and said he didn't want a lawyer, only wanted to get it off his chest. Jesus. As smooth as he was in all the interviews we had with him, are you sure he's not fucking with you? Playing some sort of long game? Thinking it's the kind of thing Mr. Mercedes would try to do if they nailed him. Not just a game, but a long game. Isn't that why he tries to create alternate writing styles in his poison pen letters? Billy, it's not just his wife. You remember those dollies he had on the side? Girls with big hair and inflated tits and names like Bobby Sue? Sure, what about them? When this breaks, those young ladies are going to get on their knees and thank God they're still alive. I'm not following you. Turnpike Joe, Billy. 5 women raped and killed at various interstate rest stops between here and Pennsylvania starting back in '94 and ending in '08. Donnie Davis says it's him. Davis is Turnpike Joe. He's given us times and places and descriptions. It all fits. It blows my mind. Mine too, Hodges says, and he absolutely means it. Congratulations. Thanks, but I didn't do anything except show up this morning. Pete laughs wildly. I feel like I won the megabucks. Hodges doesn't feel like that, but at least he hasn't lost the megabucks. He still has a case to work. I gotta get back in there, Billy, before he changes his mind. Yeah, but Pete, before you go... What? Get him a court appointed. Ah, Billy. I'm serious. Interrogate the shit out of him, but before you start, announce, for the record, that you're getting him lawyered up. You can wring him dry before anyone shows up at Murrow, but you have to get this right. Are you hearing me? Yeah, okay, that's a good call. I'll have Izzy do it. Great, now get back in there and nail him down. Pete actually crows. Hodges has read about people doing that, but hasn't ever heard it done except by roosters until now. Turnpike Joe, Billy. Fucking Turnpike Joe. Do you believe it? He hangs up before his ex-partner can reply. Hodges sits where he is for almost 5 minutes, waiting until a belated case of the shakes subsides. Then he calls Janie Patterson. It wasn't about the man we're looking for. Sorry, no, another case. Oh, too bad. Yeah, you'll still come with me to the nursing home? You bet. I'll be waiting on the sidewalk. Before leaving, he checks the blue umbrella site one last time. Nothing there, and he has no intention of sending his own carefully crafted message today. Tonight will be soon enough. Let the fish feel the hook a while longer. He leaves his house with no premonition that he won't be back. 7. Sunny Acres is ritzy. Elizabeth Wharton is not. She's in a wheelchair, hunched over in a posture that reminds Hodges of Rodin's Thinker. Afternoon sunlight slants in through the window, turning her hair into a silver cloud so fine it's a halo. Outside the window, on a rolling and perfectly manicured lawn, a few golden oldies are playing a slow-motion game of croquet. Mrs. Wharton's croquet days are over, as are her days of standing up. When Hodges last saw her, with Pete Huntley beside him and Olivia Trelawney sitting next to her, she was bent. Now she's broken. Janie, vibrant in tapered white slacks and a blue and white striped sailor's shirt, kneels beside her, stroking one of Mrs. Wharton's badly twisted hands. "How are you today, dear one?" she asks. "You look better." If this is true, Hodges is horrified. Mrs. Wharton peers at her daughter with faded blue eyes that express nothing, not even puzzlement. Hodges' heart sinks. He enjoyed the ride out here with Janie, enjoyed looking at her, enjoyed getting to know her even more, and that's good. It means the trip hasn't been entirely wasted. Then a minor miracle occurs. The old lady's cataract-tinged eyes clear, the cracked, lipstickless lips spread in a smile. "Hello, Janie." She can only raise her head a little, but her eyes flick to Hodges. Now they look cold. "Craig." Thanks to their conversation on the ride out, Hodges knows who that is. "This isn't Craig, lovey. This is a friend of mine. His name is Bill Hodges. You've met him before." "No, I don't believe..." She trails off, frowning now, then says, "You're one of the detectives." "Yes, ma'am." He doesn't even consider telling her he's retired. Best to keep things on a straight line while there are still a few circuits working in her head. Her frown deepens, creating rivers of wrinkles. "You thought Livy left her key in her car so that man could steal it. She told you and told you, but you never believed her." Hodges copies Janey taking a knee beside the wheelchair. "Mrs. Wharton, I now think we might have been wrong about that." "Of course you were." She shifts her gaze back to her remaining daughter, looking up at her from beneath the bony shelf of her brow. It's the only way she can look. "Where's Craig?" "I divorced him last year, Mom." She considers, then says, "Good riddance to bad rubbish." "I couldn't agree more. Can Bill ask you a few questions?" "I don't see why not, but I want some orange juice and my pain pills." "I'll go down to the nurse's suite and see if it's time," she says. "Bill, are you okay if I—" He nods and flicks 2 fingers in a go-go gesture. As soon as she's out the door, Hodges gets to his feet, bypasses the visitor's chair, and sits on Elizabeth Wharton's bed with his hands clasped between his knees. He has his pad, but he's afraid taking notes might distract her. The two of them regard each other silently. Hodges is fascinated by the silver nimbus around the old lady's head. There are signs that one of the orderlies combed her hair that morning, but it's gone its own wild way in the hours since. Hodges is glad. The scoliosis has twisted her body into a thing of ugliness, but her hair is beautiful. Crazy and beautiful. "I think," he says, "we treated your daughter badly, Mrs. Wharton." Yes, indeed. Even if Mrs. T was an unwitting accomplice and Hodges hasn't entirely dismissed the idea that she left her key in the ignition, he and Pete did a piss-poor job. It's easy, too easy, to either disbelieve or disregard someone you dislike. We were blinded by certain preconceptions, and for that I'm sorry. "Are you talking about Janey? Janey and Craig? He hit her, you know." "She tried to get him to stop using that dope stuff he liked, and he hit her. She says only once, but I believe it was more." She lifts one slow hand and taps her nose with a pale finger. "A mother can tell." "This isn't about Janey. I'm talking about Olivia." "He made Livy stop taking her pills. She said it was because she didn't want to be a dope addict like Craig, but it wasn't the same. She needed those pills." "Are you talking about her antidepressants?" "They were pills that made her able to go out." She pauses, considering. "There were other ones, too, that kept her from touching things over and over. She had strange ideas, my Livy, but she was a good person just the same. Underneath, she was a very good person." Mrs. Wharton begins to cry. There's a box of Kleenex on the nightstand. Hodges takes a few and holds them out to her, but when he sees how difficult it is for her to close her hand, he wipes her eyes for her. "Thank you, sir. Is your name Hedges?" "Hodges, ma'am." "You were the nice one. The other one was very mean to Livy. She said he was laughing at her, laughing all the time. She said she could see it in his eyes." Was that true? If so, he's ashamed of Pete, and ashamed of himself for not realizing. Who suggested she stop taking her pills? Do you remember? Janey has come back with the orange juice in a small paper cup that probably holds her mother's pain medication. Hodges glimpses her from the corner of his eye and uses the same 2 fingers to motion her away again. He doesn't want Mrs. Wharton's attention divided or taking any pills that will further muddle her already muddled recollection. Mrs. Wharton is silent. Then just when Hodges is afraid she won't answer, "It was her pen pal." "Did she meet him under the blue umbrella? Debbie's blue umbrella?" "She never met him. Not in person." "What I mean—" "The blue umbrella was make-believe." From beneath the white brows, her eyes are calling him a perfect idiot. "It was a thing in her computer. Frankie was her computer pen pal." He always feels a kind of electric shock in his midsection when fresh info drops. Frankie. Surely not the guy's real name, but names have power, and aliases often have meaning. Frankie. He told her to stop taking her medicine?
Yes, he said it was hooking her. Where's Janie? I want my pills.
She'll be back any minute, I'm sure. Mrs. Wharton broods into her lap for a moment.
Frankie said he took all the same medicines and that's why he did what he did. He said he felt better after he stopped taking them. He said that after he stopped, he knew what he did was wrong. But it made him sad because he couldn't take it back. That's what he said. And that life wasn't worth living. I told Livy she should stop talking to him. I said he was bad, that he was poison, and she said...
The tears are coming again.
She said she had to save him.
This time when Janie comes into the doorway, Hodges nods to her. Janie puts a pair of blue pills into her mother's pursed and seeking mouth and gives her a drink of juice.
Thank you, Livy.
Hodges sees Janie wince, then smile.
You're welcome, dear. She turns to Hodges. I think we should go, Bill. She's very tired.
He can see that, but is still reluctant to leave. There's a feeling you get when the interview isn't done, when there's at least one more apple hanging on the tree. Mrs. Wharton, did Olivia say anything else about Frankie? Because you're right, he is bad. I'd like to find him so he can't hurt anyone else.
Livy never would have left her key in her car. Never.
Elizabeth Wharton sits hunched in her bar of sun, a human parenthesis in a fuzzy blue robe, unaware that she's topped with a gauze of silver light. The finger comes up again. Admonitory, she says,
That dog we had never threw up on the rug again. Just that once.
Janie takes Hodges' hand and mouths, Let's go. Habits die hard, and Hodges speaks the old formula as Janie bends down and kisses first her mother's cheek and then the corner of her dry mouth. Thank you for your time, Mrs. Wharton. You've been very helpful. As they reach the door, Mrs. Wharton speaks clearly.
She still wouldn't have committed suicide if not for the ghosts.
Hodges turns back. Beside him, Janie Patterson is wide-eyed. What ghosts, Mrs. Wharton?
One was the baby, she says. The poor thing who was killed with all those others. Livy heard that baby in the night crying and crying. She said the baby's name was Patricia.
In her house? Olivia heard this in her house? Elizabeth Wharton manages the smallest of nods, a mere dip of the chin.
And sometimes the mother, she said the mother would accuse her.
She looks up at them from her wheelchair hunch.
She would scream, Why did you let him murder my baby? That's why Livy killed herself.
8. It's Friday afternoon, and the suburban streets are feverish with kids released from school. There aren't many on Harper Road, but there are still some, and this gives Brady a perfect reason to cruise slowly past number 63 and peek in the window. Except he can't because the drapes are drawn, and the overhang to the left of the house is empty except for the lawnmower. Instead of sitting in his house and watching TV where he belongs, the det-ret is sporting about in his crappy old Toyota. Sporting about where? It probably doesn't matter, but Hodges' absence makes Brady vaguely uneasy. Two little girls trot to the curb with money clutched in their hands. They have undoubtedly been taught both at home and at school to never approach strangers, especially strange men, but who could be less strange than good old Mr. Tasty? He sells them a cone each, one chocolate and one vanilla. He joshes with them, asks how they got so pretty. They giggle. The truth is, one's ugly and the other's worse. As he serves them and makes change, he thinks about the missing Corolla, wondering if this break in Hodges' afternoon routine has anything to do with him. Another message from Hodges on the blue umbrella might cast some light, give an idea of where the ex-cop's head is at. Even if it doesn't, Brady wants to hear from him. You don't dare ignore me, he says as the bells tinkle and chime over his head. He crosses Hanover Street, parks in the strip mall, kills the engine, the annoying chimes fall blessedly silent, and hauls his laptop out from under the seat. He keeps it in an insulated case because the truck is always so fucking cold. He boots it up and goes on Debbie's blue umbrella, courtesy of the nearby coffee shop's Wi-Fi. Nothing. "You fucker," Brady whispers. "You don't dare ignore me, you fucker." As he zips the laptop back into its case, he sees a couple of boys standing outside the comic book shop, talking and looking at him and grinning. Given his 5 years of experience, Brady estimates that they're 6th or 7th graders with a combined IQ of 120 and a long future of collecting unemployment checks, or a short one in some desert country. They approach, the goofier-looking of the pair in the lead. Smiling, Brady leans out his window. "Help you, boys?" "We want to know if you got Jerry Garcia in there," Goofy says. "No," Brady says, smiling more widely than ever. "But if I did, I'd sure let him out." They look so ridiculously disappointed, Brady almost laughs. Instead, he points down at Goofy's pants. "Your fly's unzipped," he says, and when Goofy looks down, Brady flicks a finger at the soft underside of his chin. A little harder than he intended, actually quite a lot, but what the hell. "Gotcha," Brady says merrily. Goofy smiles to show yes, he's been gotten, but there's a red wheal just above his Adam's apple and surprised tears swim in his eyes. Goofy and not quite so Goofy start away. Goofy looks back over his shoulder. His lower lip is pushed out, and now he looks like a 3rd grader instead of just another pre-adolescent cum stain who'll be fucking up the halls of Beale Middle School come September. "That really hurt," he says, with a kind of wonder. Brady's mad at himself. A finger flick hard enough to bring tears to the kid's eyes means he's telling the straight-up truth. It also means Goofy and not quite so Goofy will remember him. Brady can apologize, can even give them free cones to show his sincerity, but then they'll remember that. It's a small thing, but small things mount up, and then maybe you have a big thing. "Sorry," he says, and means it. "I was just kidding around, son." Goofy gives him the finger, and not quite so Goofy adds his own middle digit to show solidarity. They go into the comic store where, if Brady knows boys like these, and he does, they will be invited to either buy or leave after 5 minutes browsing. They'll remember him. Goofy might even tell his parents, and his parents might lodge a complaint with Lobes. It's unlikely, but not impossible, and whose fault was it that he'd given Goofy Boy's unprotected neck a snap hard enough to leave a mark instead of just the gentle flick he'd intended? The ex-cop has knocked Brady off balance. He's making him screw things up, and Brady doesn't like that. He starts the ice cream truck's engine. The bells begin bonging a tune from the loudspeaker on the roof. Brady turns left on Hanover Street and resumes his daily round, selling cones and happy boys and Pola bars, spreading sugar on the afternoon, and obeying all speed limits. 9. Although there are plenty of parking spaces on Lake Avenue after 7 p.m., as Olivia Trelawney well knew, they are few and far between at 5 in the afternoon when Hodges and Janie Patterson get back from Sunny Acres. Hodges spots one 3 or 4 buildings down, however, and although it's small, the car behind the empty spot is poached a little, he shoehorns the Toyota into it quickly and easily. "I'm impressed," Janie says. "I could never have done that. I flunked my driver's test on parallel parking the first 2 times I went." "You must have had a hard ass." She smiles. "The 3rd time I wore a short skirt, and that did the trick." Thinking about how much he'd like to see her in a short skirt, the shorter the better, Hodges says, "There's really no trick to it. If you back toward the curb at a 45-degree angle, you can't go wrong. Unless your car's too big, that is. A Toyota's perfect for city parking, not like a..." He stops. "Not like a Mercedes," she finishes. "Come up and have coffee, Bill. I'll even feed the meter." "I'll feed it. In fact, I'll max it out. We've got a lot to talk about." "You learned some stuff from my mom, didn't you? That's why you were so quiet all the way back." "I did, and I'll fill you in, but that's not where the conversation starts." He's looking at her full in the face now, and it's an easy face to look into. Christ, he wishes he were 15 years younger. Even 10. "I need to be straight with you. I think you're under the impression that I came looking for work, and that's not the case." "No," she says. "I think you came because you feel guilty about what happened to my sister. I simply took advantage of you. I'm not sorry either. You were good with my mother. Kind. Very gentle." She's close. Her eyes a darker blue in the afternoon light and very wide. Her lips open as if she has more to say, but he doesn't give her a chance. He kisses her before he can think about how stupid it is. how reckless, and is astounded when she kisses him back, even putting her right hand on the nape of his neck to make their contact a little firmer. It goes on for no more than 5 seconds, but it seems much longer to Hodges, who hasn't had a kiss like this one in quite a while. She pulls back, brushes a hand through his hair, and says, "I've wanted to do that all afternoon. Now let's go upstairs. I'll make coffee and you make your report." But there's no report until much later, and no coffee at all. 10. He kisses her again in the elevator. This time her hands link behind his neck, and his travel down past the small of her back to the white pants snug across her bottom. He is aware of his too big stomach pressing against her trim one and thinks she must be revolted by it, but when the elevator opens, her cheeks are flushed, her eyes are bright, and she's showing small white teeth in her smile. She takes his hand and pulls him down the short hall between the elevator and the apartment door. "Come on," she says. "Come on, we're going to do this, so come on, before one of us gets cold feet." It won't be me, Hodges thinks. Every part of him is warm. At first she can't open the door because the hand holding the key is shaking too badly. It makes her laugh. He closes his fingers over hers, and together they push the schlag into the slot. The apartment where he first met this woman's sister and mother is shadowy because the sun has traveled around to the other side of the building. The lake has darkened to a cobalt so deep it's almost purple. There are no sailboats, but he can see a freighter. "Come on," she says again. "Come on, Bill, don't quit on me now." Then they're in one of the bedrooms. He doesn't know if it's Janie's or the one Olivia used on her Thursday night stays, and he doesn't care. The life of the last few months, the afternoon TV, the microwave dinners, his father's Smith & Wesson revolver, seems so distant that it might have belonged to a fictional character in a boring foreign movie. She tries to pull the striped sailor shirt over her head, and it gets caught on the clip in her hair. She gives a frustrated, muffled laugh. "Help me with this damn thing, would you please?" He runs his hands up her smooth sides. She gives a tiny jump at his initial touch, and beneath the inside-out shirt. He stretches the fabric and lifts. Her head pops free. She's laughing and little out-of-breath gasps. Her bra is plain white cotton. He holds her by the waist and kisses between her breasts as she unbuckles his belt and pops the button on his slacks. He thinks, if I'd known this could happen at this stage of my life, I would have gotten back to the gym. "Why?" he begins. "Oh, shut up." She slides a hand down the front of him, pushing the zipper with her palm. His pants fall around his shoes in a jingle of change. "Save the talk for later." She grabs the hardness of him through his underpants and wiggles it like a gear shift, making him gasp. "That's a good start. Don't go limp on me, Bill, don't you dare." They fall onto the bed. Hodges still in his boxer shorts, Janie in cotton panties as plain as her bra. He tries to roll her onto her back, but she resists. "You're not getting on top of me," she says. "If you have a heart attack while we're screwing, you'll crush me." "If I have a heart attack while we're screwing, I'll be the most disappointed man to ever leave this world." "Stay still. Just stay still." She hooks her thumbs into the sides of his boxers. He cups her hanging breasts as she does it. "Now lift your legs, and keep busy. Use your thumbs a little. I like that." He's able to obey both of these commands with no trouble. He's always been a multitasker. A moment later, she's looking down at him, a lock of her hair tumbled over one of her eyes. She sticks out her lower lip and blows it back. "Keep still. Let me do the work. And stay with me. I don't mean to be bossy, but I haven't had sex in 2 years, and the last I did have sucked. I want to enjoy this. I deserve it." The clinging, slippery warmth of her encloses him in a warm hug, and he can't help raising his hips. "Stay still," I said. "Next time you can move all you want, but this is mine." It's difficult, but he does as she says. Her hair tumbles into her eyes again, and this time she can't use her lower lip to blow it back because she's gnawing at it in little bites he thinks she'll feel later. She spreads both hands and rubs them roughly through the graying hair on his chest and down to the embarrassing swell of his gut. "I need to lose some weight," he gasps. "You need to shut up," she says, then moves just a little and closes her eyes. "Oh, God, that's deep. And nice. You can worry about your diet program later, okay?" She begins to move again, pauses once to readjust the angle, then settles into a rhythm. "I don't know how long I can—" "You better." Her eyes are still closed. "You just better hold out, Detective Hodges. Count prime numbers. Think of the books you liked when you were a kid. Spell xylophone backwards. Just stay with me. I won't need long." He stays with her just long enough. 11. Sometimes when he's feeling upset, Brady Hartsfield retraces the route of his greatest triumph. It soothes him. On this Friday night, he doesn't go home after turning in the ice cream truck and making the obligatory joke or two with Shirley Orton in the front office. He drives his clunker downtown instead, not liking the front-end shimmy or the too loud blat of the engine. Soon he will have to balance off the cost of a new car, a new used car, against the cost of repairs. And his mother's Honda needs work even more desperately than his Subaru does. Not that she drives the Honda very often these days, and that's good, considering how much of her time she spends in the bag. His trip down memory lane begins on Lake Avenue, just past the bright lights of downtown, where Mrs. Trelawney always parked her Mercedes on Thursday nights, and winds up Marlborough Street to City Center. Only this evening, he gets no further than the condo. He brakes so suddenly that the car behind almost rear-ends him. The driver hits his horn in a long, outraged blast, but Brady pays no attention. It might as well have been a foghorn on the other side of the lake. The driver pulls around and buzzing down his passenger side window to yell, "Asshole!" at the top of his lungs. Brady pays no attention to that either. There must be thousands of Toyota Corollas in the city and hundreds of blue Toyota Corollas. But how many blue Toyota Corollas with bumper stickers reading, "Support your local police"? Brady is betting there's just one. And what the hell is the fat ex-cop doing in the old lady's condominium apartment? Why is he visiting Mrs. Trelawney's sister, who now lives there? The answer seems obvious. Detective Hodges, Rhett, is hunting. Brady is no longer interested in reliving last year's triumph. He pulls an illegal and completely out-of-character U-turn, now heading for the north side. Heading for home with a single thought in his head, blinking on and off like a neon sign. You bastard. You bastard. You bastard. Things are not going the way they are supposed to. Things are slipping out of his control. It's not right. Something needs to be done. 12. As the stars come out over the lake, Hodges and Janie Patterson sit in the kitchen nook, gobbling take-out Chinese and drinking oolong tea. Janie is wearing a fluffy white bathrobe. Hodges is in his boxers and T-shirt. When he used the bathroom after making love, she was curled in the middle of the bed dozing. He got on her scale and was delighted to see he's 4 pounds lighter than the last time he weighed himself. It's a start. "Why me?" Hodges says now. "Don't get me wrong, I feel incredibly lucky, even blessed, but I'm 62 and overweight." She sips tea. "Well, let's think about that, shall we? In one of the old detective movies Ollie and I used to watch on TV when we were kids, I'd be the greedy vixen, maybe a nightclub cigarette girl, who tries to charm the crusty and cynical private detective with her fair white body. Only I'm not the greedy type, nor do I have to be, considering the fact that I recently inherited several $1 million, and my fair white body has started to sag in several vital places, as you may have noticed." He hasn't. What he has noticed is that she hasn't answered his question, so he waits. "Not good enough?" "Nope." Janie rolls her eyes. "I wish I could think of a way to answer you that's gentler than 'men are very stupid,' or more elegant than 'I was horny and wanted to brush away the cobwebs.' I'm not coming up with much, so let's go with those. Plus, I was attracted to you. It's been 30 years since I was a dewy debutante and much too long since I got laid. I'm 44, and that allows me to reach for what I want. I don't always get it, but I'm allowed to reach." He stares at her, honestly amazed. 44? She bursts into laughter. "You know what, that looks the nicest compliment I've had in a long, long time, and the most honest one. Just that stare. So I'm going to push it a little. How old did you think I was?" "Maybe 40, at the outside, which would make me a cradle robber." "Oh, bullshit. If you were the one with the money instead of me, everyone would take the younger woman thing for granted. In that case, people would take it for granted if you were sleeping with a 25-year-old. She pauses. "Although that would be cradle robbing, in my humble opinion." "Still." You're old, but not that old, and you're on the heavyweight side, but not that heavy. Although you will be if you keep on the way you're going. She points her fork at him. That's the kind of honesty a woman can only afford after she's slept with a man and still likes him well enough to eat dinner with him. I said I haven't had sex in 2 years. That's true. But do you know when I last had sex with a man I actually liked? He shakes his head. Try junior college. And he wasn't a man, he was a second-string tackle with a big red pimple on the end of his nose. He was very sweet, though. Clumsy and far too quick, but sweet. He actually cried on my shoulder afterward. So, this wasn't just, I don't know, a thank you fuck? A mercy fuck? Give me a little credit. And here's a promise. She leans forward, the robe gaping to show the shadowed valley between her breasts. Lose 20 pounds, and I'll risk you on top. He can't help laughing. It was great, Bill. I have no regrets, and I have a thing for big guys. The tackle with the pimple on his nose went about 240. My ex was a beanpole, and I should have known no good could come of it the first time I saw him. Can we leave it at that? Yeah. Yeah, she says, smiling, and stands up. Come on in the living room. It's time for you to make your report. 13. He tells her everything except for his long afternoons watching bad TV and flirting with his father's old service revolver. She listens gravely, not interrupting, her eyes seldom leaving his face. When he's done, she gets a bottle of wine out of the fridge and pours them each a glass. They are big glasses, and he looks at his doubtfully. Don't know if I should, Janie. I'm driving. Not tonight, you're not. You're staying here, unless you've got a dog or a cat. Hodges shakes his head. Not even a parrot? In one of those old movies, you'd at least have a parrot in your office that would say rude things to prospective clients. Sure, and you'd be my receptionist, Lola, instead of Janie. Or Velma. He grins. There's a wavelength, and they're on it. She leans forward, once again creating that enticing view. Profile this guy for me. That was never my job. We had guys who specialized in that, 1 on the force and 2 on call from the psych department at the state university. Do it anyway. I Googled you, you know, and it looks to me like you were just about the best the police department had. Commendations up the wazoo. I got lucky a few times. It comes out sounding falsely modest, but luck really is a big part of it. Luck and being ready. Woody Allen was right. 80% of success is just showing up. Take a shot, okay? If you do a good job, maybe we'll revisit the bedroom. She wrinkles her nose at him. Unless you're too old for twosies. The way he feels right now, he might not be too old for threesies. There have been a lot of celibate nights, which gives him an account to draw on. Or so he hopes. Part of him, a large part, still can't believe this isn't an incredibly detailed dream. He sips his wine, rolling it around in his mouth, giving himself time to think. The top of her robe is closed again, which helps him concentrate. Okay. He's probably young, that's the first thing. I'm guessing between 20 and 35. That's partly because of his computer savvy, but not entirely. When an older guy murders a bunch of people, the ones he mostly goes after are family, co-workers, or both, then he finishes by putting the gun to his own head. You look, you find a reason, a motive. Wife kicked him out, then got a restraining order. Boss downsized him, then humiliated him by having a couple of security guys stand by while he cleaned out his office. Loans overdue, credit cards maxed out, house underwater, car repoed. But what about serial killers? Wasn't that guy in Kansas a middle-aged man? Dennis Rader, yeah. And he was middle-aged when they bagged him, but only 30 or so when he started. Also, those were sex killings. Mr. Mercedes isn't a sex killer, and he's not a serial killer in the traditional sense. He started with a bunch, but since then he's settled on individuals. First your sister, now me. And he didn't come after either of us with a gun or a stolen car, did he? Not yet, anyway, Janie says. Our guy is a hybrid, but he has certain things in common with younger men who kill. He's more like Lee Malvo, one of the Beltway snipers, than Rader. Malvo and his partner plan to kill 6 white people a day. Just random killings. Whoever had the bad luck to walk into their gun sights went down. Sex and age didn't matter. They ended up getting 10, not a bad score for a couple of homicidal maniacs. The stated motive was racial, and with John Allen Muhammad, he was Malvo's partner, much older, a kind of father figure, that might have been true, or partially true. I think Malvo's motivation was a lot more complex, A whole stew of things he didn't understand himself. Look closely and you'd probably find sexual confusion and upbringing were major players. I think the same is true with our guy. He's young. He's bright. He's good at fitting in. So good that a lot of his associates don't realize he's basically a loner. When he's caught, they'll all say, "I can't believe it was so-and-so. He was always so nice."
Like Dexter Morgan on that TV show.
Hodges knows the one she's talking about and shakes his head emphatically. Not just because the show is Fantasyland bullshit, either. Dexter knows why he's doing what he's doing. Our guy doesn't. He's almost certainly unmarried. He doesn't date. He may be impotent. There's a good chance he's still living at home. If so, it's probably with a single parent. If it's father, the relationship is cold and distant. Ships passing in the night. If it's mother, there's a good chance Mr. Mercedes is her surrogate husband. He sees her start to speak and raises his hand. That doesn't mean they're having a sexual relationship.
Maybe not, but I'll tell you something, Bill. You don't have to sleep with a guy to be having a sexual relationship with him. Sometimes it's in the eye contact, or the clothes you wear when you know he's going to be around, or what you do with your hands, touching, patting, caressing, hugging. Sex has got to be in this somewhere. I mean, that letter he sent you. The stuff about wearing a condom while he did it. She shivers in her white robe. 90% of that letter is white noise, but sure, sex is in it somewhere. Always is. Also anger, aggression, loneliness, feelings of inadequacy. But it doesn't do to get lost in stuff like that. It's not profiling, it's analysis, which was way above my pay grade even when I had a pay grade. Okay.
He's broken, Hodges says simply. And evil. Like an apple that looks okay on the outside, but when you cut it open, it's black and full of worms. Evil, she says, almost sighing the word, then to herself rather than him.
Of course he is. He battened on my sister like a vampire.
He could have some kind of job where he meets the public because he's got a fair amount of surface charm. If so, it's probably a low-paying job. He never advances because he's unable to combine his above-average intelligence with long-term concentration. His actions suggest he's a creature of impulse and opportunity. The city center killings are a perfect example. I think he had his eye on your sister's Mercedes, but I don't think he knew what he was actually going to do with it until just a few days before the job fair. Maybe only a few hours. I just wish I could figure out how he stole it. He pauses, thinking that thanks to Jerome he has a good idea about half of it. The spare key was very likely in the glove compartment all along. I think ideas for murder flipped through this guy's head as fast as cards in a good dealer's fast shuffle. He's probably thought of blowing up airliners, setting fires, shooting up school buses, poisoning the water system, maybe assassinating the governor or the president.
Jesus, Bill.
Right now he's fixated on me, and that's good. It will make him easier to catch. It's good for another reason, too.
Which is?
I'd rather keep him thinking small, keep him thinking one-on-one. The longer he keeps doing that, the longer it will be before he decides to try putting on another horror show like the one at City Center, maybe on an even grander scale. You know what creeps me out? He's probably already got a list of potential targets.
Didn't he say in his letter that he had no urge to do it again?
He grins. It lights up his whole face. Yeah, he did. And you know how you tell when guys like this are lying? Their lips are moving. Only in the case of Mr. Mercedes, he's writing letters.
Or communicating with his targets on the Blue Umbrella site, like he did with Ollie.
Yeah.
If we assume he succeeded with her because she was psychologically fragile. Forgive me, Bill, but does he have a reason to believe he can succeed with you for the same reason?
He looks at his glass of wine and sees it's empty. He starts to pour himself another half a glass, thinks what that might do to his chances of a successful return engagement in the bedroom, and settles for a small puddle in the bottom instead.
Bill.
Maybe, he says. Since my retirement, I've been drifting. But I'm not as lost as your sister. Not anymore, at least. And that's not the important thing. It's not the takeaway from the letters and from the Blue Umbrella communications.
Then what is?
He's been watching. That's the takeaway. It makes him vulnerable. Unfortunately, it also makes him dangerous to my known associates. I don't think he knows I've been talking to you.
Quite a bit more than talking, she says, giving her eyebrows a Groucho waggle.
But he knows Olivia had a sister, and we have to assume he knows you're in the city. You need to start being super careful. Make sure your door is locked when you're here.
I always do.
And don't believe what you hear on the lobby intercom. Anyone can say he's from a package service and needs a signature. Visually identify all comers before you open your door. Be aware of your surroundings when you go out. He leans forward, the splash of wine untouched. He doesn't want it anymore. Big thing here, Janie. When you are out, keep an eye on traffic. Not just driving, but when you're on foot. Do you know the term BOLO? Cops speak for be on the lookout. That's it. When you're out, you're going to BOLO any vehicles that seem to keep reappearing in your immediate vicinity. Like that lady's black SUVs, she says, smiling. Mrs. Who's-a-what's-it? Mrs. Melbourne. Thinking of her tickles some obscure associational switch in the back of Hodges' mind, but it's gone before he can track it down, let alone scratch it. Jerome's got to be on the lookout, too. If Mr. Mercedes is cruising Hodges' place, he'll have seen Jerome mowing the lawn, putting on the screens, cleaning out the gutters. Both Jerome and Janie are probably safe, but probably isn't good enough. Mr. Mercedes is a random bundle of homicide, and Hodges is set out on a course of deliberate provocation. Janie reads his mind. And yet you're, what did you call it, winding him up? Yeah, and very shortly I'm going to steal some time on your computer and wind him up a little more. I had a message all worked out, but I'm thinking of adding something. My partner got a big solve today, and there's a way I can use that. What was it? There's no reason not to tell her. It will be in the papers tomorrow, Sunday at the latest. Turnpike Joe. The one who kills women at rest stops. And when he nods, does he fit your profile of Mr. Mercedes? Not at all, but there's no reason for our guy to know that. What do you mean to do? Hodges tells her. 14. They don't have to wait for the morning paper. The news that Donald Davis, already under suspicion for the murder of his wife, has confessed to the Turnpike Joe killings leads the 11 p.m. news. Hodges and Janie watch it in bed. For Hodges, the return engagement has been strenuous but sublimely satisfactory. He's still out of breath. He's sweaty and in need of a shower, but it's been a long, long time since he felt this happy. This complete. When the newscaster moves on to a puppy stuck in a drain pipe, Janie uses the remote to kill the TV. Okay, it could work. But God, is it risky? He shrugs. With no police resources to call on, I see it as my best way forward. And it's fine with him, because it's the way he wants to go forward. He thinks briefly of the makeshift but very effective weapon he keeps in his dresser drawer, the Argyle sock filled with ball bearings. He imagines how satisfying it would be to use the happy slapper on the son of a bitch who ran one of the world's heaviest passenger sedans into a crowd of defenseless people. That probably won't happen, but it's possible. In this best and worst of all worlds, most things are. What did you make of what my mother said at the end about Olivia hearing ghosts? I need to think about that a little more, Hodges says, but he's already thought about it, and if he's right, he might have another path to Mr. Mercedes. Given his druthers, he wouldn't involve Jerome Robinson any more than he already has, but if he's going to follow up on old Mrs. Wharton's parting shot, he may have to. He knows half a dozen cops with Jerome's computer savvy and can't call on a single one of them. Ghosts, he thinks. Ghosts in the machine. He sits up and swings his feet out onto the floor. If I'm still invited to stay over, what I need right now is a shower. You are. She leans over and sniffs at the side of his neck, her hand lightly clamped on his upper arm, giving him a pleasurable shiver. And you certainly do. When he's showered and back in his boxers, he asks her to power up her computer. Then, with her sitting beside him and looking on attentively, he slips under Debbie's blue umbrella and leaves a message for Merce Kill. 15 minutes later, and with Janie Patterson nestled next to him, he sleeps, and never so well since childhood. 15. When Brady gets home after several hours of aimless cruising, it's late and there's a note on the back door. Where you been, honey boy? There's homemade lasagna in the oven. He only has to look at the unsteady down-slanting script to know she was seriously loaded when she wrote it. He untacks the note and lets himself in. Usually he checks on her first thing, but he smells smoke and hustles to the kitchen, where a blue haze hangs in the air. Thank God the smoke detector in here is dead. He keeps meaning to replace it and keeps forgetting too many other fish to fry. Thanks are also due for the powerful stove fan, which has sucked up just enough smoke to keep the rest of the detectors from going off, although they soon will if he can't air the place out. The oven is set at 350. He turns it off. He opens the windows over the sink, then the back door. There's a floor fan in the utility closet where they keep the cleaning supplies. He sets it up facing the runaway stove and turns it on at the highest setting. With that done, he finally goes into the living room and checks on his mother. She's crashed down on the couch, wearing a house dress that's open up top and rucked to her thighs below, snoring so loudly and steadily she sounds like an idling chainsaw. He averts his eyes and goes back into the kitchen, muttering, "Fuck, fuck, fuck, fuck," under his breath. He sits at the table with his head bent, his palms cupping his temples, and his fingers plunged deep into his hair. Why is it that when things go wrong, they have to keep on going wrong? He finds himself thinking of the Morton Salt motto, "When it rains, it pours." After 5 minutes of airing out, he risks opening the oven. As he regards the black and smoking lump within, any faint hunger pangs he might have felt when he got home pass away. Washing will not clean that pan. An hour of scouring and a whole box of Brillo pads will not clean that pan. An industrial laser probably wouldn't clean that pan. That pan is a gone goose. It's only luck that he didn't get home to find the fucking fire department here and his mother offering them vodka Collinses. He shuts the oven. He doesn't want to look at that nuclear meltdown and goes back to look at his mother instead. Even as his eyes are running up and down her bare legs, he's thinking it would be better if she did die. Better for her and better for me. He goes downstairs, using his voice commands to turn on the lights in his bank of computers. He goes to number 3, centers the cursor on the blue umbrella icon, and hesitates. Not because he's afraid there won't be a message from the fat ex-cop, but because he's afraid there will be. If so, it won't be anything he wants to read. Not the way things are going. His head is fucked up already, so why fuck it up more? Except there might be an answer to what the cop was doing at the Lake Avenue condo. Has he been questioning Olivia Trelawney's sister? Probably. At 62, he's surely not boffing her. Brady clicks the mouse, and sure enough, Kermit Frog 19 wants to chat with you. Do you want to chat with Kermit Frog 19? Why? In. Brady settles the cursor on N and circles the curved back of his mouse with the pad of his index finger, daring himself to push it and end this thing right here and right now. It's obvious he won't be able to nudge the fat ex-cop into suicide the way he did Mrs. Trelawney, so why not? Isn't that the smart thing? But he has to know. More importantly, the debt ret doesn't get to win. He moves the cursor to Y, clicks, and the message, quite a long one this time, flashes onto the screen. If it isn't my false confessing friend again, I shouldn't even respond. Guys like you are a dime a dozen, but as you point out, I'm retired, and even talking to a nut is better than Dr. Phil and all those late-night infomercials. One more 30-minute OxyClean ad, and I'll be as crazy as you are. Ha ha ha. Also, I owe you thanks for introducing me to this site, which I otherwise would not have found. I have already made 3 new and non-crazy friends. One is a lady with a delightfully dirty mouth. So, okay, my friend, let me clue you in. First, anyone who watches CSI could figure out that the Mercedes killer was wearing a hairnet and used bleach on the clown mask. I mean, duh. Second, if you were really the guy who stole Mrs. Trelawney's Mercedes, you would have mentioned the valet key. That's something you couldn't have figured out from watching CSI. So at the risk of repeating myself, duh. Third, I hope you're taking notes. I got a call from my old partner today. He caught a bad guy, one who specializes in true confessions. Check the news, my friend, and then guess what else this guy's going to confess to in the next week or so. Have a nice night, and BTW, why don't you go bother someone else with your fantasies? Brady vaguely remembers some cartoon character. Maybe it was Foghorn Leghorn, the big rooster with the southern accent, who would get so mad first his neck, and then his head would turn into a thermometer, with the temperature going up and up from bake to broil to nuke. Brady can almost feel that happening to him as he reads this arrogant, insulting, infuriating post. Valet key? Valet key? What are you talking about? He says, his voice somewhere between a whisper and a growl. What the fuck are you talking about? He gets up and strides around in an unsteady circle on legs like stilts, yanking at his hair so hard his eyes water. His mother is forgotten. The blackened lasagna is forgotten. Everything is forgotten except for this hateful post. He's even had the nerve to put in a smiley face. A smiley face. Brady kicks his chair, hurting his toes and sending it rolling all the way across the room where it bangs the wall. Then he turns and runs back to his number 3 computer, hunching over it like a vulture. His first impulse is to reply immediately, to call the fucking cop a liar, an idiot with fat-induced early-onset Alzheimer's, an anal ranger who sucks his nigger yard boy's cock. Then some semblance of rationality, fragile and wavering, reasserts itself. He retrieves his chair and goes to the city paper's website. He doesn't even have to click on breaking news in order to see what Hodges has been raving about. It's right there on the front page of tomorrow's paper. Brady follows local crime news assiduously and knows both Donald Davis's name and his handsomely chiseled features. He knows the cops have been chasing Davis for the murder of his wife, and Brady has no doubt the man did it. Now the idiot has confessed, but not just to her murder. According to the newspaper story, Davis has also confessed to the rape murders of 5 more women. In short, he's claiming to be Turnpike Joe. At first, Brady is unable to connect this with the fat ex-cop's hectoring message. Then it comes to him in a baleful burst of inspiration. While he's in a breast-baring mood, Donnie Davis also means to confess to the city center massacre. May have done so already. Brady whirls around like a dervish, once, twice, 3 times. His head is splitting. His pulse is thudding in his chest, his neck, his temples. He can even feel it in his gums and tongue. Did Davis say something about a valet key? Is that what brought this on? There was no valet key, Brady says. Only how can he be sure of that? What if there was? And if there was? If they hang this on Donald Davis and snatch away Brady Hartsfield's great triumph after the risks he took. He can no longer hold back. He sits down at his number 3 again and writes a message to Kermit Frog, 19. Just a short one, but his hands are shaking so badly it takes him almost 5 minutes. He sends it as soon as he's done, without bothering to read it over. You are full of shit, you asshole. Okay, the key wasn't in the ignition, but it was no valet key. It was a spare in the glove compartment, and how I unlocked the car is for you to figure out, fuckface. Donald Davis did not do this crime. I repeat, Donald Davius did not do this crime. If you tell people he did, I will kill you, although it wouldn't be killing much as washed up as you are. Signed, the real Mercedes Killer. P.S. Your mother was a whore. She took it up the ass and licked cum out of gutters. Brady shuts off his computer and goes upstairs, leaving his mother to snore on the couch instead of helping her to bed. He takes 3 aspirin, adds a 4th, and then lies in his own bed, wide-eyed and shaking, until the first streaks of dawn come up in the east. At last, he drops off for 2 hours, sleep that is thin and dream-haunted and unrestful. 16. Hodges is making scrambled eggs when Janie comes into the kitchen on Saturday morning in her white robe, her hair wet from the shower. With it combed back from her face, she looks younger than ever. He thinks again. 44? I looked for bacon but didn't see any. Of course, it might still be there. My ex claims that the great majority of American men suffer from the disease of refrigerator blindness. I don't know if there's a helpline for that. She points at his midsection. Okay, he says, and then because she seems to like it, yeah. And by the way, how's your cholesterol? He smiles and says, toast. It's whole grain, as you probably know since you bought it. 1 slice, no butter, just a little jam. What are you going to do today? Not sure yet, although he's thinking he'd like to check in with Radney Peoples out in Sugar Heights if Radney's on duty and being vigilant, and he needs to talk to Jerome about computers. Endless vistas there. Have you checked the blue umbrella? Wanted to make you breakfast first, and me. It's true. He woke up actually wanting to feed his body rather than trying to plug some empty hole in his head. Also, I don't know your password. It's Janie. My advice? Change it. Actually, it's the advice of the kid who works for me. Jerome, right? That's the one. He has scrambled 6 eggs, and they eat them all, split right down the middle. It has crossed his mind to ask if she had any regrets about last night, but decides the way she's going through her breakfast answers the question. With the dishes in the sink, they go on her computer and sit silently for nearly 4 minutes, reading and rereading the latest message from Merce Kill. Holy cow, she says at last. You wanted to wind him up, and I'd say he's fully wound. Do you see all the mistakes? She points out compartment and oin-locked. Is that part of his, what did you call it, stylistic masking? I don't think so. Hodges is looking at wouldn't and smiling. He can't help smiling. The fish is feeling the hook, and it's sunk deep. It hurts. It burns. I think that's the kind of typing you do when you're mad as hell. The last thing he expected was that he'd have a credibility problem. It's making him crazy. She says. Huh? Crazy-er. Send him another message, Bill. Poke him harder. He deserves it. All right, he thinks, then types. 17. When he's dressed, she walks down the hall with him and treats him to a lingering kiss at the elevator. I still can't believe last night happened, he tells her. Oh, it did. And if you play your cards right, it might happen again. She searches his face with those blue eyes of hers. But no promises or long-term commitments, okay? We take it as it comes, a day at a time. At my age, I take everything that way. The elevator doors open. He steps in. Stay in touch, cowboy. I will. The elevator doors start to close. He stops them with his hand. And remember to bolo, cowgirl. She nods solemnly, but he doesn't miss the twinkle in her eye. Janie will bolo her ass off. Keep your cell phone handy, and it might be wise to program 911 on your speed dial. He drops his hand. She blows him a kiss. The doors roll shut before he can blow one back. His car is where he left it, but the meter must have run out before the free parking kicked in because there's a ticket stuck under the windshield wiper. He opens the glove compartment, stuffs the ticket inside, and fishes out his phone. He's good at giving Janie advice that he doesn't take himself. Since he pulled the pin, he's always forgetting the damn Nokia, which is pretty prehistoric as cell phones go. These days, hardly anyone calls him anyway. But this morning, he has 3 messages, all from Jerome. Numbers 2 and 3, one at 9:40 last night, the other at 10:45, are impatient inquiries about where he is and why he doesn't call. They are in Jerome's normal voice. The original message, left at 6:30 yesterday evening, begins in his exuberant Tyrone feel-good delight voice. Massa Hodges, where you at? I needs to jaw to y'all. Then he becomes Jerome again. I think I know how he did it, how he stole the car. Call me. Hodges checks his watch and decides Jerome probably won't be up quite yet, not on Saturday morning. He decides to drive over there with a stop at his house first to pick up his notes. He turns on the radio, gets Bob Seger singing old-time rock and roll, and bellows along. Take those old records off the shelf. 18. Once upon a simpler time, before apps, iPads, Samsung Galaxies, and the world of blazing fast 4G, weekends were the busiest days of the week at Discount Electronics. Now the kids who used to come in to buy CDs are downloading Vampire Weekend from iTunes while their elders are surfing eBay or watching the TV shows they missed on Hulu. This Saturday morning, the Birch Hill Mall DE is a wasteland. Tones is down front trying to sell an old lady an HD TV that's already an antique. Freddie Linklater is out back chain-smoking Marlboro Reds and probably rehearsing her latest gay rights rant. Brady is sitting at one of the computers in the back row, an ancient Vizio that he's rigged to leave no keystroke tracks, let alone a history. He's staring at Hodges' latest message. One eye, his left, has picked up a rapid, irregular tick. Quit dumping on my mother, okay? Not her fault you got caught in a bunch of stupid lies. Got a key out of the glove compartment, did you? That's pretty good, since Olivia Trelawney had both of them. The one missing was the valet key. She kept it in a small magnetic box under the rear bumper. The real Mercedes killer must have scoped it. I think I'm done writing to you, dickwad. Your fun quotient is currently hovering around 0, and I have it on good authority that Donald Davis is going to cop to the city center killings. Which leaves you where? Just living your shitty little unexciting life, I guess. One other thing before I close this charming correspondence. You threatened to kill me. That's a felony offense, but guess what? I don't care. Buddy, you are just another chicken shit asshole. The internet is full of them. Want to come to my house? I know you know where I live. And make that threat in person? No? I thought not. Let me close with 2 words so simple even a thud like you should be able to understand them. Go away. Brady's rage is so great he feels frozen in place. Yet he's also still burning. He thinks he will stay this way, hunched over the piece of shit Vizio ridiculously sale-priced at $87.87, until he either dies of frostbite, or goes up in flames, or somehow does both at the same time. But when a shadow rises on the wall, Brady finds he can move after all. He clicks away from the fat ex-cop's message just before Freddy bends over to peer at the screen. What you looking at, Braids? You moved awful fast to hide it, whatever it was. A National Geographic documentary. It's called When Lesbians Attack. Your humor, she says, might be exceeded by your sperm count, but I tend to doubt it. Tones Frobisher joins them. Got a service call over on Edgemont, he says. Which one of you wants it? Freddy says, given a choice between a service call in hillbilly heaven and having a wild weasel stuck up my ass, I'd have to pick the weasel. I'll take it, Brady says. He's decided he has an errand to run, one that can't wait. 19. Jerome's little sis and a couple of her friends are jumping rope in the Robinson driveway when Hodges arrives. All of them are wearing sparkly tees with silk screens of some boy band on them. He cuts across the lawn, his case folder in one hand. Barbara comes over long enough to give him a high five and a dap, then hurries back to grab her end of the rope. Jerome, dressed in shorts and a City College t-shirt with the sleeves torn off, is sitting on the porch steps and drinking orange juice. Odell is by his side. He tells Hodges his folks are off Krogering, and he's got babysitting duty until they get back. Not that she really needs a sitter anymore. She's a lot hipper than our parents think. Hodges sits down beside him. You don't want to take that for granted. Trust me on this, Jerome. Meaning what exactly? Tell me what you came up with first. Instead of answering, Jerome points to Hodges' car parked at the curb so as not to interfere with the girls' game. What year is that? 04. No showstopper, but it gets good mileage. Want to buy it? I'll pass. Did you lock it? Yeah. Even though this is a good neighborhood and he's sitting right here looking at it, force of habit. Give me your keys. Hodges digs in his pocket and hands them over. Jerome examines the fob and nods. PKE, he says. Started to come into use during the 1990s, first as an accessory but pretty much standard equipment since the turn of the century. Do you know what it stands for? As lead detective on the City Center massacre and frequent interviewer of Olivia Trelawney, Hodges certainly does. Passive keyless entry. Right. Jerome pushes one of the 2 buttons on the fob. At the curb, the parking lights of Hodges' Toyota flash briefly. Now it's open. He pushes the other button. The lights flash again. Now it's locked. And you've got the key. He puts it in Hodges' palm. All safe and sound, right? Based on this discussion, maybe not. I know some guys from the college who have a computer club. I'm not going to tell you their names, so don't ask. Wouldn't think of it. They're not bad guys, but they know all the bad tricks. Hacking, cloning, infojacking, stuff like that. They tell me that PKE systems are pretty much a license to steal. When you push the button to lock or unlock your car, the fob emits a low-frequency radio signal, a code. If you could hear it, it would sound like the boops and beeps you get when you speed dial a fax number. With me? So far, yeah. In the driveway, the girls chant Sally in the Alley while Barbara Robinson darts deftly in and out of the loop, her sturdy brown legs flashing and her pigtails bouncing. My guys tell me that it's easy to capture that code if you have the right gadget. You can modify a garage door opener or a TV remote to do it, only with something like that you have to be really close, say within 20 yards. But you can also build one that's more powerful. All the components are available at your friendly neighborhood electronics store. Total cost about $100. Range up to 100 yards. You watch for the driver to exit the target vehicle. When she pushes the button to lock her car, you push your button. Your gadget captures the signal and stores it. She walks away, and when she's gone, you push your button again. The car unlocks, and you're in. Hodges looks at his key, then at Jerome. This works? Yes, indeed. My friends say it's tougher now. The manufacturers have modified the system so that the signal changes every time you push the button, but not impossible. Any system created by the mind of man can be hacked by the mind of man. You feel me? Hodges hardly hears him, let alone feels him. He's thinking about Mr. Mercedes before he became Mr. Mercedes. He might have purchased one of the gadgets Jerome has just told him about, but it's just as likely he built it himself. And was Mrs. Trelawney's Mercedes the first car he ever used it on? Unlikely. I have to check on car robberies downtown, he thinks, starting in, let's say 2007, and going right through until early spring of 2009. He has a friend in records, Marlowe Everett, who owes him one. Hodges is confident Marlowe will run an unofficial check for him without a lot of questions, and if she comes up with a bunch of reports where the investigating officer concludes that complainant may have forgotten to lock his vehicle, he'll know. In his heart, he knows already. Mr. Hodges? Jerome is looking at him, a little uncertainly. What is it, Jerome? When you were working on the city center case, didn't you check out this PKE thing with the cops who handle auto theft? I mean, they have to know about it. It's not new. My friends say it's even got a name. Stealing the Peak. We talked to the head mechanic from the Mercedes dealership, and he told us a key was used, Hodges says. To his own ears, the reply sounds weak and defensive. Worse, incompetent. What the head mechanic did, what they all did, was assume a key had been used. One left in the ignition by a ditzy lady none of them liked. Jerome offers a cynical smile that looks odd and out of place on his young face. There's stuff that people who work at car dealerships don't talk about, Mr. Hodges. They don't lie exactly, they just banish it from their minds. Like how airbag deployment can save your life but also drive your glasses into your eyes and blind you. The high rollover rate of some SUVs, or how easy it is to steal a PKE signal. But the auto theft guys must be hip, right? I mean, they must. The dirty truth is Hodges doesn't know. He should, but he doesn't. He and Pete were in the field almost constantly, working double shifts and getting maybe 5 hours of sleep a night. The paperwork piled up. If there was a memo from auto theft, it will probably be in the case file somewhere. He doesn't dare ask his old partner about it, but realizes he may have to tell Pete everything soon, if he can't work it out for himself, that is. In the meantime, Jerome needs to know everything, because the guy Hodges is dicking with is crazy. Barbara comes running up, sweaty and out of breath. Jay, can me and Hilda and Tanya watch regular show? Go for it, Jerome says. She throws her arms around him and presses her cheek to his. Will you make us pancakes, my darling brother? No. She quits hugging and stands back. You're bad. Also lazy. Why don't you go down to Zoni's and get some Eggos? No money is why. Jerome digs into his pocket and hands her a $5. This earns him another hug. Am I still bad? No, you're good. Best brother ever. You can't go without your homegirls, Jerome says. And take Odell, Hodges says. Barbara giggles. We always take Odell. Hodges watches the girls bop down the sidewalk in their matching tees, talking a mile a minute and trading Odell's leash back and forth with a feeling of deep disquiet. He can hardly put the Robinson family in lockdown, but those 3 girls look so little. Jerome, if somebody tried to mess with them, would Odell protect them? Jerome is grave now. With his life, Mr. H. With his life. What's on your mind? Can I continue to count on your discretion? Yes, sir. Okay. I'm going to put a lot on you, but in return you have to promise to call me Bill from now on. Jerome considers. It'll take some getting used to, but okay. Hodges tells him almost everything. He omits where he spent the night, occasionally referring to the notes on his legal pad. By the time he finishes, Barbara and her friends are returning from the Go-Mart, tossing a box of Eggos back and forth and laughing. They go inside to eat their mid-morning treat in front of the television. Hodges and Jerome sit on the porch steps and talk about ghosts. 20. Edgemont Avenue looks like a war zone, but being south of Lowbriar, at least it's a mostly white war zone, populated by the descendants of the Kentucky and Tennessee hill folk who migrated here to work in the factories after World War II. Now the factories are closed and a large part of the population consists of drug addicts who switched to brown tar heroin when Oxy got too expensive. Edgemont is lined with bars, pawn shops, and check-cashing joints, all of them shut up tight on this Saturday morning. The only 2 stores open for business are a Zoni's and the site of Brady's service call, Batul's Bakery. Brady parks in front, where he can see anybody trying to break into his Cyber Patrol Beetle, and totes his case inside to the good smells. The greaseball behind the counter is arguing with a Visa-waving customer and pointing to a cardboard sign reading, "Cash only till computer fix." Packy Boy's computer is suffering the dreaded screen freeze. While continuing to monitor his Beetle at 30-second intervals, Brady plays the screen freeze boogie, which consists of pushing Alt, Control, and Delete at the same time. This brings up the machine's task manager, and Brady sees at once that the Explorer program is currently listed as non-responsive. "Bad?" Packy Boy asks anxiously. "Please tell me not bad." On another day, Brady would string this out, not because guys like Batul tip, they don't, but to see him sweat a few extra drops of Crisco. Not today. This is just his excuse to get off the floor and go to the mall, and he wants to finish as soon as possible. "Nah, got you covered, Mr. Batul," he says. He highlights In Task and reboots Packy Boy's PC. A moment later, the cash register function is back up, complete with all 4 credit card icons. "You genius!" Batul cries. For one awful moment, Brady is afraid the perfume-smelling son of a bitch is going to hug him. 21. Brady leaves Hillbilly Heaven and drives north toward the airport. There's a Home Depot in the Birch Hill Mall where he could almost certainly get what he wants, but he makes the Skyway shopping complex his destination instead. What he's doing is risky, reckless, and unnecessary. He won't make matters worse by doing it in a store only 1 corridor over from DE. You don't shit where you eat. Brady does his business at Skyway's Garden World and sees at once that he's made the right choice. The store is huge, and on this midday late spring Saturday, it's crammed with shoppers. In the pesticide aisle, Brady adds 2 cans of Gopher Go to a shopping cart already loaded with camouflage items, fertilizer, mulch, seeds, and a short-handled gardening claw. He knows it's madness to be buying poison in person when he's already ordered some which will come to his safe mail drop in another few days, but he can't wait. Absolutely cannot. He probably won't be able to actually poison the nigger family's dog until Monday, and it might even be Tuesday or Wednesday, but he has to be doing something. He needs to feel he's, how did Shakespeare put it? Taking arms against a sea of troubles. He stands in line with his shopping cart, telling himself that if the checkout girl, another greaseball, the city is drowning in them, says anything about the Gopher Go, even something completely innocuous like, "This stuff really works," he'll drop the whole thing. Too great a chance of being remembered and identified.
Oh yes, he was being the nervous young man with the garden claw and the gopher poison.
He thinks, maybe I should have worn sunglasses. It's not like I'd stand out. Half the men in here are wearing them. Too late now. He left his Ray-Bans back at Birch Hill in his Subaru. All he can do is stand here in the checkout line and tell himself not to sweat, which is like telling someone not to think of a blue polar bear.
I was noticing him because he was having the sweat.
The greaseball checkout girl, a relative of Batul the baker for all Brady knows, will tell the police.
Also because he was buying the gopher poison, the kind having the strychnine.
For a moment he almost flees, but now there are people behind him as well as ahead of him, and if he breaks from the line, won't people notice that? Won't they wonder? A nudge from behind him. You're up, buddy. Out of options, Brady rolls his cart forward. The cans of Gopher Go are a screaming yellow in the bottom of his shopping cart. To Brady, they seem the very color of insanity, and that's just as it should be. Being here is insane. Then a comforting thought comes to him, one that's as soothing as a cool hand on a fevered brow. Driving into those people at City Center was even more insane, but I got away with it, didn't I? Yes, and he gets away with this. The greaseball runs his purchases under the scanner without so much as a glance at him. Nor does she look up when she asks him if it will be cash or credit. Brady pays cash. He's not that insane. Back in the VW, he's parked it between two trucks where its fluorescent green hardly shows at all. He sits behind the wheel, taking deep breaths until his heartbeat is steady again. He thinks about the immediate road ahead, and that calms him even more. First, Odell. The mutt will die a miserable death, and the fat ex-cop will know it's his own fault, even if the Robinsons do not. From a purely scientific standpoint, Brady will be interested to see if the debt-ret owns up. He thinks Hodges won't. Second, the man himself. Brady will give him a few days to marinate in his guilt, and who knows? He may opt for suicide after all. Probably not, though. So Brady will kill him. Method yet to be determined. And third, a grand gesture. Something that will be remembered for 100 years. The question is, what might that grand gesture be? Brady keys the ignition and tunes the Beatles' shitty radio to BAM 100, where every weekend is a rock block weekend. He catches the end of a ZZ Top block and is about to punch the button for Kiss 92 when his hand freezes. Instead of switching the station, he turns the volume up. Fate is speaking to him. The DJ informs Brady that the hottest boy band in the country is coming to town for one gig only. That's right. Round here, we'll be playing the Mac next Thursday. The show's already almost sold out, children, but the BAM 100 good guys are holding on to a dozen tickets, and we'll be giving them out in pairs starting on Monday. So listen for the cue to call in and... Brady switches the radio off. His eyes are distant, hazy, contemplative. The Mac is what people in the city call the Midwest Culture and Arts Complex. It takes up a whole city block and has a gigantic auditorium. He thinks, what a way to go out. Oh my God, what a way that would be. He wonders what exactly the capacity of the Max Mingo Auditorium might be. 3,000? Maybe 4? He'll go online tonight and check it out. 22. Hodges grabs lunch at a nearby deli, a salad instead of the loaded burger his stomach is rooting for, and goes home. His pleasant exertions of the previous night have caught up with him, and although he owes Janie a call, they have business at the late Mrs. Trelawney's Sugar Heights home, it seems. He decides that his next move in the investigation will be a short nap. He checks the answering machine in the living room, but the message waiting window shows 0. He peeks beneath Debbie's blue umbrella and finds nothing new from Mr. Mercedes. He lies down and sets his internal alarm for an hour. His last thought before closing his eyes is that he left his cell phone in the glove compartment of his Toyota again. Ought to go get that, he thinks. I gave her both numbers, but she's new school instead of old school, and that's the one she'd call first if she needed me. Then he's asleep. It's the old-school phone that wakes him, and when he rolls over to grab it, he sees that his internal alarm, which never let him down during his years as a cop, has apparently decided it is also retired. He's slept for almost 3 hours. Hello?
Do you never check your messages, Bill?
Janie. It crosses his mind to tell her the battery in his cell phone died, but lying is no way to start a relationship, even one of the day-at-a-time variety. And that's not the important thing. Her voice is blurry and hoarse, as if she's been shouting or crying. He sits up. What's wrong?
My mother had a stroke this morning. I'm at Warsaw County Memorial Hospital. That's the one closest to Sunny Acres.
He swings his feet out onto the floor. Christ, Janie, how bad is it?
Bad. I've called my Aunt Charlotte in Cincinnati and Uncle Henry in Tampa. They're both coming. Aunt Charlotte will undoubtedly drag my cousin Holly along.
She laughs, but the sound has no humor in it.
Of course they're coming. It's that old saying about following the money.
Do you want me to come?
Of course, but I don't know how I'd explain you to them. I can't very well introduce you as the man I hopped into bed with almost as soon as I met him. And if I tell them I hired you to investigate Ollie's death, it's apt to show up on one of Uncle Henry's kids' Facebook pages before midnight. When it comes to gossip, Uncle Henry's worse than Aunt Charlotte, but neither one of them is exactly a model of discretion. At least Holly's just weird. She takes a deep, watery breath. God, I could sure use a friendly face right now. I haven't seen Charlotte and Henry in years. Neither of them showed up at Ollie's funeral, and they sure haven't made any effort to keep up with my life.
Hodges thinks it over and says, I'm a friend, that's all. I used to work for the Vigilant Security Company in Sugar Heights. You met me when you came back to inventory your sister's things and take care of the will with the lawyer. Chum.
Shron. She takes a deep, watery breath. That could work.
It will. When it comes to spinning stories, no one can do it with a straighter face than a cop. I'm on my way.
But don't you have things to take care of in the city? To investigate?
Nothing that won't wait. It'll take me an hour to get there, with Saturday traffic maybe even less.
Thank you, Bill, with all my heart. If I'm not in the lobby...
I'll find you. I'm a trained detective. He's slipping into his shoes.
I think if you're coming, you better bring a change of clothes. I've rented 3 rooms in the Holiday Inn down the street. I'll rent one for you as well. The advantages of having money, not to mention an Amex Platinum card.
Janie, it's an easy drive back to the city.
Sure, but she might die. If it happens today or tonight, I'm really going to need a friend. For the... You know, the... Tears catch her, and she can't finish.
Hodges doesn't need her to, because he knows what she means. For the arrangement. 10 minutes later, he's on the road, headed east towards Sunny Acres and Warsaw County Memorial. He expects to find Janie in the ICU waiting room, but she's outside sitting on the bumper of a parked ambulance. She gets into his Toyota when he pulls up beside her, and one look at her drawn face and socketed eyes tells him everything he needs to know. She holds together until he parks in the visitor's lot, then breaks down. Hodges takes her in his arms. She tells him that Elizabeth Wharton passed from the world at 3:15 Central Daylight Time. About the same time I was putting on my shoes, Hodges thinks, and hugs her tighter.
23. Little League season is in full swing, and Brady spends that sunny Saturday afternoon at McGinnis Park, where a full slate of games is being played on 3 fields. The afternoon is warm, and business is brisk. Lots of tweeny-bop girls have come to watch their little brothers do battle, and as they stand in line waiting for their ice cream, the only thing they seem to be talking about, the only thing Brady hears them talking about anyway, is the upcoming Round Here concert at the Mac. It seems they are all going. Brady has decided that he will go too. He just needs to dope out a way to get in wearing his special vest, the one loaded with the ball bearings and blocks of plastic explosive. My final bow, he thinks, a headline for the ages. The thought improves his mood. So does selling out his entire truckload of goodies. Even the juicy sticks are gone by 4 o'clock. Back at the ice cream factory, he hands the keys over to Shirley Orton, who never seems to leave, and asks if he can switch with Rudy Stanhope, who's down for the Sunday afternoon shift. Sundays,
always assuming the weather cooperates, are busy days, with Loeb's 3 trucks working not just McGinnis, but the city's other 4 large parks. He accompanies his request with the boyishly winning smile Shirley is a sucker for. In other words, Shirley says, you want 2 afternoons off in a row. You got it. He explains that his mother wants to visit her brother, which means at least 1 overnight and possibly 2. There is no brother, of course, and when it comes to trips, the only one his mother is interested in making these days is the scenic tour that takes her from the couch to the liquor cabinet and back to the couch. I'm sure Rudy will say okay. Don't you want to call him yourself? If the request comes from you, it's a done deal. The bitch giggles, which puts acres of flesh in rather disturbing motion. She makes the call while Brady's changing into his street clothes. Rudy is happy to give up his Sunday shift and take Brady's on Tuesday. This gives Brady 2 free afternoons to stake out Zoni's Go-Mart, and 2 should be enough. If the girl doesn't show up with the dog on either day, he'll call in sick on Wednesday, if he has to, but he doesn't think it will take that long. After leaving Loeb's, Brady does a little Krogering of his own. He picks up 6 items they need, staples like eggs, milk, butter, and Cocoa Puffs, then swings by the meat counter and picks up a pound of hamburger. 90% lean. Nothing but the best for Odell's last meal. At home, he opens the garage and unloads everything he bought at Garden World, being careful to put the canisters of Gopher Go on a high shelf. His mother rarely comes out here, but it doesn't do to take chances. There's a mini fridge under the work table. Brady got it at a yard sale for $7, a total steal. It's where he keeps his soft drinks. He stows the package of hamburger behind the Cokes and Mountain Dews, then totes the rest of the groceries inside. What he finds in the kitchen is delightful. His mother shaking paprika over a tuna salad that actually looks tasty. She catches his look and laughs. I wanted to make up for the lasagna. I'm sorry about that, but I was just so tired. So drunk is what you were, he thinks, but at least she hasn't given up entirely. She pouts her lips, freshly dressed in lipstick. Give Mommy a kiss, honey boy. Honey boy puts his arms around her and gives her a lingering kiss. Her lipstick tastes of something sweet. Then she slaps him briskly on the ass and tells him to go down and play with his computers until dinner's ready. Brady leaves the cop a brief 1-sentence message. I'm going to fuck you up, Grandpa. Then he plays Resident Evil until his mother calls him to dinner. The tuna salad is great, and he has 2 helpings. She actually can cook when she wants, and he says nothing as she pours the first drink of the evening, an extra big one to make up for the 2 or 3 smaller ones she denied herself that afternoon. By 9 o'clock, she's snoring on the couch again. Brady uses the opportunity to go online and learn all about the upcoming Round Here concert. He watches a YouTube video where a giggle of girls discusses which of the 5 boys is the hottest. The consensus is Cam, who sings lead on Look Me in My Eyes, a piece of audio vomit Brady vaguely recalls hearing on the radio last year. He imagines those laughing faces torn apart by ball bearings, those identical Guess jeans in burning tatters. Later, after he's helped his mother up to bed and he's sure she's totally conked, he gets the hamburger, puts it in a bowl, and mixes in 2 cups of Gopher Go. If that isn't enough to kill Odell, he'll run the goddamn mud over with the ice cream truck. This thought makes him snicker. He puts the poisoned hamburger in a baggie and stows it back in the mini-fridge, taking care to hide it behind the cans of soda again. He also takes care to wash both his hands and the mixing bowl in plenty of hot, soapy water. That night, Brady sleeps well. There are no headaches and no dreams about his dead brother. 24. Hodges and Janie are loaned a phone-friendly room down the hall from the hospital lobby, and there they split up the death work. He's the one who gets in touch with the funeral home, Soames, the same one that handled Olivia Trelawney's exit rights, and makes sure the hospital is prepared to release the body when the hearse arrives. Janie, using her iPad with a casual efficiency Hodges envies, downloads an obituary form from the city paper. She fills it out quickly, speaking occasionally under her breath as she does so. Once Hodges hears her murmur the phrase, "in lieu of flowers." When the obit's emailed back, she produces her mother's address book from her purse and begins making calls to the old lady's few remaining friends. She's warm with them, and calm, but also quick. Her voice wavers only once while she's talking to Althea Green, her mother's nurse and closest companion for almost 10 years. By 6 o'clock, roughly the same time Brady Hartsfield arrives home to find his mother putting the finishing touches on her tuna salad, most of the T's have been crossed and the I's dotted. At 10 to 7, a white Cadillac hearse pulls into the hospital drive and rolls around back. The guys inside know where to go. They've been here plenty of times. Janie looks at Hodges, her face pale, her mouth trembling. "I'm not sure I can." "I'll take care of it. The transaction is like any other, really. He gives the mortician and his assistant a signed death certificate. They give him a receipt. He thinks, I could be buying a car." When he comes back to the hospital lobby, he spies Janie outside, once more sitting on the bumper of the ambulance. He sits down next to her and takes her hand. She squeezes his fingers hard. They watch the white hearse until it's out of sight. Then he leads her back to his car, and they drive the 2 blocks to the Holiday Inn. Henry Seroy, a fat man with a moist handshake, shows up at 8. Charlotte Gibney appears an hour later, herding an overloaded bellman ahead of her and complaining about the terrible service on her flight and the crying babies, she says. You don't want to know. They don't, but she tells them anyway. She's as skinny as her brother is fat and regards Hodges with a watery, suspicious eye. Lurking by Aunt Charlotte's side is her daughter Holly, a spinster roughly Janie's age, but with none of Janie's looks. Holly Gibney never speaks above a mutter and seems to have a problem making eye contact. "I want to see Betty," Aunt Charlotte announces after a brief dry embrace with her niece. It's as if she thinks Mrs. Wharton might be laid out in the motel lobby, lilies at her head and carnations at her feet. Janie explains that the body has already been transported to Soames' funeral home in the city, where Elizabeth Wharton's earthly remains will be cremated on Wednesday afternoon after a viewing on Tuesday and a brief non-denominational service on Wednesday morning. "Cremation is barbaric," Uncle Henry announces. Everything these two say seems to be an announcement. "It's what she wanted." Janie speaks quietly, politely, but Hodges observes the color rising in her cheeks. He thinks there may be trouble, perhaps a demand to see a written document specifying cremation over burial, but they hold their peace. Perhaps they're remembering all those millions Janie inherited from her sister, money that is Janie's to share, or not. Uncle Henry and Aunt Charlotte might even be considering all the visits they did not make to their elderly sister during her final suffering years. The visits Mrs. Wharton got during those years were made by Olivia, whom Aunt Charlotte does not mention by name, only calling her the one with the problems. And of course it was Janie, still hurting from her abusive marriage and rancorous divorce, who was there at the end. The 5 of them have a late dinner in the almost deserted Holiday Inn dining room. From the speakers overhead, Herb Alpert toots his horn. Aunt Charlotte has a salad and complains about the dressing, which she has specified should come on the side. They can put it in a little pitcher, but bottled from the supermarket is still bottled from the supermarket, she announces. Her muttering daughter orders something that sounds like Sneezebagel Hellbun. It turns out to be a cheeseburger well done. Uncle Henry opts for fettuccine Alfredo and sucks it down with the efficiency of a high-powered rinse and vac, fine droplets of perspiration appearing on his forehead as he approaches the finish line. He sops up the remains of the sauce with a chunk of buttered bread. Hodges does most of the talking, recounting stories from his days with Vigilant Guard Service. The job is fictional, but the stories are mostly true, adapted from his years as a cop. He tells them about the burglar who got caught trying to squirm through a basement window and lost his pants in his efforts to wriggle free. This earns a small smile from Holly. The 12-year-old boy who stood behind his bedroom door and cold-cocked a home invader with his baseball bat. The housekeeper who stole several pieces of her employer's jewelry only to have them drop out of her underwear while she served dinner. There are darker stories, many of them, that he keeps to himself. Over dessert, which Hodges skips, Uncle Henry's unapologetic gluttony serving as a minatory power of example, Janie invites the new arrivals to stay at the house in Sugar Heights starting tomorrow, and the three of them toddle off to their prepaid rooms. Charlotte and Henry seem cheered by the prospect of inspecting at first hand just how the other half lives. As for Holly, who knows? The newcomers' rooms are on the first floor. Janie and Hodges are on the third. As they reach the side-by-side doors, she asks if he will sleep with her. "No sex," she says. "I never felt less sexy in my life. Basically, I just don't want to be alone." That's okay with Hodges. He doubts if he would be capable of getting up to Dickens anyway. His stomach and leg muscles are still sore from last night, and he reminds himself last night she did almost all the work. Once they're beneath the coverlet, she snuggles up to him. He can hardly believe the warmth and firmness of her, the there-ness of her. It's true he feels no desire at the moment, but he's glad the old lady had the courtesy to stroke out after he got his ashes hauled rather than before. Not very nice, but there it is. Corinne, his ex, used to say that men were born with a shitty bone. She pillows her head on his shoulder. "I'm so glad you came." "Me too. It's the absolute truth." "Do you think they know we're in bed together?" Hodges considers. "Aunt Charlotte knows, but she'd know even if we weren't." "And you can be sure of that because you're trained?" "Right. Go to sleep, Janie." She does, but when he wakes up in the early hours of the morning needing to use the toilet, she's sitting by the window looking out at the parking lot and crying. He puts a hand on her shoulder. She looks up. "I woke you. I'm sorry." "Nah, this is my usual 3 a.m. pee muster. Are you all right?" "Yes." "Yeah." She smiles, then wipes at her eyes with her fisted hands like a child. "Just hating on myself for shipping Mom off to Sunny Acres." "But she wanted to go, you said." "Yes, she did. It doesn't seem to change how I feel." Janie looks at him, eyes bleak and shining with tears. "Also hating on myself for letting Olivia do all the heavy lifting while I stayed in California." "As a trained detective, I deduce you were trying to save your marriage." She gives him a wan smile. "You're a good guy, Bill. Go on and use the bathroom." When he comes back, she's curled up in bed again. He puts his arms around her, and they sleep spoons the rest of the night. 25. Early on Sunday morning, before taking her shower, Janie shows him how to use her iPad. Hodges ducks beneath Debbie's blue umbrella and finds a new message from Mr. Mercedes. It's short and to the point. "I'm going to fuck you up, Grandpa." "Yeah, but tell me how you really feel," he says, and surprises himself by laughing. Janie comes out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel, steam billowing around her like a Hollywood special effect. She asks him what he's laughing about. Hodges shows her the message. She doesn't find it so funny. "I hope you know what you're doing." Hodges hopes so too. Of one thing he's sure. When he gets back home, he'll take the Glock 40 he carried on the job out of his bedroom safe and start carrying it again. The happy slapper is no longer enough. The phone next to the double bed warbles. Janie answers, converses briefly, hangs up. That was Aunt Charlotte. She suggests the fun crew meet for breakfast in 20 minutes. I think she's anxious to get to Sugar Heights and start checking the silverware. Okay. She also shared that the bed was much too hard, and she had to take an allergy pill because of the foam pillows. Uh-huh. Janie, is Olivia's computer still at the Sugar Heights house? Sure, in the room she used for her study. Can you lock that room so they can't get in there? She pauses in the act of hooking her bra, for a moment frozen in that pose, elbows back, a female archetype. Hell with that. I'll just tell him to keep out. I am not going to be intimidated by that woman. And what about Holly? Can you understand anything she says? I thought she ordered a sneeze bagel for dinner, Hodges admits. Janie collapses into the chair he awoke to find her crying in last night, only now she's laughing. Sweetie, you're one bad detective, which in this sense means good. Once the funeral stuff is over and they're gone. Thursday at the latest, she says. If they stay longer, I'll have to kill them. And no jury on earth would convict you. Once they're gone, I want to bring my friend Jerome in to look at that computer. I'd bring him in sooner, but they'd be all over him, and me. Hodges, thinking of Aunt Charlotte's bright and inquisitive eyes, agrees.
Won't the blue umbrella stuff be gone? I thought it disappeared every time you left the site.
It's not Debbie's blue umbrella I'm interested in. It's the ghosts your sister heard in the night. 26. As they walk down to the elevator, he asks Janie something that's been troubling him ever since she called yesterday afternoon. Do you think the questions about Olivia brought on your mother's stroke?
She shrugs, looking unhappy. There's no way to tell. She was very old, at least 7 years older than Aunt Charlotte, I think, and the constant pain beat her up pretty badly.
Then, reluctantly,
it could have played a part.
Hodges runs a hand through his hastily combed hair, mussing it again. Ah, Jesus. The elevator dings. They step in. She turns to him and grabs both of his hands. Her voice is swift and urgent.
I'll tell you something, though. If I had to do it over again, I still would. Mom had a long life. Ollie, on the other hand, deserved a few more years. She wasn't terribly happy, but she was doing okay until that bastard got to her. That cuckoo bird. Stealing her car and using it to kill 8 people and hurt I don't know how many more wasn't enough for him, was it? Oh no, he had to steal her mind.
So we push forward.
Goddamn right we do. Her hands tighten on his. This is ours, Bill. Do you get that? This is ours.
He wouldn't have stopped anyway. The bit is in his teeth, but the vehemence of her reply is good to hear. The elevator doors open. Holly, Aunt Charlotte, and Uncle Henry are waiting in the lobby. Aunt Charlotte regards them with her inquisitive crow's eyes, probably prospecting for what Hodges' old partner used to call the freshly fucked look. She asks what took them so long, then, without waiting for an answer, tells them that the breakfast buffet looks very thin. If they were hoping for an omelet to order, they're out of luck. Hodges thinks that Janie Patterson is in for several very long days. 27. Like the day before, Sunday is brilliant and summery. Like the day before, Brady sells out by 4, at least 2 hours before dinner time approaches and the parks begin emptying. He thinks about calling home and finding out what his mom wants for supper, then decides to grab takeout from Long John Silver's and surprise her. She loves the Langostino lobster bites. As it turns out, Brady is the one surprised. He comes into the house from the garage, and his greeting, "Hey, Mom, I'm home," dies on his lips. This time, she's remembered to turn off the stove, but the smell of the meat she charred for her lunch hangs in the air. From the living room, there comes a muffled drumming sound and a strange gurgling cry. There's a skillet on one of the front burners. He peers into it and sees crumbles of burnt hamburger rising like small volcanic islands from a film of congealed grease. On the counter is a half-empty bottle of Stoli and a jar of mayonnaise, which is all she ever uses to dress her hamburgers. The grease-spotted takeout bags drop from his hands. Brady doesn't even notice. No, he thinks, it can't be. It is, though. He throws open the kitchen refrigerator, and there on the top shelf is the baggie of poisoned meat. Only now, half of it is gone. He stares at it stupidly, thinking, she never checks the mini-fridge in the garage. Never! That's mine! This is followed by another thought. How do you know what she checks when you're not here? For all you know, she's been through all your drawers and looked under your mattress. That gurgling cry comes again. Brady runs through the living room, kicking one of the Long John Silver's bags under the kitchen table and leaving the refrigerator door open. His mother is sitting bolt upright on the couch. She's in her blue silk lounging pajamas. The shirt is covered with a bib of blood-streaked vomit. Her belly protrudes, straining the buttons. It's the belly of a woman who is 7 months pregnant. Her hair stands out from her parchment-pale face in a mad spray. Her nostrils are clotted with blood. Her eyes bulge. She's not seeing him, or so he thinks at first, but then she holds out her hands. "Mom! Mom!" His initial idea is to thump her on the back, But he looks at the mostly eaten hamburger on the coffee table next to the remains of what must have been a perfectly enormous screwdriver and knows back thumps will do no good. The stuff's not lodged in her throat. If only it were. The drumming sound he heard when he came in recommences as her feet begin to piston up and down. It's as if she's marching in place. Her back arches. Her arms fly straight up. Now she's simultaneously marching and signaling that the field goal is good. One foot shoots out and kicks the coffee table. Her screwdriver glass falls over. "Mom!" She throws herself back against the sofa cushions, then forward. Her agonized eyes stare at him. She gurgles a muffled something that might or might not be his name. What do you do for poisoning victims? Was it raw eggs? Or Coca-Cola? No, Coke's for upset stomachs, and she's gone far beyond that. Have to stick my fingers down her throat, he thinks. Make her gag it up. But then her teeth begin doing their own march, and he pulls his tentatively extended hand back, pressing the palm over his mouth instead. He sees that she has already bitten her lower lip almost to tatters. That's where the blood on her shirt has come from. Some of it, anyway. "Bravey!" she draws in a hitching breath. What follows is guttural but understandable. "Call 911. Call 911. He goes to the phone and picks it up before realizing he really can't do that. Think of the unanswerable questions that would ensue. He puts it back down and whirls to her. "Why did you go snooping out there, Mom? Why?" "Bravey! 911! When did you eat it? How long has it been?" Instead of answering, she begins to march again. Her head snaps up, and her bulging eyes regard the ceiling for a second or two before her head snaps forward again. Her back doesn't move at all. It's as if her head is mounted on bearings. The gurgling sounds return, the sounds of water trying to go down a partially clogged drain. Her mouth yawns, and she belches vomit. It lands in her lap with a wet splat, and oh God, it's half-blood. He thinks of all the times he's wished her dead. But I never wanted it to be like this, he thinks. Never like this. An idea lights up his mind like a single bright flare over a stormy ocean. He can find out how to treat her online. Everything's online. "I'm going to take care of it," he says, "but I have to go downstairs for a few minutes. You hang in there, Mom. He almost says, try to relax. He runs into the kitchen toward the door that leads to his control room. Down there, he'll find out how to save her. And even if he can't, he won't have to watch her die. 28. The word to turn on the lights is control, but although he speaks it 3 times, the basement remains in darkness. Brady realizes the voice recognition program isn't working because he doesn't sound like himself, and is it any wonder? Any fucking wonder at all? He uses the switch instead and goes down, first shutting the door and the beastly sounds coming from the living room behind him. He doesn't even try to voice act his bank of computers, just turns on his number 3 with the button behind the monitor. The countdown to total erasure appears and he stops it by typing in his password. But he doesn't seek out poison antidotes. It's far too late for that. And now that he's sitting here in his safe place, he allows himself to know it. He also knows how this happened. She was good yesterday, staying sober long enough to make a nice supper for them, so she rewarded herself today. Got schnockered, then decided she'd better eat a little something to soak up the booze before her honey boy got home. Didn't find anything in the pantry or the refrigerator that tickled her fancy. Oh, but say, what about the mini-fridge in the garage? Soft drinks wouldn't interest her, but perhaps there were snacks. Only what she found was even better, a baggie filled with nice, fresh hamburger. It makes Brady think of an old saying, whatever can go wrong will go wrong. Is that the Peter principle? He goes online to find out. After some investigation, he discovers it's not the Peter principle, but Murphy's Law, named after a man named Edward Murphy. The guy made aircraft parts. Who knew? He surfs a few other sites, actually quite a few, and plays a few hands of solitaire. When there's a particularly loud thump from upstairs, he decides to listen to a few tunes on his iPod. Something cheery. The Staple Singers, maybe. And as Respect Yourself plays in the middle of his head, he goes on Debbie's blue umbrella to see if there's a message from the fat ex-cop. 29. When he can put it off no longer, Brady creeps upstairs. Twilight has come. The smell of seared hamburger is almost gone, but the smell of puke is still strong. He goes into the living room. His mother is on the floor next to the coffee table, which is now overturned. Her eyes glare up at the ceiling. Her lips are pulled back in a great big grin. Her hands are claws. She's dead. Brady thinks, why did you have to go out in the garage when you got hungry? Oh, Mom, Mommy, what in God's name possessed you? Whatever can go wrong will go wrong, he thinks. And then, looking at the mess she's made, he wonders if they have any carpet cleaner. This is Hodges' fault. It all leads back to him. He'll deal with the old debt rat, and soon. Right now, though, he has a more pressing problem. He sits down to consider it, taking the chair he uses on the occasions when he watches TV with her. He realizes she'll never watch another reality show. It's sad, but it does have its funny side. He imagines Jeff Probst sending flowers with a card reading, "From all your survivor pals," and he just has to chuckle. What is he to do with her? The neighbors won't miss her because she never ever had anything to do with them, called them stuck up. She has no friends either, not even of the barfly type, because she did all her drinking at home. Once, in a rare moment of self-appraisal, she told him she didn't go out to the bars because they were full of drunks just like her. That's why you didn't taste that shit and stop, isn't it? He asked the corpse. You were too fucking loaded. He wishes they had a freezer case. If they did, he'd cram her body into it. He saw that in a movie once. He doesn't dare put her in the garage. That seems a little too public, somehow. He supposes he could wrap her in a rug and take her down to the basement. She'd certainly fit under the stairs, but how would he get any work done knowing she was there? Knowing that, even inside a roll of rug, her eyes were glaring. Besides, the basement's his place, his control room. In the end, he realizes there's only one thing to do. He grabs her under the arms and drags her toward the stairs. By the time he gets her there, her pajama pants have slid down, revealing what she sometimes called, he reminds himself, her winky. Once, when he was in bed with her, and she was giving him relief for a particularly bad headache, he tried to touch her winky, and she slapped his hand away. Hard. Don't you ever, she had said. That's where you came from. Brady pulls her up the stairs, a riser at a time. The pajama pants work down to her ankles and puddle there. He remembers how she did a sit-down march on the couch in her last extremity. How awful. But like the thing about Jeff Probst sending flowers, it had its funny side, although it wasn't the kind of joke you could explain to people. It was kind of zen. Down the hall, into her bedroom. He straightens up, wincing at the pain in his lower back. God, she's so heavy. It's as if death has stuffed her with some dense mystery meat. Never mind. Get it done. He yanks up her pants, making her decent again, as decent as a corpse in vomit-soaked PJs can be, and lifts her onto her bed, groaning as fresh pain settles into his back. When he straightens up this time, he can feel his spine crackling. He thinks about taking off her nightclothes and replacing them with something clean. One of the XL t-shirts she sometimes wears to bed, maybe, but that would mean more lifting and manipulation of what is now just pounds of silent flesh hanging from bone coat hangers. What if he threw his back out? He could at least take off her top. That caught most of the mess, but then he'd have to look at her boobs. Those she did let him touch, but only once in a while. My handsome boy, she'd say on these occasions, running her fingers through his hair, or massaging his neck where the headaches settled, crouched and snarling. my handsome honey boy. In the end, he just pulls the bedspread up, covering her entirely, especially those staring, glaring eyes. "Sorry, Mom," he says, looking down at the white shape. "Not your fault." No, it's the fat ex-cop's fault. Brady bought the go-for-go to poison the dog, true, but only as a way of getting to Hodges and messing with his head. Now it's Brady's head that's a mess, not to mention the living room. He's got a lot of work to do down there, but he has something else to do first. 30. He's got control of himself again, and this time his voice commands work. He doesn't waste time, just sits down in front of his number 3 and logs on to Debbie's blue umbrella. His message to Hodges is brief and to the point. "I'm going to kill you. You won't see me coming." Call for the dead. 1. On Monday, 2 days after Elizabeth Wharton's death, Hodges is once more seated in DiMaggio's Italian Ristorante. The last time he was here, it was for lunch with his old partner. This time it's dinner. His companions are Jerome Robinson and Janelle Patterson. Janie compliments him on his suit, which already fits better even though he's only lost a few pounds, and the Glock he's wearing on his hip hardly shows at all. It's the new hat Jerome likes, a brown fedora Janie bought Hodges on impulse that very day and presented to him with some ceremony. "Because he's a private detective now," she said, "and every private dick should have a fedora he can pull down to one eyebrow." Jerome tries it on and gives it that exact tilt. "What do you think? Do I look like Bogey?" "I hate to disappoint you," Hodges says, "but Bogey was Caucasian." "So Caucasian he practically shimmered," Janie adds. "Forgot that." Jerome tosses the hat back to Hodges, who places it under his chair, reminding himself not to forget it when he leaves, or step on it. He's pleased when his 2 dinner guests take to each other at once. Jerome, an old head on top of a young body, Hodges often thinks, does the right thing as soon as the ice-breaking foolishness of the hat is finished, taking one of Janie's hands in both of his and telling her he's sorry for her loss. "Both of them," he says. "I know you lost your sister, too. If I lost mine, I'd be the saddest guy on earth. Barb's a pain, but I love her to death." She thanks him with a smile. Because Jerome's still too young for a legal glass of wine, they all order iced tea. Janie asks him about his college plans, and when Jerome mentions the possibility of Harvard, she rolls her eyes and says, "A Harvard man? Oh, my God." "Massa Hodges gon' have to find himself a new lawn boy," Jerome exclaims, and Janie laughs so hard she has to spit a bite of shrimp into her napkin. It makes her blush, but Hodges is glad to hear that laugh. Her carefully applied makeup can't completely hide the pallor of her cheeks or the dark circles under her eyes. When he asks her how Aunt Charlotte, Uncle Henry, and Holly the Mumbler are enjoying the big house in Sugar Heights, Janie grabs the sides of her head as if afflicted with a monster headache. "Aunt Charlotte called 6 times today. I'm not exaggerating, 6. The first time was to tell me that Holly woke up in the middle of the night, didn't know where she was, and had a panic attack. Auntie C said she was on the verge of calling an ambulance when Uncle Henry finally got her settled down by talking to her about NASCAR. She's crazy about stock car racing, never misses it on TV, I understand. Jeff Gordon is her idol." Janie shrugs. "Go figure." "How old is this Holly?" Jerome asks. "About my age, but she suffers from a certain amount of emotional retardation, I guess you'd say." Jerome considers this silently, then says, "She probably needs to reconsider Kyle Busch." "Who?" "Never mind." Janie says Aunt Charlotte has also called to marvel over the monthly electrical bill, which must be huge. To confide that the neighbors seem very standoffish. To announce there is an awfully large number of pictures and all that modern art is not to her taste. To point out, although it sounds like another announcement, that if Olivia thought all those lamps were carnival glass, she had almost certainly been taken to the cleaners. The last call, received just before Janie left for the restaurant, had been the most aggravating. Uncle Henry wanted Janie to know, her aunt said, that he had looked into the matter and it still wasn't too late to change her mind about the cremation. She said the idea made her brother very upset. He called it a Viking funeral. and Holly wouldn't even discuss it because it gave her the horrors. Their Thursday departure is confirmed, Janie says, and I'm already counting the minutes. She squeezes Hodges' hand and says, "There's one bit of good news, though. Auntie C says that Holly was very taken with you." Hodges smiles. Must be my resemblance to Jeff Gordon. Janie and Jerome order dessert. Hodges, feeling virtuous, does not. Then, over coffee, he gets down to business. He has brought 2 folders with him and hands one to each of his dinner companions. "All my notes. I've organized them as well as I can. I want you to have them in case anything happens to me." Janie looks alarmed. "What else has he said to you on that site?" "Nothing at all," Hodges says. The lie comes out smoothly and convincingly. "It's just a precaution." "You sure of that?" Jerome asks. "Absolutely. There's nothing definitive in the notes, but that doesn't mean we haven't made progress. I see a path of investigation that might, I repeat, might take us to this guy. In the meantime, it's important that you both remain very aware of what's going on around you at all times." "Bolo our asses off," Janie says. "Right," he turns to Jerome. "And what specifically are you going to be on the lookout for?" The reply is quick and sure. "Repeat vehicles, especially those driven by males on the younger side, say between the ages of 25 and 40. Although I think 40's pretty old, which makes you practically ancient, Bill." "Nobody loves a smartass," Hodges says. "Experience will teach you that in time, young man." Elaine, the hostess, drifts over to ask how everything was. They tell her everything was fine, and Hodges asks for more coffee all around. "Right away," she says. "You're looking much better than the last time you were here, Mr. Hodges, if you don't mind me saying so." Hodges doesn't mind. He feels better than the last time he was here. Lighter than the loss of 7 or 8 pounds can account for. When Elaine's gone and the waitress has poured more coffee, Janie leans over the table with her eyes fixed on his. "What path? Tell us." He finds himself thinking of Donald Davis, who has confessed to killing not only his wife but 5 other women at rest stops along the highways of the Midwest. Soon the handsome Mr. Davis will be in state where he will no doubt spend the rest of his life. Hodges has seen it all before. He's not so naive as to believe that every homicide is solved, but more often than not, murder does out. Something, a certain wifely body in a certain abandoned gravel pit, for instance, comes to light. It's as if there's a fumble-fingered but powerful universal force at work, always trying to put wrong things right. The detectives assigned to a murder case read reports, interview witnesses, work the phones, study forensic evidence, and wait for that force to do its job. When it does, if it does, a path appears. It often leads straight to the doer, the sort of person Mr. Mercedes refers to in his letters as a perk. Hodges asks his dinner companions, what if Olivia Trelawney actually did hear ghosts? 2. In the parking lot, standing next to the used but serviceable Jeep Wrangler his parents gave him as a 17th birthday present, Jerome tells Janie how good it was to meet her and kisses her cheek. She looks surprised but pleased. Jerome turns to Hodges. You all set, Bill? Need anything tomorrow? Just for you to look into that stuff we talked about so you'll be ready when we check out Olivia's computer. I'm all over it. Good. And don't forget to give my best to your dad and mom. Jerome grins. Tell you what, I'll pass your best on to Dad. As for Mom, Tyrone Feel-Good Delight makes a brief cameo appearance. I'll be stepping round Adelaide for the next week or so. Hodges raises his eyebrows. Are you in Dutch with your mother? That doesn't sound like you. Nah, she's just grouchy. And I can relate, Jerome snickers. What are you talking about? Oh, man, there's a concert at the Mac Thursday night. This dopey boy band called Round Here. Barb and her friend Hilda and a couple of their other friends are insane to see them, although they're as vanilla pudding as can be. How old's your sister? Janie asks. 9, going on 10. Vanilla pudding's what girls that age like. Take it from a former 11-year-old who was crazy about the Bay City Rollers. Jerome looks puzzled, and she laughs. If you knew who they were, I'd lose all respect for you. Anyway, none of them have ever been to a live show, right? I mean, other than Barney or Sesame Street on Ice or something. So they pestered and pestered, they even pestered me, and finally the moms got together and decided that since it was an early show, The girls could go even if it was a school night as long as one of them did the chaperone thing. They literally drew straws, and my mom lost. He shakes his head. His face is solemn, but his eyes are sparkling. My mom at the Mac with 3,000 or 4,000 screaming girls between the ages of 8 and 14. Do I have to explain any more about why I'm keeping out of her way? I bet she has a great time, Janie says. She probably screamed for Marvin Gaye or Al Green not so long ago. Jerome hops into his Wrangler, gives them a final wave, and pulls out onto Lowbriar. That leaves Hodges and Janie standing beside Hodges' car in an almost summer night. A quarter moon has risen above the underpass that separates the more affluent part of the city from Lowtown.
He's a good guy, Janie says. You're lucky to have him.
Yeah, Hodges says. I am. She takes the fedora off his head and puts it on her own, giving it a small but provocative tilt.
What's next, Detective? Your place?
Do you mean what I hope you mean?
I don't want to sleep alone. She stands on tiptoe to return his hat. If I must surrender my body to make sure that doesn't happen, I suppose I must.
Hodges pushes the button that unlocks his car and says, "Never let it be said I failed to take advantage of a lady in distress."
You are no gentleman, sir, she says, then adds, "Thank God. Let's go."
3. It's better this time because they know each other a little. Anxiety has been replaced by eagerness. When the lovemaking is done, she slips into one of his shirts. It's so big her breasts disappear completely and the tails hang down to the backs of her knees, and explores his small house. He trails her a bit anxiously. She renders her verdict after they've returned to the bedroom.
Not bad for a bachelor pad. No dirty dishes in the sink, no hair in the bathtub, no porn videos on top of the TV. I even spied a green vegetable or two in the crisper, which earns you bonus points.
She's filched 2 cans of beer from the fridge and touches hers to his. I never expected to be here with another woman, Hodges says, except maybe for my daughter. We talk on the phone and email, but Allie hasn't actually visited in a couple of years.
Did she take your ex's side in the divorce?
I suppose she did. Hodges has never thought about it in exactly those terms. If so, she was probably right to.
You might be too hard on yourself.
Hodges sips his beer. It tastes pretty good. As he sips again, a thought occurs to him. Does Aunt Charlotte have this number, Janie?
No way. That's not the reason I wanted to come here instead of going back to the condo, but I'd be a liar if I said it never crossed my mind.
She looks at him gravely.
Will you come to the memorial service on Wednesday? Say you will. Please. I need a friend.
Of course. I'll be at the viewing on Tuesday as well.
She looks surprised, but happily so. That seems above and beyond.
Not to Hodges, it doesn't. He's in full investigative mode now, and attending the funeral of someone involved in a murder case, even peripherally, is standard police procedure. He doesn't really believe Mr. Mercedes will turn up at either the viewing or the service on Wednesday, but it's not out of the question. Hodges hasn't seen today's paper, but some alert reporter might well have linked Mrs. Wharton and Olivia Trelawney, the daughter who committed suicide after her car was used as a murder weapon. Such a connection is hardly news, but you could say the same about Lindsay Lohan's adventures with drugs and alcohol. Hodges thinks there might at least have been a sidebar. I want to be there, he says. What's the deal with the ashes?
The mortician called them the cremains, she says, and wrinkles her nose the way she does when she mocks his yeah. Is that gross or what? It sounds like something you'd pour in your coffee. On the upside, I'm pretty sure I won't have to fight Aunt Charlotte or Uncle Henry for them.
No, you won't have to do that. Is there going to be a reception?
Janie sighs. Auntie C insists, so the service at 10, followed by a luncheon at the house in Sugar Heights. While we're eating catered sandwiches and telling our favorite Elizabeth Wharton stories, the funeral home people will take care of the cremation. I'll decide what to do with the ashes after the 3 of them leave on Thursday. They'll never even have to look at the urn.
That's a good idea.
Thanks, but I dread the luncheon. Not Mrs. Green and the rest of Mom's few old friends, but them. If Aunt Charlotte freaks, Holly's apt to have a meltdown. You'll come to lunch too, won't you?
If you let me reach inside that shirt you're wearing, I'll do anything you want.
In that case, let me help you with the buttons.
4. Not many miles from where Kermit William Hodges and Janelle Patterson are lying together in the house on Harper Road, Brady Hartsfield is sitting in his control room. Tonight, he's at his work table instead of his bank of computers, and doing nothing. Nearby, lying amid the litter of small tools, bits of wire, and computer components, is the Monday paper, still rolled up inside its thin plastic condom. He brought it in when he got back from Discount Electronics, but only from force of habit. He has no interest in the news. He has other things to think about. How he's going to get the cop. How he's going to get into the Round Here concert at the MAC wearing his carefully constructed suicide vest. If he really intends to do it, that is. Right now it all seems like an awful lot of work. A long row to hoe. A high mountain to climb. But he can't think of any other similes. Or are those metaphors? Maybe, he thinks drearily, I just ought to kill myself now and be done with it. Get rid of these awful thoughts. These snapshots from hell. Snapshots like the one of his mother, for instance, convulsing on the sofa after eating the poisoned meat meant for the Robinsons' family dog. Mom with her eyes bugging out and her pajama shirt covered with puke. How would that picture look in the old family album? He needs to think, but there's a hurricane going on in his head, a big bad Category 5 Katrina, and everything is flying. His old Boy Scout sleeping bag is spread out on the basement floor on top of an air mattress he scrounged from the garage. The air mattress has a slow leak. Brady supposes he ought to replace it if he means to continue sleeping down here for whatever short stretch of life remains to him. And where else can he sleep? He can't bring himself to use his bed on the second floor, not with his mother lying dead in her own bed just down the hall, maybe already rotting her way into the sheets. He's turned on her air conditioner and cranked it up to high cool, but he's under no illusions about how well that will work. Or for how long. Nor is sleeping on the living room couch an option. He cleaned it as well as he could and turned the cushions, but it still smells of her vomit. No, it has to be down here in his special place. His control room. Of course, the basement has its own unpleasant history. It's where his little brother died. Only, died is a bit of a euphemism, and it's a bit late for those. Brady thinks about how he used Frankie's name when he posted to Olivia Trelawney under Debbie's blue umbrella. It was as if Frankie was alive again for a little while. Only when the Trelawney bitch died, Frankie died with her. Died again. I never liked you anyway, he says, looking toward the foot of the stairs. It is a strangely childish voice, high and treble, but Brady doesn't notice. And I had to. He pauses. We had to. He thinks of his mother and how beautiful she was in those days. Those old days. 5. Deborah Ann Hartsfield was one of those rare ex-cheerleaders who, even after bearing children, managed to hang on to the body that had danced and pranced its way along the sidelines under the Friday night lights. Tall, full-figured, honey-haired. During the early years of her marriage, she took no more than a glass of wine with dinner. Why drink to excess when life was good sober? She had her husband. She had her house on the north side of the city, not exactly a palace, but what starter home was, and she had her 2 boys. At the time his mother became a widow, Brady was 8 and Frankie was 3. Frankie was a plain child and a bit on the slow side. Brady, on the other hand, had good looks and quick wits. Also, what a charmer. She doted on him, and Brady felt the same about her. They spent long Saturday afternoons cuddled together on the couch under a blanket, watching old movies and drinking hot chocolate, while Norm puttered in the garage and Frankie crawled around on the carpet, playing with blocks or a little fire truck that he liked so well he had given it a name, Sammy. Norm Hartsfield was a lineman for Central States Power. He made a good salary pole climbing, but had his sights trained on bigger things. Perhaps it was those things he was eyeing instead of watching what he was doing that day beside Route 51, or maybe he just lost his balance a little and reached the wrong way in an effort to steady himself. No matter what the reason, the result was lethal. His partner was just reporting that they'd found the outage and repair was almost complete when he heard a crackling sound. That was 20,000 volts of coal-fired CSP electricity pouring into Norm Hartsfield's body. The partner looked up just in time to see Norm tumble out of the cherry-picker basket and plunge 40 feet to the ground with his left hand melted and the sleeve of his uniform shirt on fire. Addicted to credit cards, like most middle Americans as the end of the century approached, the Hartsfields had savings of less than $2,000. That was pretty thin, but there was a good insurance policy, and CSP kicked in an additional $70,000, trading it for Deborah Ann's signature on a paper absolving the company of all blame in the matter of Norman Hartsfield's death. To Deborah Ann, that seemed like a huge bucket full of cash. She paid off the mortgage on the house and bought a new car. Never did it occur to her that some buckets fill but once. She had been working as a hairdresser when she met Norm and went back to that trade after his death. 6 months or so into her widowhood, she began seeing a man she had met one day at the bank. Only a junior executive, she told Brady, but he had what she called prospects. She brought him home. He ruffled Brady's hair and called him Champ. He ruffled Frankie's hair and called him Little Champ. Brady didn't like him. He had big teeth like a vampire in a scary movie. But he didn't show his dislike. He had already learned to wear a happy face and keep his feelings to himself. One night before taking Deborah Ann out to dinner, the boyfriend told Brady, "Your mother's a charmer, and so are you." Brady smiled and said thank you and hoped the boyfriend would get in a car accident and die. As long as his mother wasn't with him, that was. The boyfriend with the scary teeth had no right to take his father's place. That was Brady's job. Frankie choked on the apple during The Blues Brothers. It was supposed to be a funny movie. Brady didn't see what was so funny about it, but his mother and Frankie laughed fit to split. His mother was happy and all dressed up because she was going out with her boyfriend. In a little while, the sitter would come in. The sitter was a stupid, greedy guts who always looked in the refrigerator to see what was good to eat as soon as Deborah Ann left, bending over so her fat ass stuck out. There were 2 snack bowls on the coffee table. One contained popcorn, the other apple slices, dusted with cinnamon. In one part of the movie, people sang in church and one of the Blues Brothers did flips all the way up the center aisle. Frankie was sitting on the floor and laughed hard when the fat Blues Brother did his flips. When he drew in breath to laugh some more, he sucked a piece of cinnamon-dusted apple slice down his throat. That made him stop laughing. He began to jerk around and claw at his neck instead. Brady's mother screamed and grabbed him in her arms. She squeezed him, trying to make the piece of apple come out. It didn't. Frankie's face went red. She reached into his mouth and down his throat, trying to get at the piece of apple. She couldn't. Frankie started to lose the red color. "Oh, my dear Jesus," Deborah Ann cried and ran for the phone. As she picked it up, she shouted at Brady, "Don't just sit there like an asshole, pound him on the back." Brady didn't like to be shouted at, and his mother had never called him an asshole before, but he pounded Frankie on the back. He pounded hard. The piece of apple slice did not come out. Now Frankie's face was turning blue. Brady had an idea. He picked Frankie up by his ankles so Frankie's head hung down and his hair brushed the rug. The apple slice did not come out. "Stop being a brat, Frankie," Brady said. Frankie continued to breathe. Sort of. He was making little breezy whistling noises anyway. Almost until the ambulance got there. Then he stopped. The ambulance men came in. They were wearing black clothes with yellow patches on the jackets. They made Brady go into the kitchen so Brady didn't see what they did, but his mother screamed, and later he saw drops of blood on the carpet. No apple slice, though. Then everyone except Brady went away in the ambulance. He sat on the couch and ate popcorn and watched TV. Not the Blues Brothers. The Blues Brothers was stupid. Just a bunch of singing and running around. He found a movie about a crazy guy who kidnapped a bunch of kids who were on their school bus. That was pretty exciting. When the fat sitter showed up, Brady said, "Frankie choked on an apple slice. There's ice cream in the refrigerator. Vanilla crunch. Have as much as you want. Maybe, he thought, if she ate enough ice cream, she'd have a heart attack and he could call 911. Or just let the stupid bitch lay there. That would probably be better. He could watch her. Deborah Ann finally came home at 11 o'clock. The fat sitter had made Brady go to bed, but he wasn't asleep, and when he came downstairs in his PJs, his mother hugged him to her. The fat babysitter asked how Frankie was. The fat babysitter was full of fake concern. The reason Brady knew it was fake was because he wasn't concerned, so why would the fat babysitter care? "He's going to be fine," Deborah Ann said with a big smile. Then, when the fat babysitter was gone, she started crying like crazy. She got her wine out of the refrigerator, but instead of pouring it into a glass, she drank straight from the neck of the bottle. "He might not be," she told Brady, wiping wine from her chin. "He's in a coma. Do you know what that is?" "Sure, like in a doctor's show." "That's right." She got down on one knee so they were face to face. Having her so close, smelling the perfume she'd put on for the date that never happened, gave him a feeling in his stomach. It was funny, but good. He kept looking at the blue stuff on her eyelids. It was weird, but good. He stopped breathing for a long time before the EMTs could make some room for the air to go down. The doctor at the hospital said that even if he comes out of his coma, there might be brain damage. Brady thought Frankie was already brain damaged. He was awful stupid carrying around that fire truck all the time, but said nothing. His mother was wearing a blouse that showed the tops of her titties. That gave him a funny feeling in his stomach, too. "If I tell you something, do you promise never to tell anyone? Not another living soul?" Brady promised. He was good at keeping secrets. "It might be better if he does die, because if he wakes up and he's brain damaged, I don't know what we'll do." Then she clasped him to her, and her hair tickled the side of his face, and the smell of her perfume was very strong. She said, "Thank God it wasn't you, honey boy. Thank God for that." Brady hugged her back, pressing his chest against her titties. He had a boner. Frankie did wake up, and sure enough, he was brain damaged. He had never been smart. "Takes after his father," Deborah Ann said once. But compared to the way he was now, he had been a genius in those pre-apple slice days. He had toilet trained late, not until he was almost 3.5, and now he was back in diapers. His vocabulary had been reduced to no more than a dozen words. Instead of walking, he made his way around the house in a limping shuffle. Sometimes he fell abruptly and profoundly asleep, but that was only in the daytime. At night he had a tendency to wander, and before he started out on these nocturnal safaris, he usually stripped off his Pampers. Sometimes he got into bed with his mother. More often he got in with Brady, who would awake to find the bed soaked and Frankie staring at him with goofy, creepy love. Frankie had to keep going to the doctor. His breathing was never right. At its best, it was a wet wheeze. At its worst, when he had one of his frequent colds, a rattling bark. He could no longer eat solid food. His meals had to be pureed in the blender, and he ate them in a high chair. Drinking from a glass was out of the question, so it was back to sippy cups. The boyfriend from the bank was long gone, and the fat babysitter didn't last either. She said she was sorry, but she just couldn't cope with Frankie the way he was now. For a while, Deborah Ann got a full-time home care lady to come in, but the home care lady ended up getting more money than Deborah Ann made at the beauty shop, so she let the home care lady go and quit her job. Now they were living off savings. She began to drink more, switching from wine to vodka, which she called a more efficient delivery system. Brady would sit with her on the couch drinking Pepsi. They would watch Frankie crawl around on the carpet with his fire truck in one hand and his blue sippy cup, also filled with Pepsi, in the other. "It's shrinking like the ice caps," Deborah Ann would say, and Brady no longer had to ask her what it was. "And when it's gone, we'll be out on the street." She went to see a lawyer in the same strip mall where Brady would years later flick an annoying goofy boy in the throat, and paid $100 for a consultation. She took Brady with her. The lawyer's name was Greensmith. He wore a cheap suit and kept sneaking glances at Deborah Ann's titties. "I can tell you what happened," he said. "Seen it before. That piece of apple left just enough space around his windpipe to let him keep breathing. It's too bad you reached down his throat, that's all." "I was trying to get it out," Deborah Ann said indignantly. "I know, any good mother would do the same. But you pushed it deeper instead and blocked his windpipe entirely. If one of the EMTs had done that, you'd have a case, worth a few $100,000 at least. Maybe $1.5 million. Seen it before. But it was you. And you told him what you did, didn't you?" Deborah Ann admitted she had. "Did they intubate him?" Deborah Ann said they did. "Okay, that's your case. They got an airway into him, but in doing so, they pushed that bad apple in even deeper." He sat back, spread his fingers on his slightly yellowed white shirt, and peeped at Deborah Ann's titties again, maybe just to make sure they hadn't slipped out of her bra and run away. "Hence, brain damage." "So you'll take the case?" "Happy to. If you can pay for the 5 years it'll drag through the courts. Because the hospital and their insurance providers will fight you every step of the way. Seen it before." "How much?" Greensmith named a figure, and Deborah Ann left the office holding Brady's hand. They sat in her Honda, then knew, and she cried. When that part was over, she told him to play the radio while she ran another errand. Brady knew what the other errand entailed, a bottle of efficient delivery system. She relived her meeting with Greensmith many times over the years, always ending with the same bitter pronouncement. "I paid $100 I couldn't afford to a lawyer in a suit from Men's Warehouse, and all I found out was I couldn't afford to fight the big insurance companies and get what was coming to me." The year that followed was 5 years long. There was a life-sucking monster in the house, and the monster's name was Frankie. Sometimes, when he knocked something over or woke Deborah Ann up from a nap, she spanked him. Once, she lost it completely and punched him in the side of the head, sending him to the floor in a twitching, eye-rolling daze. She picked him up and hugged him and cried and said she was sorry, but there was only so much a woman could take. She went into Hair Today as a sub whenever she could. On these occasions, she called Brady in sick at school so he could babysit his little brother. Sometimes Brady would catch Frankie reaching for stuff he wasn't supposed to have, or stuff that belonged to Brady, like his Atari arcade handheld, and then he would slap Frankie's hands until Frankie cried. When the wail started, Brady would remind himself that it wasn't Frankie's fault. He had brain damage from that that fucking apple slice, and he would be overcome by a mixture of guilt, rage, and sorrow. He would take Frankie on his lap and rock him and tell him he was sorry, but there was only so much a man could take. And he was a man. Mom said so. The man of the house. He got good at changing Frankie's diapers, but when there was poo, no, it was shit. Not poo, but shit. He would sometimes pinch Frankie's legs and shout at him to lay still, damn you, lay still. Even if Frankie was laying still. Laying there with Sammy the fire truck clutched to his chest and looking up at the ceiling with his big, stupid, brain-damaged eyes. That year was full of sometimes. Sometimes he loved Frankie up and kissed him. Sometimes he'd shake him and say, "This is your fault. We're going to have to live in the street and it's your fault." Sometimes putting Frankie to bed after a day at the beauty parlor, Deborah Ann would see bruises on the boy's arms and legs. Once on his throat, which was scarred from the tracheotomy the EMTs had performed. She never commented on these. Sometimes Brady loved Frankie. Sometimes he hated him. Usually he felt both things at the same time, and it gave him headaches. Sometimes, mostly when she was drunk, Deborah Ann would rail at the train wreck of her life. "I can't get assistance from the city, the state, or the goddamn federal government, and why? Because we still have too much from the insurance and the settlement, that's why. Does anyone care that everything's going out and nothing's coming in? No. When the money's gone and we're living in a homeless shelter on Lowbriar Avenue, then I'll be eligible for assistance. It isn't that just ducky." Sometimes Brady would look at Frankie and think, "You're in the way. You're in the way, Frankie. You're in the fucking goddamn shit-ass way." Sometimes, often, Brady hated the whole fucking goddamn shit-ass world. If there was a God like the Sunday guys said on TV, wouldn't he take Frankie up to heaven so his mother could go back to work full-time and they wouldn't have to be out on the street? Or living on Lowbriar Avenue, where his mother said there was nothing but nigger drug addicts with guns? If there was a God, why had he let Frankie choke on that fucking apple slice in the first place? And then letting him wake up brain damaged afterward. That was going from bad to fucking goddamn shit-ass worse. There was no God. He only had to watch Frankie crawling around the floor with goddamn Sammy in one hand, then getting up and limping for a while before giving that up and crawling again, to know that the idea of God was fucking ridiculous. Finally, Frankie died. It happened fast. In a way, it was like running down those people at City Center. There was no forethought, only the looming reality that something had to be done. You could almost call it an accident. Or fate. Brady didn't believe in God, but he did believe in fate, and sometimes the man of the house had to be fate's right hand. His mother was making pancakes for supper. Frankie was playing with Sammy. The basement door was standing open because Deborah Ann had bought 2 cartons of cheap off-brand toilet paper at Chapter 11 and they kept it down there. The bathrooms needed restocking, so she sent Brady down to get some. His hands had been full when he came back up, so he left the basement door open. He thought Mom would shut it, but when he came down from putting the toilet paper in the 2 upstairs bathrooms, it was still open. Frankie was on the floor pushing Sammy across the linoleum and making sounds. He was wearing red pants that bulged with his triple thick diapers. He was working ever closer to the open door and the steep stairs beyond, but Deborah Ann still made no move to close the door. Nor did she ask Brady, now setting the table, to do it. Said Frankie. He pushed the fire truck. Sammy rolled to the edge of the basement doorway, bumped against the jamb, and there he stopped. Deborah Ann left the stove. She walked over to the basement door. Brady thought she would bend down and hand Frankie's fire truck back to him, but she didn't. She kicked it instead. There was a small clacking sound as it tumbled down the steps all the way to the bottom. "Oops," she said. "Sammy fall down go boom." Her voice was very flat. Brady walked over. This was interesting. "Why'd you do that, Mom?" Deborah Ann put her hands on her hips, the spatula jutting from one of them. She said, "Because I'm just so sick of listening to him make that sound." Frankie opened his mouth and began to blat. "Quit it, Frankie," Brady said, but Frankie didn't. What Frankie did was crawl onto the top step and peer down into the darkness. In that same flat voice, Deborah Ann said, "Turn on the light, Brady, so he can see Sammy." Brady turned on the light and peered over his blatting brother. "Yup," he said. "There he is, right down at the bottom. See him, Frankie?" Frankie crawled a little farther, still blatting. He looked down. Brady looked at his mother. Deborah Ann Hartsfield gave the smallest, most imperceptible nod. Brady didn't think. He simply kicked Frankie's triple-diapered butt, and down Frankie went, in a series of clumsy somersaults that made Brady think of the fat blues brother flipping his way along the church aisle. On the first somersault, Frankie kept on blatting, but the second time around, his head connected with one of the stair risers, and the blatting stopped all at once, as if Frankie were a radio and someone had turned him off. That was horrible, but had its funny side. He went over again, legs flying out limply to either side in a Y shape. Then he slammed head first into the basement floor. "Oh my God, Frankie fell!" Deborah Ann cried. She dropped the spatula and ran down the stairs. Brady followed her. Frankie's neck was broken. Even Brady could tell that, because it was all croggled in the back. But he was still alive. He was breathing in little snorts. Blood was coming out of his nose. More was coming from the side of his head. His eyes moved back and forth, but nothing else did. Poor Frankie. Brady started to cry. His mother was crying too. "What should we do?" Brady asked. "What should we do, Mom?" "Go upstairs and get me a pillow off the sofa." He did as she said. When he came back down, Sammy the fire truck was lying on Frankie's chest. "I tried to get him to hold it, but he can't," Deborah Ann said. "Yeah," Brady said. "He's probably paralyzed. Poor Frankie." Frankie looked up. First at his mother, and then his brother.
"Brady,"
he said. "It'll be okay, Frankie," Brady said, and held out the pillow. Deborah Ann took it and put it over Frankie's face. It didn't take long. Then she sent Brady upstairs again to put the sofa pillow back and get a wet washcloth. "Turn off the stove while you're up there," she said. "The pancakes are burning. I can smell them." She washed Frankie's face to get rid of the blood. Brady thought that was very sweet and motherly. Years later, he realized she'd also been making sure there would be no threads or fibers from the pillow on Frankie's face. When Frankie was clean, although there was still blood in his hair, Brady and his mother sat on the basement steps looking at him. Deborah Ann had her arm around Brady's shoulders. "I better call 911, she said. "Okay." He pushed Sammy too hard, and Sammy fell downstairs. Then he tried to go after him and lost his balance. "I was making the pancakes, and you were putting toilet paper in the bathrooms upstairs. You didn't see anything. When you got down to the basement, he was already dead." "Okay. Say it back to me." Brady did. He was an A student in school and good at remembering things. "No matter what anybody asks you, never say more than that. Don't add anything and don't change anything." "Okay, but can I say you were crying?" She smiled. She kissed his forehead and cheek. Then she kissed him full on the lips. "Yes, honey boy, you can say that." "Will we be all right now?" "Yes." There was no doubt in her voice. "We'll be fine." She was right. There were only a few questions about the accident and no hard ones. They had a funeral. It was pretty nice. Frankie was in a Frankie-sized coffin wearing a suit. He didn't look brain-damaged, just fast asleep. Before they closed the coffin, Brady kissed his brother's cheek and tucked Sammy the fire truck in beside him. There was just enough room. That night, Brady had the first of his really bad headaches. He started thinking Frankie was under his bed, and that made the headache worse. He went down to his mom's room and got in with her. He didn't tell her he was scared of Frankie being under his bed, just that his head ached so bad he thought it was going to explode. She hugged him and kissed him, and he wriggled against her tight, tight, tight. It felt good to wriggle. It made the headache less. They fell asleep together, and the next day it was just the two of them, and life was better. Deborah Ann got her old job back, but there were no more boyfriends. She said Brady was the only boyfriend she wanted now. They never talked about Frankie's accident, but sometimes Brady dreamed about it. He didn't know if his mother did or not, but she drank plenty of vodka, so much she eventually lost her job again. That was all right, though, because by then he was old enough to go to work. He didn't miss going to college, either. College was for people who didn't know they were smart. 6. Brady comes out of these memories, a reverie so deep it's like hypnosis, to discover he's got a lap full of shredded plastic. At first he doesn't know where it came from. Then he looks at the newspaper lying on his work table and understands he tore apart the bag it was in with his fingernails while he was thinking about Frankie. He deposits the shreds in the wastebasket, then picks up the paper and stares vacantly at the headlines. Oil is still gushing into the Gulf of Mexico, and British petroleum executives are squalling that they're doing the best they can and people are being mean to them. Nadal Hassan, the asshole shrink who shot up the Fort Hood Army base in Texas, is going to be arraigned in the next day or two. You should have had a Mercedes, Nadal baby, Brady thinks. Paul McCartney, the ex-Beatle Brady's mom used to call Old Spaniel Eyes, is getting a medal at the White House. Why is it, Brady sometimes wonders, that people with only a little talent get so much of everything? It's just another proof that the world is crazy. Brady decides to take the paper up to the kitchen and read the political columns. Those in a melatonin capsule might be enough to send him off to sleep. Halfway up the stairs, he turns the paper over to see what's below the fold and freezes. There are photos of two women side by side. One is Olivia Trelawney. The other one is much older, but the resemblance is unmistakable, especially those thin bitch lips. Mother of Olivia Trelawney dies, the headline reads. Below it, protested daughter's unfair treatment. Claimed press coverage destroyed her life. What follows is a 2-paragraph squib, really just an excuse to get last year's tragedy, if you want to use that word, Brady thinks rather snidely, back on the front page of a newspaper that's slowly being strangled to death by the internet. Readers are referred to the obituary on page 26, and Brady, now sitting at the kitchen table, turns there double quick. The cloud of dazed gloom that has surrounded him ever since his mother's death has been swept away in an instant. His mind is ticking over rapidly, ideas coming together, flying apart, then coming together again like pieces in a jigsaw puzzle. He's familiar with this process and knows it will continue until they connect with a click of finality and a clear picture appears. Elizabeth Seroy Warden, 87, passed away peacefully on May 29, 2010 at Warsaw County Memorial Hospital. She was born on January 19, 1923, the son of Marcel and Catherine Seroy. She is survived by her brother, Henry Seroy, her sister, Charlotte Gibney, her niece, Holly Gibney, and her daughter, Janelle Patterson. Elizabeth was predeceased by her husband, Alvin Warden, and her beloved daughter, Olivia. Private visitation will be held from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Soames Funeral Home on Tuesday, June 1, followed by a 10 a.m. memorial service at Soames Funeral Home on Wednesday, June 2. After the service, a reception for close friends and family members will take place at 729 Lilac Drive in Sugar Heights. The family requests no flowers, but suggests contributions to either the American Red Cross or the Salvation Army, Mrs. Wharton's favorite charities. Brady reads all this carefully with several related questions in mind. Will the fat ex-cop be at the visitation? At the Wednesday memorial service? At the reception? Brady's betting on all three. Looking for the perk. Looking for him, because that's what cops do. He remembers the last message he sent to Hodges, the good old dead red. Now he smiles and says it out loud. He won't see me coming. Make sure he doesn't, Deborah Ann Hartsfield says. He knows she's not really there, but he can almost see her sitting across the table from him, wearing a black pencil skirt and the blue blouse he especially likes, the one that's so filmy you can see the ghost of her underwear through it. Because he'll be looking for you. I know, Brady says. Don't worry. Of course I'll worry, she says. I have to. You're my honey boy. He goes back downstairs and gets into his sleeping bag. The leaky air mattress wheezes. The last thing he does before killing the lights via voice command is to set his iPhone alarm for 6:30. Tomorrow is going to be a busy day. Except for the tiny red lights marking his sleeping computer equipment, the basement control room is completely dark. From beneath the stairs, his mother speaks. I'm waiting for you, honey boy, but don't make me wait too long. I'll be there soon, Mom. Smiling, Brady closes his eyes. 2 minutes later, he's snoring. 7. Janie doesn't come out of the bedroom until just after 8 the following morning. She's wearing her pantsuit from the night before. Hodges, still in his boxers, is on the phone. He waves one finger to her, a gesture that says both good morning and give me a minute. It's not a big deal, he's saying, just one of those things that nibble at you. If you could check, I'd really appreciate it. He listens. Nah, I don't want to bother Pete with it, and don't you either. He's got all he can handle with the Donald Davis case. He listens some more. Janie perches on the arm of the sofa, points at her watch, and mouths, "The viewing." Hodges nods. That's right, he says into the phone. Let's say between the summer of 2007 and the spring of 2009. In the Lake Avenue area downtown where all those new ritzy condos are. He winks at Janie. Thanks, Marlowe, you're a doll, and I promise I'm not going to turn into an uncle, okay? Listens, nodding. Okay. Yeah, I have to run, but give my best to Phil and the kids. We'll get together soon. Lunch. Of course on me. Right. Bye. He hangs up. You need to get dressed in a hurry, she says, then take me back to the apartment so I can put on my damn makeup before we go over to the funeral home. It might also be fun to change my underwear. How fast can you hop into your suit? Fast, and you don't really need the makeup. She rolls her eyes. Tell that to Aunt Charlotte. She's totally on crow's feet patrol. Now get going and bring a razor. You can shave at my place. She rechecks her watch. I haven't slept this late in 5 years. He heads for the bedroom to get dressed. She catches him at the door, turns him toward her, puts her palms on his cheeks, and kisses his mouth. Good sex is the best sleeping pill. I guess I forgot that. He lifts her high off her feet in a hug. He doesn't know how long this will last, but while it does, he means to ride it like a pony. And wear your hat, she says, looking down into his face and smiling. I did right when I bought it. That hat is you. 8. They're too happy with each other and too intent on getting to the funeral parlor ahead of the relatives from hell to Bolo, but even on red alert they almost certainly wouldn't have seen anything that rang warning bells. There are already more than 24 cars parked in the little strip mall at the intersection of Harper Road and Hanover Street, and Brady Hartsfield's mud-colored Subaru is the most unobtrusive of the lot. He has picked his spot carefully so that the fat ex-cop street is squarely in the middle of his rear view. If Hodges is going to the old lady's viewing, he'll come down the hill and make a left on Hanover. And here he comes at just past 8:30, quite a bit earlier than Brady expected since the viewing's not until 10 and the funeral parlor's only 20 minutes or so away. As the car makes its left turn, Brady is further surprised to see the fat ex-cop is not alone. His passenger is a woman, and although Brady only gets a quick glimpse, it's enough for him to ID Olivia Trelawney's sister. She's got the visor down so she can look into the mirror as she brushes her hair. The obvious deduction is that she spent the night in the fat ex-cop's bachelor bungalow. Brady is thunderstruck. Why in God's name would she do that? Hodges is old. He's fat. He's ugly. She can't really be having sex with him, can she? The idea is beyond belief. Then he thinks of how his mother relieved his worst headaches and realizes, reluctantly, that when it comes to sex, no pairing is beyond belief. But the idea of Hodges doing it with Olivia Trelawney's sister is infuriating, not in the least because you could say it was Brady himself who brought them together. Hodges is supposed to be sitting in front of his television and contemplating suicide. He has no right to enjoy a jar of Vaseline in his own right hand, let alone a good-looking blonde. Brady thinks, she probably took the bed while he slept on the sofa. This idea at least approaches logic and makes him feel better. He supposes Hodges could have sex with a good-looking blonde if he really wanted to. But he'd have to pay for it. The whore would probably want a weight surcharge too, he thinks, and laughs as he starts his car. Before pulling out, he opens the glove compartment, takes out Thing 2, and places it on the passenger seat. He hasn't used it since last year, but he's going to use it today. Probably not at the funeral parlor, though, because he doubts they will be going there right away. It's too early. Brady thinks they'll be stopping at the Lake Avenue condo first, and it's not necessary that he beat them there, only that he be there when they come back out. He knows just how he's going to do it. It will be like old times. At a stoplight downtown, he calls Tones Frobisher at Discount Electronics and tells him he won't be in today, probably not all week. Pinching his nostrils shut with his knuckles to give his voice a nasal honk, he informs Tones that he has the flu. He thinks of the Round Here concert at the Mac on Thursday night in the suicide vest and imagines adding, "Next week I won't have the flu, I'll just be dead." He breaks the connection, drops his phone onto the seat next to Thing 2 and begins laughing. He sees a woman in the next lane, all gussied up for work, staring at him. Brady, now laughing so hard tears are streaming down his cheeks and snot is running out of his nose, gives her the finger. 9. You were talking to your friend in the records department, Janie asks. Marlo Everett, yeah, she's always in early. Pete Huntley, my old partner, used to swear that was because she never left. What fairy tale did you feed her, pray tell? That some of my neighbors have mentioned a guy trying cars to see if they were unlocked. I said I seemed to recall a spate of car burglaries downtown a couple of years back, the doer never apprehended. Uh-huh. And that thing you said about not turning into an uncle, what was that about? Uncles are retired cops who can't let go of the job. They call in wanting Marlo to run the plate numbers of cars that strike them as hinky for one reason or another. Or maybe they brace some guy who looks wrong, go all cop-faced on his ass, and ask for ID. Then they call in and have Marlowe run the name for wants and warrants.
Does she mind?
Oh, she bitches about it for form's sake, but I don't really think so. An old geezer named Kenny Shays called in a 6-5 a few years ago. That's suspicious behavior, a new code since 9/11. The guy he pegged wasn't a terrorist, just a fugitive who killed his whole family in Kansas back in 1987.
Wow. Did he get a medal?
Nothing but an attaboy, which was all he wanted. He died 6 months or so later. Ate his gun is what Kenny Shays did, pulling the trigger before the lung cancer could get traction. Hodges' cell phone rings. It's muffled, because he's once more left it in the glove compartment. Janie fishes it out and hands it over with a slightly ironic smile. "Hey, Marlowe, that was quick. What did you find out? Anything?" He listens, nodding along with whatever he's hearing and saying, "Uh-huh," and never missing a beat in the heavy flow of morning traffic. He thanks her and hangs up, but when he attempts to hand the Nokia back to Janie, she shakes her head.
"Put it in your pocket. Someone else might call you. I know it's a strange concept, but try to get your head around it. What did you find out?"
Starting in September of 2007, there were over a dozen car break-ins downtown. Marlowe says there could have been even more, because people who don't lose anything of value have a tendency not to report car burglaries. Some don't even realize it happened. The last report was logged in March of 2009, less than 3 weeks before the city center massacre. It was our guy, Janie. I'm sure of it. We're crossing his back trail now, and that means we're getting closer.
Good.
I think we're going to find him. If we do, your lawyer, Sean, goes downtown to fill in Pete Huntley. He does the rest. We still see eye to eye on that, don't we?
Yes, but until then he's ours. We still see eye to eye on that, right?
Absolutely. He's cruising down Lake Avenue now, and there's a spot right in front of the late Mrs. Wharton's building. When your luck is running, it's running. Hodges backs in, wondering how many times Olivia Trelawney used this same spot. Janie looks anxiously at her watch as Hodges feeds the meter. "Relax," he says. "We've got plenty of time." As she heads for the door, Hodges pushes the lock button on his key fob. He doesn't think about it. Mr. Mercedes is what he's thinking about, but habit is habit. He pockets his keys and hurries to catch up with Janie so he can hold the door for her. He thinks, "I'm turning into a sap." Then he thinks, so what?
10. 5 minutes later, a mud-colored Subaru cruises down Lake Avenue. It slows almost to a stop when it comes abreast of Hodges' Toyota. Then Brady puts on his left turn blinker and pulls into the parking garage across the street. There are plenty of vacant spots on the first and second levels, but they're all on the inside and no use to him. He finds what he wants on the nearly deserted third level, a spot on the east side of the garage, directly overlooking Lake Avenue. He parks, walks to the concrete bumper, and peers across the street and down at Hodges' Toyota. He puts the distance at about 60 yards. With nothing in the way to block the signal, that's a piece of cake for Thing 2. With time to kill, Brady gets back into his car, fires up his iPad, and investigates the Midwest Culture and Arts Complex website. Mingo Auditorium is the biggest part of the facility. That figures, Brady thinks, because it's probably the only part of the MAC that makes money. The city's symphony orchestra plays there in the winter, plus there are ballets and lectures and arty-farty shit like that. But from June to August, the Mingo is almost exclusively dedicated to pop music. According to the website, Round Here will be followed by an all-star summer cavalcade of song, including the Eagles, Sting, John Mellencamp, Alan Jackson, Paul Simon, and Bruce Springsteen. Sounds good, but Brady thinks the people who bought all concert passes are going to be disappointed. There's only going to be one show in the Mingo this summer, a short one ending with a punk ditty called Die, You Useless Motherfuckers. The website says the auditorium's capacity is 4,500. It also says that the Round Here concert is sold out. Brady calls Shirley Orton at the ice cream factory. Once more pinching his nose shut, he tells her she better put Rudy Stanhope on alert for later in the week. He says he'll try to get in Thursday or Friday, but she better not count on it. He has the flu. As he expected, the F-word alarms Shirley. "Don't you come near this place until you can show me a note from your doctor saying you're not contagious.
You can't be selling ice cream to kids if you've got the flu.
I'd know,
Brady says through his pinched nostrils.
I'd be sorry, Shirley. I think I got it from my mother. I had to put her to bed.
That hits his funny bone and his lips begin to twitch.
Well, you take care of yours.
I have to go, he says, and breaks the connection just before another gust of hysterical laughter sweeps through him. Yes, he had to put his mother to bed. And yes, it was the flu. Not the swine flu or the bird flu, but a new strain called gopher flu. Brady howls and pounds the dashboard of his Subaru. He pounds so hard he hurts his hand, and that makes him laugh harder still. This fit goes on until his stomach aches, and he feels a little like puking. It has just begun to ease off when he sees the lobby door of the condo across the street open. Brady snatches up Thing 2 and slides the on switch. The ready lamp glows yellow. He raises the short stub of the antenna. He gets out of his car, not laughing now, and creeps to the concrete bumper again, being careful to stay in the shadow of the nearest support pillar. He puts his thumb on the toggle switch and angles Thing 2 down, but not at the Toyota. He's aiming at Hodges, who is rummaging in his pants pocket. The blonde is next to him, wearing the same pantsuit she had on earlier, but with different shoes and purse. Hodges brings out his keys. Brady pushes Thing 2's toggle switch, and the yellow ready lamp turns operational green. The lights of Hodges' car flash. At the same instant, the green light on Thing 2 gives a single quick blink. It has caught the Toyota's PKE code and stored it, just as it caught the code of Mrs. Trelawney's Mercedes. Brady used Thing 2 for almost 2 years, stealing PKEs and unlocking cars so he could toss them for valuables and cash. The income from these ventures was uneven, but the thrill never faded. His first thought on finding the spare key in the glove compartment of Mrs. Trelawney's Mercedes, it was in a plastic bag along with her owner's manual and registration, was to steal the car and joyride it all the way across the city. Bang it up a little just for the hell of it. Maybe slice the upholstery. But some instinct had told him to leave everything just as it was, that the Mercedes might have a larger role to play. And so it had proved. Brady hops into his car and puts Thing 2 back in his own glove compartment. He's very satisfied with his morning's work, but the morning isn't over. Hodges and Olivia's sister will be going to a visitation. Brady has his own visitation to make. The Mac will be open by now, and he wants a look around. See what they have for security. Check out where the cameras are mounted. Brady thinks, I'll find a way in. I'm on a roll. Also, he'll need to go online and score a ticket to the concert Thursday night. Busy, busy, busy. He begins to whistle. 11. Hodges and Janie Patterson step into the eternal rest parlor of the Soames Funeral Home at 9:45, and thanks to her insistence on hurrying, they're the first arrivals. The top half of the coffin is open. The bottom half is swaddled in a blue silk swag. Elizabeth Wharton is wearing a white dress sprigged with blue florets that match the swag. Her eyes are closed, her cheeks are rosy. Janie hurries down an aisle between 2 ranks of folding chairs, looks briefly at her mother, then hurries back. Her lips are trembling. Uncle Henry can call cremation pagan if he wants to, but this open coffin shit is the real pagan rite. She doesn't look like my mother. She looks like a stuffed exhibit. Then why? It was the trade-off I made to shut Uncle Henry up about the cremation. God help us if he looks under the swag and sees the coffin's pressed cardboard painted gray to look like metal. So it'll... You know. I know, Hodges says, and gives her a one-armed hug. The deceased woman's friends trickle in, led by Althea Green, Wharton's nurse, and Mrs. Harris, who was her housekeeper. At 10:20 or so, fashionably late, Hodges thinks, Aunt Charlotte arrives on her brother's arm. Uncle Henry leads her down the aisle, looks briefly at the corpse, then stands back. Aunt Charlotte stares fixedly into the upturned face, then bends and kisses the dead lips. In a barely audible voice, she says, "Oh, sis. Oh, sis." For the first time since he met her, Hodges feels something for her other than irritation. There is some milling, some quiet talk, a few low outbursts of laughter. Janie makes the rounds, speaking to everyone. There aren't more than a dozen, all of the sort Hodges' daughter calls Goldie Oldies, doing her due diligence. Uncle Henry joins her, And on the one occasion when Janie falters, she's trying to comfort Mrs. Green, he puts an arm around her shoulders. Hodges is glad to see it. Blood tells, he thinks. At times like this, it almost always does. He's the odd man out here, so he decides to get some air. He stands on the front step for a few moments, scanning the cars parked across the street, looking for a man sitting by himself in one of them. He sees no one, and realizes he hasn't seen Holly the Mumbler either. He ambles around to the visitors' parking lot, and there she is, perched on the back step. She's dressed in a singularly unbecoming shin-length brown dress. Her hair is put up in unbecoming clumps at the sides of her head. To Hodges, she looks like Princess Leia after a year on the Karen Carpenter diet. She sees his shadow on the pavement, gives a jerk, and hides something behind her hand. He comes closer, and the hidden object turns out to be a half-smoked cigarette. She gives him a narrow, worried look. Hodges thinks it's the look of a dog that's been beaten too many times with a newspaper for piddling under the kitchen table.
Don't tell my mother. She thinks I quit.
Your secret's safe with me, Hodges says, thinking that Holly is surely too old to worry about Mommy's disapproval of what is probably her only bad habit. Can I share your step?
Shouldn't you be inside with Janie?
But she moves over to make room. Just taking a breather. With the exception of Janie herself, I don't know any of those people. She looks him over with the bald curiosity of a child.
Are you and my cousin lovers?
He's embarrassed, not by the question, but by the perverse fact that it makes him feel like laughing. He sort of wishes he'd just left her to smoke her illicit cigarette. Well, he says, we're good friends. Maybe we should leave it at that. She shrugs and shoots smoke from her nostrils.
It's all right with me. I think a woman should have lovers if she wants them. I don't myself. Men don't interest me. Not that I'm a lesbian. Don't get that idea. I write poetry.
Yeah, do you?
Yes.
And with no pause, as if it's all the same thing.
My mother doesn't like Janie.
Really?
She doesn't think Janie should have gotten all that money from Olivia. She says it isn't fair. It probably isn't, but I don't care myself.
She's biting her lips in a way that gives Hodges an unsettling sense of déjà vu, and it takes only a second to realize why. Olivia Trelawney did the same thing during her police interviews. Blood tells. It almost always does. You haven't been inside, he says.
No, and I'm not going, and she can't make me. I've never seen a dead person. I'm not going to start now. It would give me nightmares.
She kills her cigarette on the side of the step, not rubbing it, but plunging it out, stabbing it until the sparks fly and the filter splits. Her face is as pale as milk glass. She started to quiver. Her knees are almost literally knocking, and if she doesn't stop chewing her lower lip, it's going to split open.
This is the worst part,
she says, and she's not mumbling now. In fact, if her voice doesn't stop rising, it will soon be a scream.
This is the worst part. This is the worst part. This is the worst part.
He puts an arm around her vibrating shoulders. For a moment, the vibration grows to a whole-body shake. He fully expects her to flee, perhaps lingering just long enough to call him a masher and slap his face. Then the shaking subsides, and she actually puts her head on his shoulder. She's breathing rapidly. You're right, he says. This is the worst part. Tomorrow will be better.
Will the coffin be closed?
Yeah. He'll tell Janie it will have to be unless she wants her cuz sitting out here with the hearses again. Holly looks at him out of her naked face. She doesn't have a damn thing going for her, Hodges thinks. Not a single scrap of wit, not a single wile. He will come to regret this misperception. But for now, he finds himself once more musing on Olivia Trelawney, how the press treated her and how the cops treated her, including him.
Do you promise it'll be closed?
Yes.
Double promise?
Pinky swear if you want. Then, still thinking of Olivia and the computer poison Mr. Mercedes fed her. Are you taking your medication, Holly? Her eyes widen.
How do you know I take Lexapro? Did she tell you?
Nobody told me. Nobody had to. I used to be a detective. He tightens the arm around her shoulders a little and gives her a small friendly shake. Now answer my question.
It's in my purse. I haven't taken it today because, she gives a small shrill giggle, because it makes me have to pee.
If I get a glass of water, will you take it now?
Yes. For you?
Again, that naked stare, the look of a small child sizing up an adult.
I like you. You're a good guy. Janie's lucky. I've never been lucky in my life. I've never even had a boyfriend.
I'll get you some water, Hodges says, and stands up. At the corner of the building, he looks back. She's trying to light another cigarette, but it's hard going because the shakes are back. She's holding her disposable Bic in both hands like a shooter on the police gun range. Inside, Janie asks where he's been. He tells her and asks if the coffin can be closed at the memorial service the following day. I think it's the only way you'll get her inside, he says. Janie looks at her aunt, now at the center of a group of elderly women, all of them talking animatedly.
That bitch hasn't even noticed Holly's not in here, she says. You know what? I just decided the coffin's not even going to be here tomorrow. I'll have the funeral director stash it in the back, and if Auntie C doesn't like it, she can go spit. Tell Holly that, okay?
The discreetly hovering funeral director shows Hodges into the next room where drinks and snacks have been arranged. He gets a bottle of Dasani water and takes it out to the parking lot. He passes on Janie's message and sits with Holly until she takes one of her little white happy caps. When it's down, she smiles at him.
I really do like you.
And using that splendid police-trained capacity for telling the convincing lie, Hodges replies warmly, I like you too, Holly. 12. The Midwest Culture and Arts Complex, a.k.a. the MAC, is called the Louvre of the Midwest by the newspaper and the local Chamber of Commerce. The residents of this Midwestern city call it the Louvre. The facility covers 6 acres of prime downtown real estate and is dominated by a circular building that looks to Brady like the giant UFO that shows up at the end of Close Encounters of the Third Kind. This is Mingo Auditorium. He wanders around back to the loading area, which is as busy as an anthill on a summer day. Trucks bustle to and fro, and workers are unloading all sorts of stuff, including, weird but true, what looks like sections of a Ferris wheel. There are also flats, he thinks that's what they're called, showing a starry night sky and a white sand beach with couples walking hand in hand at the edge of the water. The workers, he notes, are all wearing ID badges around their necks or clipped to their shirts. Not good. There's a security booth guarding the entrance to the loading area, and that's not good either, but Brady wanders over anyway, thinking no risk, no reward. There are 2 guards. One is inside, noshing a bagel as he monitors half a dozen video screens. The other steps out to intercept Brady. He's wearing sunglasses. Brady can see himself reflected in the lenses with a big old gosh, this is interesting smile on his face. Help you, sir? I was just wondering what's going on, Brady says. He points. That looks like a Ferris wheel. Big concert here Thursday night, the guard says. The band's flogging their new album. Kisses on the Midway, I think it's called. Boy, they really go all out, don't they? Brady marvels. The guard snorts. The less they can sing, the bigger the set. You know what? When we had Tony Bennett here last September, it was just him, didn't even have a band. The City Symphony backed him up. That was a show. No screaming kids. Actual music. What a concept, huh? I don't suppose I could go over for a peek. Maybe snap a picture with my cell phone? Nope. The guard is looking him over too closely. Brady doesn't like that. In fact, you're not supposed to be here at all. So, gotcha, Brady says, widening his smile. Time to go. There's nothing here for him anyway. If they have 2 guys on duty now, there's apt to be half a dozen on Thursday night. Thanks for taking the time to talk to me. No problem. Brady gives him a thumbs up. The security goon returns it, but stands in the doorway of the security booth, watching him walk away. He strolls along the edge of a vast and nearly empty parking lot that will be filled to capacity on the night of the Round Here show. His smile is gone. He's musing on the numbfuck ragheads who ran a pair of jetliners into the World Trade Center 9 years before. He thinks, without the slightest trace of irony, they spoiled it for the rest of us. A 5-minute trudge takes him to the bank of doors where concert-goers will enter on Thursday night. He has to pay a $5 suggested donation fee to get in. The lobby is an echoing vault currently filled with art lovers and student groups. Straight ahead is the gift shop. To the left is the corridor leading to the Mingo Auditorium. It's as wide as a 2-lane highway. In the middle of it is a chrome stand with a sign reading, "No bags, no boxes, no backpacks." Also no metal detectors. It's possible they haven't been set up yet, but Brady's pretty sure they won't be used at all. There are going to be over 4,000 concert-goers pushing to get in, and metal detectors booping and beeping all over the place would create a nightmarish traffic jam. There will be mucho security guards, though, all of them just as suspicious and officious as the sunglasses-wearing ass-munch out back. A man in a quilted vest on a warm June evening would attract their attention at once. In fact, any man without a pig-tailed teeny-bop daughter in tow would be apt to attract attention. Would you step over here for a minute, sir? Of course, he could blow the vest right then and there, and scrag 100 or more, but that isn't what he wants. What he wants is to go home, search the web, find out the name of round here's biggest song, and flick the switch halfway through it, when the little chickie-boos are screaming their very loudest and going out of their little chickie-boo minds. But the obstacles are formidable. Standing there in the lobby, amid the guidebook-toting retirees and junior high school mouth-breathers, Brady thinks, I wish Frankie was alive. If he was, I'd take him to the show. He'd be just stupid enough to like it. I'd even let him bring Sammy the fire truck. The thought fills him with the deep and completely authentic sadness that often comes to him when he thinks about Frankie. Maybe I ought to just kill the fat ex-cop and myself and then call it a career. Rubbing at his temples, where one of his headaches has begun to gather, and now there's no mom to ease it, Brady wanders across the lobby and into the Harlow Floyd Art Gallery, where a large hanging banner announces that June is Manet Month. He doesn't know exactly who Manet was, probably another old frog painter like Van Gogh, but some of the pictures are great. He doesn't care much for the still lifes. Why in God's name would you want to spend time painting a melon? But some of the other ones are possessed of an almost feral violence. One shows a dead matador. Brady looks at it for nearly 5 minutes with his hands clasped behind him, ignoring the people who jostle by or peer over his shoulder for a look. The matador isn't mangled or anything, but the blood oozing from beneath his left shoulder looks more real than the blood in all the violent movies Brady has ever seen, and he's seen plenty. It calms him and clears him, and when he finally walks on, he thinks, there has to be a way to do this. On the spur of the moment, he hooks into the gift shop and buys a bunch of round here shit. When he comes out 10 minutes later carrying a bag with I had a Mac attack printed on the side, he again glances down the hallway leading to the Mingo. Just 2 nights from now, that hallway will become a cattle chute filled with laughing, pushing, crazily excited girls, most accompanied by long-suffering parents. From this angle, he can see that the far right-hand side of the corridor has been sectioned off from the rest by velvet ropes. At the head of this sequestered mini-corridor is another sign on another chrome stand. Brady reads it and thinks, oh my God. Oh my God. 13. In the apartment that used to belong to Elizabeth Wharton, Janie kicks off her heels and plunks down on the couch. Thank God that's over. Did it last 1,000 years or 2? 2, Hodges says. You look like a woman who could use a nap. I slept until 8, she protests. But to Hodges it sounds feeble. Still might be a good idea. Considering the fact that I'm having dinner with my relatives tonight in Sugar Heights, you could have something there, Seamus. You're off the hook on dinner, by the way. I think they want to talk about everyone's favorite musical comedy, Janie's Millions. Wouldn't surprise me. I'm going to split Ollie's loot with them, straight down the middle. Hodges starts to laugh. He stops when he realizes she's serious. Janie hoists her eyebrows. Got a problem with that? Maybe think a paltry $3.5 million won't be enough to see me through to my old age? I guess it would, but it's yours. Olivia willed it to you. Yes, and the will's unbreakable. Lawyer Schran assures me of that, but that still doesn't mean Ollie was in her right mind when she made it. You know that. You saw her, talked to her. She's massaging her feet through her stockings. Besides, if I give them half, I get to watch how they divvy it up. Think of the amusement value. Sure you don't want me to come with you tonight? Not tonight, but definitely tomorrow. That I can't do alone. I'll pick you up at 9:15, unless you want to spend another night at my place, that is. Tempting, but no. Tonight is strictly earmarked for family fun. There's one other thing before you take off. Very important. She rummages in her purse for a notepad and a pen. She writes, then tears off a page and holds it out to him. Hodges sees 2 groups of numbers. Janie says, the first one opens the gates to the house in Sugar Hill. The second kills the burglar alarm. When you and your friend Jerome are working on Ollie's computer Thursday morning, I'll be taking Aunt Charlotte, Holly, and Uncle Henry to the airport. If the guy rigged her computer the way you think he did, and the program's still there, I don't think I could stand it. She's looking at him pleadingly. Do you get that? Say you do. I get it, Hodges says. He kneels beside her like a man getting ready to propose in one of the romantic novels his ex-wife used to like. Part of him feels absurd. Mostly he doesn't. Janie, he says. She looks at him, trying to smile, not quite making it. I'm sorry. For everything. So sorry. It isn't just her he's thinking of, or her late sister who was so troubled and troublesome. He's thinking of the ones who were lost at City Center, especially the woman and her baby. When he was promoted to detective, his mentor was a guy named Frank Sledge. Hodges thought of him as an old guy, but back then Sledge was 15 years younger than Hodges is now. Don't you ever let me hear you call them the Vicks, Sledge told him. That shit's strictly for assholes and burnouts. Remember their names. Call them by their names. The Crays, he thinks. They were the Crays. Janice and Patricia. Janie hugs him. Her breath tickles his ear when she speaks, giving him goosebumps and half a heart-on. I'm going back to California when this is finished. I can't stay here. I think the world of you, Bill, and if I stayed here I could probably fall in love with you. But I'm not going to do that. I need to make a fresh start. I know. Hodges pulls away and holds her by the shoulder so he can look her in the face again. It's a beautiful face, but today she's looking her age. It's all right. She dives into her purse again, this time for Kleenex. After she's dried her eyes, she says, You made a conquest today? Hey, then he gets it. Holly. She thinks you're wonderful. She told me so. She reminds me of Olivia. Talking to her feels like a second chance. To do the right thing? Yeah. Janie wrinkles her nose at him and grins. Yeah. 14. Brady goes shopping that afternoon. He takes the late Deborah Ann Hartsfield's Honda because it's a hatchback. Still, one of the items barely fits in the rear. He thinks of stopping at Speedy Postal on his way home and checking for the Gopher Go he ordered under his Ralph Jones alias, but all that seems like 1,000 years ago now, and really, what would be the point? That part of his life is over. Soon the rest will be too, and what a relief. He leans the largest of his purchases against the garage wall. Then he goes into the house, and after a brief pause in the kitchen to sniff at the air, no whiff of decay, at least not yet, he goes down to his control room. He speaks the magic word that powers up his row of computers, but only out of habit. He has no urge to slip beneath Debbie's blue umbrella, because he has nothing more to say to the fat ex-cop. That part of his life is also over. He looks at his watch, sees that it's 3:30 in the afternoon, and calculates that the fat ex-cop now has roughly 20 hours to live. If you really are fucking her, Detective Hodges, Brady thinks, you better get your end wet while you've still got an end. He unlocks the padlock on the closet door and steps into the dry and faintly oily odor of homemade plastique. He regards the shoeboxes full of explosive and chooses the one that held the Mephisto walking shoes he's now wearing, a Christmas present from his mother just last year. From the next shelf up, he grabs the shoebox filled with cell phones. He takes one of them and the box of boom clay over to the table in the middle of the room and goes to work, putting the phone in the box and rigging it to a simple detonator powered by AA batteries. He turns the phone on to make sure it works, then turns it off again. The chance of someone dialing this disposable's number by mistake and blowing his control room sky high is small, but why risk it? The chances of his mother finding that poisoned meat and cooking it for her lunch were also small, and look how that turned out. No, this baby is going to stay off until 10:20 tomorrow morning. That's when Brady will stroll into the parking lot behind the Soames funeral home. If there's anyone back there, Brady will say he thought he could cut through the lot to the next street over where there's a bus stop, which happens to be true. He checked it on MapQuest. but he doesn't expect anyone. They'll all be inside at the memorial service bawling up a storm. He'll use Thing 2 to unlock the fat ex-cop's car and put the shoebox on the floor behind the driver's seat. He'll lock the Toyota again and return to his own car, to wait, to watch him go past, to let him reach the next intersection where Brady can be sure that he, Brady, will be relatively safe from flying debris. Then, kapow, Brady says. They'll need another shoebox to bury him in. That's pretty funny, and he's laughing as he goes back to the closet to get his suicide vest. He'll spend the rest of the afternoon disassembling it. Brady doesn't need the vest anymore. He has a better idea. 15. Wednesday, June 2nd, 2010, is warm and cloudless. It may still be spring according to the calendar, and the local schools may still be in session, but those things don't change the fact that this is a perfect summer day in the heartland of America. Bill Hodges, suited up but as yet blessedly tieless, is in his study going over a list of car burglaries Marlo Everett sent him by fax. He has printed out a map of the city and puts a red dot at each burglary location. He sees shoe leather in his future, maybe a lot of it if Olivia's computer doesn't pan out, but it's just possible that some of the burglary victims will mention seeing a similar vehicle, because Mr. Mercedes had to watch the owners of his target vehicles. Hodges is sure of it. He had to make sure they were gone before he used his gadget to unlock their cars. He watched them the way he was watching me, Hodges thinks. This kicks something over in his mind, a brief spark of association that's bright but gone before he can see what it's illuminating. That's okay. If there's really something there, it will come back. In the meantime, he keeps on checking addresses and making red dots. He has 20 minutes before he has to noose on his tie and go after Janie. Brady Hartsfield is in his control room. No headache today, and his thoughts, so often muddled, are as clear as the various Wild Bunch screensavers on his computers. He has removed the blocks of plastic explosive from his suicide vest, disconnecting them carefully from the detonator wires. Some of the blocks have gone into a bright red seat cushion printed with the saucy slogan, "Ass Parking." He has slipped 2 more, remolded into cylinders with detonator wires attached, down the throat of a bright blue Uranesta pea bag. With that accomplished, he carefully attaches a stick-on decal to the pea bag. He bought it along with a souvenir T-shirt in the Mac gift shop yesterday. The sticker says, "Round Here Fanboy Number 1. He checks his watch. Almost 9. The fat ex-cop now has an hour and a half to live. Maybe a little less. Hodges' old partner, Pete Huntley, is in one of the interrogation rooms, not because he has anyone to question, but because it's away from the morning hustle and flow of the squad room. He has notes to go over. He's holding a press conference at 10 to talk about the latest dark revelations Donald Davis has made, and he doesn't want to screw anything up. The city center killer, Mr. Mercedes, is the furthest thing from his mind. In Lowtown, behind a certain pawn shop, guns are being bought and sold by people who believe they are not being watched. Jerome Robinson is at his computer, listening to audio clips available at a website called Sounds Good to Me. He listens to a woman laughing hysterically. He listens to a man whistling Danny Boy. He listens to a man gargling and a woman apparently in the throes of an orgasm. Eventually, he finds the clip he wants. The title is simple, Crying Baby. On the floor below, Jerome's sister Barbara comes bursting into the kitchen, closely followed by Odell. Barbara is wearing a spangly skirt, clunky blue clogs, and a T-shirt that shows a foxy teenage boy. Below his brilliant smile and careful coif is the legend, I love Cam forever. She asks her mother if this outfit looks too babyish to wear to the concert. Her mother, perhaps remembering what she wore to her own first concert, smiles and says it's perfect. Barbara asks if she can wear her mother's dangly peace sign earrings. Yes, of course. Lipstick? Well, okay. Eyeshadow? No, sorry. Barbara gives a no-harm-in-trying laugh and hugs her mother extravagantly. I can't wait until tomorrow night, she says. Holly Gibney is in the bathroom of the house in Sugar Heights, wishing she could skip the memorial service, knowing her mother will never let her. If she protests that she doesn't feel well, her mother's return serve will be one that goes all the way back to Holly's childhood. What will people think? And if Holly should protest that it doesn't matter what people think, they are never going to see any of these people, with the exception of Janie, again in their lives, her mother would look at her as if Holly were speaking a foreign language. She takes her Lexapro, but her insides knot while she's brushing her teeth, and she vomits it back up. Charlotte calls to ask if she's almost ready. Holly calls back that she almost is. She flushes the toilet and thinks, at least Janie's boyfriend will be there. Bill. He's nice. Janie Patterson is dressing carefully in her late mother's condominium apartment. Dark hose, black skirt, black jacket over a blouse of deepest midnight blue. She's thinking of how she told Bill she'd probably fall in love with him if she stayed here. That was a bodacious shading of the truth, because she's already in love with him. She's sure a shrink would smile and say it was a daddy thing. If so, Janie would smile right back and tell him that was a load of Freudian bullshit. Her father was a bald accountant who was barely there even when he was there. And one thing you can say about Bill Hodges is that he's there. It's what she likes about him. She also likes the hat she bought him, that Philip Marlowe fedora. She checks her watch and sees it's 9:15. He'd better be here soon. If he's late, she'll kill him. 16. He's not late, and he's wearing the hat. Janie tells him he looks nice. He tells her she looks better than that. She smiles and kisses him. Let's get this done, he says. Janie wrinkles her nose and says, yeah. They drive to the funeral parlor, where they are once more the first to arrive. Hodges escorts her into the eternal rest parlor. She looks around and nods her approval. Programs for the service have been laid out on the seats of the folding chairs. The coffin is gone, replaced by a vaguely alterish table with sprays of spring flowers on it. Brahms, turned down almost too low to hear, is playing through the parlor sound system. Okay? Hodges asks. It'll do. She takes a deep breath and repeats what he said 20 minutes before. Let's get this done. It's basically the same bunch as yesterday. Janie meets them at the door. While she shakes hands and gives hugs and says all the right things, Hodges stands nearby scanning the passing traffic. He sees nothing that raises a red flag, including a certain mud-colored Subaru that trundles by without slowing. A rental Chevy with a Hertz sticker on the side of the windshield swings around back to the parking lot. Soon Uncle Henry appears, preceded by his gently swinging executive belly. Aunt Charlotte and Holly follow him, Charlotte with one white-gloved hand clamped just above her daughter's elbow. To Hodges, Auntie C looks like a matron escorting a prisoner, probably a drug addict, into county lockup. Holly is even paler than she was yesterday, if that is possible. She's wearing the same shapeless brown gunny sack and has already bitten off most of her lipstick. She gives Hodges a tremulous smile. Hodges offers his hand, and she seizes it with panicky tightness until Charlotte pulls her into the Hall of the Dead. A young clergyman, from the church Mrs. Wharton attended until she was too unwell to go out on Sundays, serves as master of ceremonies. He reads the predictable passage from Proverbs, the one about the virtuous woman. Hodges is willing to stipulate that the deceased may have been worth more than rubies, but has his doubts about whether she spent any time working with wool and flax. Still, it's poetical, and tears are flowing by the time the clergyman is finished. The guy may be young, but he's smart enough not to try eulogizing someone he hardly knew. Instead of that, he invites those with precious memories of the late Elizabeth to come forward. Several do, beginning with Althea Green, the nurse, and ending with the surviving daughter. Janie is calm, and brief, and simple. I wish we'd had more time, she finishes. 17. Brady parks around the corner at 10:05 and is careful to feed the meter until the green flag with Max on it pops up. After all, it just took a parking ticket to catch Son of Sam in the end. From the back seat, he takes a cloth carry bag. Printed on the side is Kroger and Reuse Me, Save a Tree. Inside is Thing 2, resting on top of the Mephisto shoebox. He turns the corner and strides briskly past the Soames funeral home, just some citizen on a morning errand. His face is calm, but his heart is hammering like a steam drill. He sees no one outside the funeral parlor, and the doors are shut, but there's still a possibility the fat ex-cop isn't with the other mourners. He could be in a back room watching for suspicious characters. Watching for him, in other words. Brady knows this. No risk, no reward, honey boy, his mother murmurs. It's true. Also, he judges that the risk is minimal. If Hodges is pronging the blonde bitch, or hoping to, he won't leave her side. Brady does an about-face at the far corner, strolls back, and turns into the funeral home drive without hesitation. He can hear faint music, some kind of classical shit. He spots Hodges' Toyota parked against the rear fence, nose out for a quick getaway once the festivities are over. The old debt-ret's last ride, Brady thinks. It's going to be a short one, pal. He walks behind the larger of the two hearses, and once it blocks him from the view of anyone looking out the rear windows of the funeral parlor, he takes Thing 2 out of the shopping bag and pulls up the antenna. His heart is driving harder than ever. There were times, only a few, when his gadget didn't work. The green light would flash, but the car's locks wouldn't pop. Some random glitch in the program or the microchip. If it doesn't work, just slide the shoebox under the car, his mother advises him. Of course, that would work just as well, or almost as well, but it wouldn't be so elegant. He pushes the toggle. The green light flashes. So do the Toyota's headlights. Success. He goes to the fat ex-cop's car as if he has every right to be there. He opens the rear door, takes the shoebox out of the carry bag, turns on the phone, and puts the box on the floor behind the driver's seat. He closes the door and starts for the street, forcing himself to walk slowly and steadily. As he's rounding the corner of the building, Deborah Ann Hartsfield speaks again. "Didn't you forget something, honey boy?" He stops, thinks it over, then goes back to the corner of the building and points Thing 2's stub of an antenna at Hodges' car. The lights flash as the locks re-engage. 18. After the remembrances and a moment of silent reflection, to use as you wish, the clergyman asks the Lord to bless them and keep them and give them peace. Clothes rustle, programs are stowed in purses and jacket pockets. Holly seems fine until she's halfway up the aisle, but then her knees buckle. Hodges darts forward with surprising speed for a big man and catches her beneath her arms before she can go down. Her eyes roll up, and for a moment she's on the verge of a full-fledged swoon. Then they come back into place and into focus. She sees Hodges and smiles weakly. "Holly, stop that," her mother says sternly, as if her daughter has uttered some jocose and inappropriate profanity instead of almost fainting. Hodges thinks what a pleasure it would be to backhand Annie C. right across her thickly powdered chops. Might wake her up, he thinks. "I'm okay, Mother," Holly says. Then to Hodges, "Thank you." He says, "Did you eat any breakfast, Holly?" "She had oatmeal," Aunt Charlotte announces, "with butter and brown sugar. I made it myself. You're quite the attention-getter sometimes, aren't you, Holly?" She turns to Janie. "Please don't linger, dear. Henry's useless at things like this, and I can't hostess all these people on my own." Janie takes Hodges' arm. "I'd never expect you to." Aunt Charlotte gives her a pinched smile. Janie's smile in return is brilliant, and Hodges decides that her decision to turn over half of her inherited loot is equally brilliant. Once that happens, she will never have to see this unpleasant woman again. She won't even have to take her calls. The mourners emerge into the sunshine. On the front walk, there's a chatter of the "wasn't it a lovely service" sort, and then people begin walking around to the parking lot and back. Uncle Henry and Aunt Charlotte do so with Holly between them. Hodges and Janie follow along. As they reach the back of the mortuary, Holly suddenly slips free of her minders and wheels around to Hodges and Janie. "Let me ride with you. I want to ride with you." Aunt Charlotte, lips thinned to almost nothing, looms up behind her daughter. "I've had just about enough of your gasps and vapors for one day, miss." Holly ignores her. She seizes one of Hodges' hands in a grip that's icy. "Please, please." "It's fine with me," Hodges says, "if Janie doesn't Aunt Charlotte begins to sob. The sound is unlovely, the hoarse cries of a crow in a cornfield. Hodges remembers her bending over Mrs. Wharton, kissing her cold lips, and a sudden, unpleasant possibility comes to him. He misjudged Olivia. He may have misjudged Charlotte Gibney as well. There's more to people than their surfaces after all.
Holly, you don't even know this man.
Janie puts a much warmer hand on Hodges' wrist.
Why don't you go with Charlotte and Henry, Bill? There's plenty of room. You can ride in back with Holly. She shifts her attention to her cousin. Would that be all right? Yes, Holly is still gripping Hodges' hand. That would be good.
Janie turns to her uncle.
Okay with you?
Sure. He gives Holly a jovial pat on the shoulder. The more the merrier.
That's right. Give her plenty of attention,
Aunt Charlotte says.
It's what she likes, isn't it, Holly?
She starts for the parking lot without waiting for a reply, heels clacking a Morse code message of outrage. Hodges looks at Janie. What about my car?
I'll drive it. Hand over the keys.
And when he does,
there's just one other thing I need.
Yeah? She plucks the fedora from his head, puts it on her own, and gives it the correct insouciant dip over her left eyebrow. She wrinkles her nose at him and says,
Yeah.
19. Brady is parked up the street from the funeral parlor, his heart beating harder than ever. He's holding a cell phone. The number of the burner attached to the bomb in the Toyota's back seat is inked on his wrist. He watches the mourners stand around on the walk. The fat ex-cop is impossible to miss. In his black suit he looks as big as a house. Or a hearse. On his head is a ridiculously old-fashioned hat, the kind you saw cops wearing in black and white detective movies from the 1950s. People are starting around to the back, and after a while, Hodges and the blonde bitch head that way. Brady supposes the blonde bitch will be with him when the car blows, which will make it a clean sweep, the mother and both daughters. It has the elegance of an equation where all the variables have been solved. Cars start pulling out, all moving in his direction, because that's the way you go if you're heading to Sugar Heights. The sun glares on the windshields, which isn't helpful, but there's no mistaking the fat ex-cop's Toyota when it appears at the head of the funeral home driveway, pauses briefly, then turns toward him. Brady doesn't even glance at Uncle Henry's rental Chevy when it passes him. All his attention is focused on the fat ex-cop's ride. When it goes by, he feels a moment's disappointment. The blonde bitch must have gone with her relatives because there's no one in the Toyota but the driver. Brady only gets a glimpse, but even with the sun glare, the fat ex-cop's stupid hat is unmistakable. Brady keys in a number. I said you wouldn't see me coming. Didn't I say that, asshole? He pushes send. 20. As Janie reaches to turn on the radio, a cell phone begins to ring. The last sound she makes on Earth, everyone should be so lucky, is a laugh. Idiot, she thinks affectionately. He went and left it again. She reaches for the glove compartment. There's a second ring. That's not coming from the glove compartment. That's coming from behind. There's no sound, at least not that she hears. Only the momentary sensation of a strong hand pushing the driver's seat. Then the world turns white. 21. Holly Gibney, also known as Holly the Mumbler, may have mental problems, but neither the psychotropic drugs she takes nor the cigarettes she smokes on the sneak have slowed her down physically. Uncle Henry slams on the brakes and she bolts from the rental Chevy while the explosion is still reverberating. Hodges is right behind her, running hard. There's a stab of pain in his chest and he thinks he might be having a heart attack. Part of him actually hopes for this, but the pain goes away. The pedestrians are behaving as they always do when an act of violence punches a hole in the world they have previously taken for granted. Some drop to the sidewalk and cover their heads. Others are frozen in place like statues. A few cars stop. Most speed up and exit the vicinity immediately. One of these is a mud-colored Subaru. As Hodges pounds after Janie's mentally unstable cousin, the last message from Mr. Mercedes beats in his head like a ceremonial drum. I'm going to kill you. You won't see me coming. I'm going to kill you. You won't see me coming. I'm going to kill you. You won't see me coming. He rounds the corner, skidding on the slick soles of his seldom-worn dress shoes, and almost runs into Holly, who has stopped dead, with her shoulders slumped and her purse dangling from one hand. She's staring at what remains of Hodges' Toyota. Its body has been blown clean off the axles and is burning furiously in a litter of glass. The back seat lies on its side 20 feet away, its torn upholstery on fire. A man staggers drunkenly across the street holding his bleeding head. A woman is sitting on the curb outside a card and gift shop with a smashed-in show window.